Simon & Schuster Audio presents Heart Full of Lies, A True Story of Desire and Death by Anne Rule, read by Cassandra Campbell.
For Chris's little boy to read when he can understand. Foreword. Almost every book I have researched has had a beginning, a middle, and an end that were obvious when I began. By the time the defendant went to trial, his or her guilt appeared to be well established. There was little question that a sudden death might have been an accident or a suicide. There was no particular mystery about who done it. Although loyal family members might have been in one corner or another, the mass of witnesses were testifying against the defendant. In Heart Full of Lies, I found instead an emotional tug-of-war with dozens of people pulling on the victim's side and as many fiercely loyal to the accused. To this day, most of their allegiances have remained steadfast. Initially, I was puzzled that anyone could find the deceased so flawed and the defendant so angelic. Few human beings are either all good or all bad. The only way I have managed to deal with this impasse has been to show both sides as clearly as possible. Still, in the end, the truth began to sift out of a morass of statements. I've noted that correspondence sent to me anonymously came from those who praised the defendant. They would give neither their names nor their positions in the defendant's life. On the other hand, the friends of the person who died were ready to step forward and give me their names and their connection to this case. It is difficult to place your trust in people who hide in the shadows of anonymity. Did you personally see this happen? I asked again and again, trying to cut through the curtain that email, with its endless choice of screen names, affords. Could this have been an accident? And the answer was always no. Then how do you know what happened? I pressed. I just know, they all answered, either because they were absolutely convinced they were right, or because they had been charmed and bewitched and manipulated by a brilliant and charismatic sociopath. Chapter 1. The mountains and high plains of extreme northeastern Oregon are so far from well-traveled freeways that even most Oregonians have never been to this wilderness area where the sky seems close enough to touch. These are the Oregon Alps. Serious outdoorsmen and those with family ties to Wallowa County follow the thin red lines on the map that promise at most only paved highways up and up through the mountains from Pendleton or La Grande. The summits are more than 5,000 feet high, and then the roads descend through tiny villages, whose buildings are mostly gray shadows of their former incarnations, tumbled with old-fashioned perennials and weeds, fading storefronts and little churches with peeling paint. Adams, Athena, Elgin, Minnam, Wallowa, Lostine. Near the end of the road is Enterprise, the county seat, and finally the hamlet called Joseph, named for the great chief of the Nez Perce tribe. All these towns, so far flung from city lives, have a presence and a feeling of serenity that comes only with long history and time without urgency. Enterprise and Joseph blossom in the summer as tourists who have discovered Wallowa County arrive. Sheltered between the Wallowa Mountains to the west and the Hells Canyon National Recreation Area to the east, Enterprise, population 1,900, is a wonderful place to live, but only if one is self-employed, working for the county or the city, or serving the needs of the residents. It is too distant from the larger Oregon cities along the coast or in the center of the state to make commuting feasible. The only industry of any sort is up the road 8 miles in Joseph. Perched on the shore of Wallowa Lake, Joseph has embraced sculpture and bronze foundries as a very successful economic lifeline. Every street corner has a statue that seems to burst with life frozen in mid-movement. Maidens and cowboys and eagles in flight. Each statue large enough to require a truck to pack it out. In the summer, Wallowa Lake is a burning hollow in the mountains, with its azure water reflecting the sun in the sky. The water there is cold, but not cold enough to deter boaters and water skiers, who seem somehow out of place on the waters where Native Americans once fished. The mountains and the soaring trees have always been there and will always be there. The humans playing on the lake seem in contrast quite temporary. Deer wander in at will in Joseph, strolling along the narrow roads, peering into windows, and mingling with tourists at food stands and riding stables. A lift carries tourists who aren't afraid of heights far up the Wallowa Range. Flowers of every variety burst forth in the short summer season, boldly defiant against winter for their precious few months in the sun. The center of Wallowa County government is in Enterprise, where a courthouse built in 1909 sits in the center of park-like grounds. 94 years' worth of feet have worn away the interior stairways, as generations of citizens went about their business with public records and the laws of Wallowa County. Bright greenswards and paths crisscross the courthouse square, and baskets of training geraniums, ivy, and sweet alyssum make it resemble a set for the Music Man. There are concerts in the bandstand on the courthouse lawn, and the melodies floating on a summer's night are nostalgic enough to sting the eye with tears. In 2000, Dan Owsley was the district attorney of Wallowa County. He was a familiar presence before judges and juries in the courthouse and Enterprise, but he was well into his second term in office before he ever had to deal with a murder that wasn't an open and shut case. And when he did have to prosecute a baffling homicide, it was a case that would have challenged prosecutors in Portland or Seattle or San Francisco. A crime that defied all reason, one that could be viewed straight on or through a microscope, and even then failed to reveal all its incredible variables. Was the victim ultimately answerable for the bloody crime? Or was the accused capable of a meticulously choreographed execution? And perhaps even more important, who was the person who had held the weapon? There seemed to be a dozen different answers, and no way of telling if the personality shown to the world was truly the one almost everyone had perceived. Or was it all a clever masquerade, hiding evil? It isn't easy to get to the camping sites on the Lostine River near the Maxwell Campgrounds trailhead that leads mountain hikers into the Eagle Cap Wilderness. To reach the campgrounds, one has to turn off Route 82 and head south from the town of Lostine. The first 6 or 7 miles are partially paved. But that soon gives way to a gravel road. Even a 4-wheel drive vehicle skitters along the washboard road that carves a path through the trees, the road so high-centered that it is a challenge for even the most competent drivers. It isn't a Sunday sightseeing drive. One misjudged stomp on the brakes, and a car or truck can slide and roll over and over. 12 miles or so from Lostine, fir forests cluster thickly along the road. On the right, there are a few cabins that were once occupied by the late United States Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, when he craved the solace of deep wilderness. They are spartan and overgrown now with brush. On the same side of the road, there is a forest ranger station, usually the last outpost where a phone of any kind will work. Beyond that, the Wallowas rise up and up, shutting off radio and cell phone transmission. In this tunnel of trees, it is impossible not to think of the danger of forest fires and wonder how quickly this road could be closed off by flames. Almost 20 miles in, just before the trailhead, thin rutted paths begin to appear, wide enough apart for tires to traverse. They lead to campgrounds maintained by the U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service that are situated so each camping party has privacy. Much sought after in the warm months, The riverside campgrounds are empty in winter, buried beneath snowdrifts, next to a river as cold and clear as ice. On a weekday morning in the autumn of 2000, most outdoorsmen who enjoyed hiking had gone back to civilization. More so than in many other places, October brought the empty sense that comes with a season's ending. It would be only a matter of weeks before the road, in or out, would be choked with snow. If anyone was camping in early October, their vehicles parked close to the river campsites were nearly invisible from the road. Campers could drive at least 75 feet off the main road before they reached the horizontal tree trunk barriers that delineated parking spots. Trees and shadows hid their rigs, and from there, they had only to walk down an easy slope to the sandy shores of the Lostine River. The Lostine itself is narrow, not more than 40 feet or so across, shallow and crystalline, with little ladders of rapids frothed with white. It is an icy cold river, stemming from alpine lakes high in the mountains. A storm runoff from the mountains has occasionally turned the Lostine dangerous, but in October it is usually a tranquil upstart of a river 2 or 3 feet deep at the most, surrounded by century rows of fir trees standing perfectly straight, their feathered tops piercing the sky hundreds of feet above. It was early Monday afternoon, October 9th, 2000, and the shady campground, one of the closest to the trailhead, appeared to be unoccupied. There were no sounds at all, save for the wind high in the trees and the occasional cry of a bird. For the moment, it was totally silent in the deserted camping area next to the winding Lostine River. Rich Stein was the undersheriff of Wallowa County. He had been involved in law enforcement for 18 years, and he had worked in the Wallowa County Sheriff's Office for 14 and a half of those years. He was hoping to become sheriff the next month through a flourishing write-in campaign. Sheriff Ron Jett didn't plan to run again. Stein halfway believed that he was on a wild goose chase as he drove slowly along the gravel road close to the trailhead. He wasn't quite sure what he was looking for, a lost camper or someone who was injured. Sheriff Jett had sent him up to the campgrounds after Jett received a couple of phone calls from outside the county. "I want you to go on up to the trailhead. Maybe check things out along the river, see if anybody is there," Jett had said. "I'm not sure what you might find." Stein wasn't really familiar with the campgrounds. His primary job was to oversee the deputies and run the patrol. But in Wallowa County, even the undersheriff had to pull shifts and work patrol. Sheriff Jett had told him to check out all of the overnight campgrounds. Stein thought there were about a dozen of them nestled down by the river. The one he thought was the last campsite was the Williamson campground, and he drove in, parked, and walked down to the sandy beach, but found no one there. Stein estimated that the area he was searching was about 18 miles from the town of Lostine. He couldn't raise anyone on his sheriff's radio, so he drove back along the forest road until he came to a high spot where his radio worked. He thought that maybe if he could get a little better idea of what he was looking for, he could be more effective. He called the sheriff's office, and Jett said that the latest information indicated that it was probably the shady campground he should check out. "It's the last one down the line." This time, Jett's voice was more serious. It was possible that Stein was looking for a person who was critically wounded. He passed a campground and saw a lone car parked there. He checked that and found nobody in or near it. Now he could see there was another campsite. He glanced toward the sign marking it as Shady Campground and saw a newer model white Chevy Suburban parked against the log barrier. Stein pulled his pickup close to that vehicle. Like a lot of cops who have ridden patrol cars for years, he had a bad back, and he winced a little as he eased out of his truck and crossed the uneven ground to look into the Suburban. He could see that the locks were pushed down. Inside, there was camping gear and other items, the usual stuff that people brought up to the wilderness, but there was no sign of a driver. The Forest Service's picnic table just beyond the Suburban had camping equipment on it, too. It looked as though a family had enjoyed a picnic. I walked over there and called out, announcing that I was a deputy sheriff, Stein recalled, and I was shouting, "Is there anyone around?" But there was no response. There was a tent pitched nearby, but there was no movement inside and no answer to his calls. 2 trails led down to the river, one shorter and steeper than the other, although neither demanded that a hiker be in good condition. Stein took the shorter trail that went straight down. Even though he knew there was probably a simple explanation for his feeling of dread, he acknowledged the eerie sensation. He shook it off. The people who had come here in the Suburban were probably just taking a short hike from the trailhead. An empty vehicle wasn't unusual. And then he glanced to the south and caught a glimpse of bright blue fabric spread out down by the river. It was a sleeping bag. I yelled again, Stein recalled. No response. Gingerly, Stein walked down toward the river, his boots sinking and skidding a little in the sand. The sun was high in the sky and it cut through the mist in the treetops, casting a glow over the sleeping bag. It was bright enough to awaken even the heaviest sleeper. The mummy-style bag lay at right angles to the river, with the head part almost touching a log the Forest Service had placed there just when the sandy beach began. The shallow edges of the Lostine lapped softly against its shoreline. Otherwise, it was completely quiet. Stein called out again, more softly now. Anybody here? Sheriff's office? Nobody answered. As he got closer, Stein could tell that there was somebody in the sleeping bag. I approached it very cautiously, he said. He wasn't afraid, and it wasn't as if he hadn't investigated reports of a possible body before. It was more that this was one of the loneliest places he had ever been. The form zipped into the sleeping bag was as motionless as the scattered boulders on the shore. Stein saw tufts of hair just above the one ear that showed. Either it was reddish blonde naturally, or something had stained it pale mahogany. He thought it was probably blood or some other dark liquid, although the sleeping bag wasn't stained as far as Stein could see. At this altitude, in October, even the glaring sun wouldn't warm the air in the shadows enough to make a sleeper perspire and peel down the confining layers. But maybe the person who lay there was no longer able to unzip the sleeping bag and crawl out. Maybe the person had fallen and sustained a head injury. Or maybe someone had struck the still form on the head while the camper was sleeping, or passed out. Had someone abandoned the sleeper and the camp in the scenic wilderness deliberately? Or had the camper come alone to this small, cleared area high in the mountains to get away from the problems of the world, possibly never intending to go back? Was it an accident? Or a homicide? It was so isolated in the shady campground that it would have been a long time before hunters chanced on the scene and discovered whatever had happened here. And if a sudden early blizzard came, as it often did in Wallowa County, it might have been spring before anyone came in. Except for the blonde hair stiff with blood and a folding chair tilted at an odd angle in the river, the campsite had an almost benign air. Stein slipped his hand carefully into the sleeping bag, still hoping that he'd discovered only a drunk sleeping it off. He touched skin and found it cold as marble. He pressed against the flesh just below the ear, searching for the reassuring beat of blood pulsing through the carotid artery. But there was none. Stein chose the gently sloping trail back to the picnic area and returned to his pickup truck. He couldn't take the steep route back because he didn't want to walk through the death scene again. It was only when he slid into the driver's seat that he realized he didn't know if it was a man or a woman who lay dead in the sleeping bag. The undersheriff hadn't touched anything beyond the cold flesh of the neck, and he wasn't going to. Not until the sheriff had a complete crew on the scene. Assuming that his radio wouldn't work, Stein drove a mile south to the trailhead. There was an open spot there where he thought he might be able to get through to the sheriff's office, but his radio wouldn't work there either. Once more, he drove 2 miles north past the shady campground and tried again. This time, he got through. "Sheriff," Stein said hurriedly, "I need you up here. We do have a body. We need the medical examiner and a lot of help up here." The calls that had originally sent Rich Stein up to the shady campground had come in to Sheriff Ron Jett from 2 law enforcement officers who were some distance away from Wallowa County, one in Washington State and another in Umatilla, Oregon, on the Oregon-Washington state line. The details were blurry, but the callers said they had been in contact with a woman who suggested that someone should check the Maxwell campgrounds. Either the woman had been there or she knew something about what had happened there. At the moment, she was far away, at least a 4-hour drive from the shore of the Lostine River. She was in the little town of Dayton, Washington, 30 miles north of Walla Walla, the site of Washington's oldest penitentiary. Barely holding herself together, she had told a number of people about how she had driven through the night, fleeing desperately to save the life of her 3-year-old son. Her story was still coming out in staccato bursts and vague ramblings. Clearly, the woman was upset, although she wasn't hysterical. The drive north from the Lostine River would have been perilous from the beginning. Just getting down to the town of Lostine in the middle of the night without spinning out was a feat. After that, there was no way out of the Oregon Alps without crossing mountain passes where the air was thin and the roads pitch dark and lonely. For a woman afraid and in shock, it would have been a nightmare. If she had gone by way of Pendleton on 204, she would have had to cross Dead Man's Pass with an altitude of 4,200 feet. But it was likely that she had taken a more direct route through Weston and Milton Freewater, and then crossed the state line into Washington and up to Walla Walla. State Route 204 was more than a mile high at the summit, an unbelievably beautiful vista in daylight in October. But the woman had fled in the middle of the night. She would have seen nothing alongside the road, only a black void that, depending on where she was, could be either a forest or a deadly precipice. It was all the more treacherous because she had had her small son with her as she hurtled through the night. Her damp clothing, or perhaps something else, must have made her shiver. Her young son was safe, but she told Washington lawmen that she had been determined to get to her other son, who was 9 years old, to be sure he was safe too. If she had allowed herself to think about the horror she had left behind, she wouldn't have been able to keep her SUV on the road. If any woman could have managed it, she could. She was a slender woman with strong muscles and a body as sleek as any model's, an athlete who worked out and practiced yoga. She was very determined and unafraid of anything when it came to her boys. She would have died for them without even considering any threat to herself. Her friends, scattered from Hawaii to Oregon to the East Coast, considered her a kind of superwoman. Perfect mother, exceptional athlete, talented writer, and a friend they could always count on. But now it was she who would have to depend on her friends. Her name was Lisa Ann DeWitt Moran Matson Northon. Note: the names of some individuals in this book have been changed. Such names will be flagged the first time each appears in the book. This is the first name changed. 38 years old, she had already lived an adventurous and remarkable life. The people Lisa trusted the most lived in Washington State, and it wasn't surprising she had run to them. Sometime in the early hours of Monday, October 9th, 2000, she had headed north, crossed over the Oregon-Washington border between 6:30 and 7 a.m., and driven to her brother's house in Walla Walla. Dr. John Keith Torr DeWitt was a chiropractor specializing in sports medicine. Short and stocky, he was a bodybuilder, probably more fit than most of the athletes he worked on. He was Lisa's only sibling, a few years younger than she was. Divorced and living with his children in a house that was 3 blocks off the main route to Dayton through Walla Walla, DeWitt was a man of careful habits. He usually got up at 6 a.m., and he was in the kitchen just beginning to swallow his morning regimen of vitamins when he was surprised to hear the unlocked sliding door open. He turned, startled, and saw that his sister Lisa had come into the dark kitchen. "We talked for a few minutes before I saw her face," he recalled. It appeared to him that she had been beat up. Looking at Lisa closely, he saw a cut on one finger and a bruise on her 3rd thoracic vertebra. She was wearing sweatpants and a shirt, and they were damp. Her hair was wet, too. DeWitt urged his sister to go to the emergency room at St. Mary's Hospital, but she declined, saying she would rather have Dr. Ben Clark, the husband of Marnie Clark, one of her best friends, examine her. Names changed. For some reason, her brother didn't think it was a good idea to involve the Clarks. "Just go to St. Mary's," he suggested again. Lisa didn't seem to be that badly hurt, and DeWitt had to get to work. He had seen her with bruises before and heard through a third party that her husband, Chris, had put them there. But when he said he wanted to confront Chris about it, Lisa had begged him not to. Now he assumed that Chris was the one who had hit her. She had told him another time that Chris was sometimes violent with her. Almost offhandedly, Lisa murmured something about taking a shot at Chris. "Did you hit him?" DeWitt asked, alarmed. "I don't know," she said vaguely. Lisa told her brother that she had to hurry to pick up Papako, her 9-year-old son, from Ellen DeVoe's house. "Bjorn's sleeping in my Explorer," she said. "I have to get to Ellen's." Names changed. Somewhat bemused, DeWitt said goodbye to his sister, but urged her to call him and let him know how she was. She had been with him for only a few minutes, and he wondered if she hadn't been exaggerating when she said she'd taken a shot at Chris. He left for work, concerned but not really anxious. Lisa could wax very dramatic about things that wouldn't disturb most people. It was so early in the morning, the sun had barely risen when Lisa had pulled up at his place. It wasn't 7 o'clock yet, and now she was gone, headed for the DeVoe farm in Dayton. Ellen DeVoe and Lisa had been friends in Walla Walla since Lisa DeWitt was only 16 and still in high school. Ellen was 11 years older than Lisa, but they'd always gotten along well. Much of Walla Walla County was fertile farmland, known worldwide for its Walla Walla sweets, gourmet onions, but also a major source of other crops and fine wine. Lisa and Ellen had spent summers bringing in the mature produce, mostly peas. Lisa had driven the swather, wrestling the heavy vehicle as easily as any man, while Ellen drove the pea combine. Ellen was married to François-Louis DeVoe, name changed, whose name sounded like a romantic French actor's, but who was really a down-to-earth man who loved the verdant soil of Walla Walla County. They had a wheat ranch and a good life in the tiny town of Dayton, Washington, even though it wasn't the most exciting spot on earth. Lisa had wanted another life after she left Walla Walla High School. She planned to be a world traveler and adventuress, but she had deferred to her father's wish that she go to college first. Ellen loved Lisa, and sometimes felt protective toward her. Lisa longed for so much that she seemed to take terrible chances with her heart. The 23 years they had known each other had gone by swiftly, but the two women had remained friends. Even though years might pass when they were out of touch, they always picked up right where they'd left off. After a long time apart, they'd gotten back together in the early 90s and saw each other once a year or so. Lisa always had some amazing story to tell. Sometimes it was about a doomed romance or a close escape she had had, but more often it was about various wonderful new plans she'd made. Ellen often lost track of Lisa, but she knew that she'd hear from her eventually. She didn't know all the details of her past. She wasn't really sure just how many times Lisa had been married, but she had always found Lisa to be tough and strong, yet very warm and caring at the same time. Petite as she was, Lisa could compete with any man in what was considered man's work. Ellen was an artist, using stained glass as her medium, and she was very good, working in her home studio and teaching talented students. Lisa was a constant traveler, and to Ellen she seemed remarkably brave. No matter what life handed her. Ellen wasn't aware of everything Lisa had done while they were apart, but she suspected she didn't know half of her accomplishments. It was about 7:30 on that smoky, bright Monday, October morning in Dayton, and Francois Louis Devoe was about to leave for work when he called to Ellen that Lisa had just parked her SUV and it was blocking his car. Ellen had expected her, but not this early. At Lisa's request, Papako Matson, who was Lisa's son by an earlier marriage, had spent Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday with the Devoes. Lisa had called Ellen to tell her that she and her present husband, Chris Northon, and their 3-year-old son Bjorn would be camping on the Lostine River down in Oregon that weekend. But Papako loved working with Ellen. Very talented artistically, he had chosen to come to Dayton to have some glass lessons from Ellen rather than go on the camping trip. Ellen agreed at once. Papako, 9, was a delightful child, and he was welcome at the Devoe household any time. Lisa had driven all the way from Bend, Oregon, where she and Chris had a home, to deliver Papako to Ellen on Friday night. It was a very long drive, more than 300 miles one way. She had spent the night, and then she and Bjorn left on Saturday morning to join Chris at the campsite on the Lostine River. She said she would be back on Monday to get Papako. Now it was Monday, and Lisa had returned. She moved her Ford Explorer and then walked slowly up to the back entrance of the house. Ellen was horrified when she saw her standing there, wet and beaten up. When Ellen sensed that Lisa was in deep distress, she rushed to help her. As she would recall later, Lisa's hair looked as though she'd just toweled it dry after a shower, but her clothes were so wet that when Ellen hugged her, she got wet, too. She was pretty messed up, vacant, glazed eyes, spacey, in shock, Ellen recalled. "Why are you all wet?" she asked. But she didn't really get an answer. It seemed to her that Lisa's arm was hanging at a funny angle. "I need help getting Bjorn out of the Explorer," Lisa pleaded. "My shoulder's injured and I can't seem to lift him out." Ellen hurried behind Lisa to the SUV and lifted the sleeping toddler easily out of his car seat. Lisa looked as though she was hypothermic, and her teeth were chattering. That wasn't unusual for her. Lisa was always cold, even in Hawaii, where she lived half the time. She had Raynaud's disease, too, and her fingers turned bluish-purple with the least drop in temperature. Ellen's eyes searched Lisa's face. Her friend seemed so distraught, so injured. She had a swollen cheek, a slight bruise near her eye, and an arm or shoulder that appeared to be broken. "Chris tried to kill me," Lisa burst out. "Chris tried to kill me." Chapter 2. Whatever had happened at that beautiful mountain campsite, no one who was acquainted with the couple who had set out for the Lostine River 3 days before would believe it. Visualizing Chris Northon as a killer was virtually impossible for his friends and family. Picturing Lisa Northon in either role was just as preposterous to her friends. They were the perfect couple with the perfect life. More accurately, an almost perfect life. Like any viable marriage, theirs was sometimes marked by dissension. But at this point, the detectives who responded to Rich Stein's call for crime scene investigators knew nothing at all about the Northons. Chris and Lisa didn't live in Wallowa County. They spent part of their time in Kailua, Hawaii, and the other part in Bend, Oregon. They not only lived in one paradise, they had the best of 2 paradises. Lisa Ann DeWitt was born in Silver City, New Mexico on March 10, 1962, to Sharon Irene Arnhart DeWitt and Wayland DeWitt. Lisa would change her name in high school to Liysa, which she found more exotic. Her birth occurred 18 days after astronaut John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth. John F. Kennedy was at the peak of his popularity, exceeded perhaps only by his wife Jackie's. 1962 was a time of prosperity, and there was more public fascination with an English group of young musicians known as the Beatles, the scandal of Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton in the making of Cleopatra, and the suicide of Marilyn Monroe than there was with the expanding war in Vietnam. The DeWitts moved to Warrensburg, Missouri when Lisa was about 6 months old. Her second child, John Keith, called Tor, was born on November 7, 1963. Lisa's mother, Sharon, was sometimes the only parent at home caring for 2 babies who were just 18 months apart. Wayland DeWitt was an educator and traveled a great deal. He was a kind-faced man who resembled George Gobel, a wildly popular TV comedian in the 50s and 60s. Wayland even sounded like Gobel. But he was highly intelligent and would eventually get his doctorate and rise to the higher echelons of college administration. When Lisa was 5, her family moved to Walla Walla, Washington, a city of 30,000. The DeWitts lived in a newer, large white house in a private cul-de-sac, and they became prominent in the community and in the congregation of St. Paul's Episcopal Church. Lisa attended the church's summer camp, Camp Cross, in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. At Prospect Point Elementary School, she became friends with Marnie Kelly, a close friendship that would span 25 years. Both girls' fathers were educators, but it was more than that. From the age of 10 on, Marnie and Lisa just got along. They went to gymnastics classes together, and they both had ambitions to become cheerleaders. Lisa had a freckled face and reddish tones to her brown hair, and Marnie was a brunette with huge brown eyes and an impish look. The best friends went on to Garrison Junior High, and then to the only high school in town, Walla Walla High School. For decades, students have referred to it as Wa High. Throughout their school years, the bond between Lisa and Marnie never faltered. When she was a child, Lisa Ann DeWitt spent a lot of her time near Joseph, Oregon, long before it became a haven for talented artists in bronze and a tourist magnet. Her grandparents lived there, as did her maternal aunt Barbara, Bobby. Lisa was always an outdoor girl, and the area near Hell's Canyon was rife with opportunities. She skied, both downhill and cross-country, swam like a fish, floated down the rivers and drift boats, and hiked into the mountains. Although she was petite, she was very strong. Sharon DeWitt, née Arnhart, was raised in Joseph, in the Oregon Territory where Chief Joseph once walked. Her family had had ties with Wallowa County for generations. Sharon was an attractive woman who had once been a pretty girl with thick dark hair, so pretty that she had been chosen Queen of Chief Joseph Days in Wallowa County when she was only 15, the youngest Chief Joseph Days queen ever. Beauty counted, but not as much as riding ability and public speaking. Wearing light green Western shirts and pants, white hats with light green bands, and white boots adorned with gold eagles, the girls who vied for Queen of the Chief Joseph Days celebration were much admired by their peers. They spoke twice, once at the rodeo grounds and again at the Civic Center. Sharon was the best rider and the most eloquent speaker. Her days as queen were heady. She was deeply embarrassed, though, when she danced with one of the contest chaperones, Vern Russell. He turned me one way, my feet went another, and I grabbed his shirt and ripped it down the back, she remembered. 6 years later, Sharon was married and gave birth to Lisa Ann. She became a mother at 21 to a daughter who would resent her almost from the time she could walk. Even Ellen DeVoe didn't know all the details of Lisa's childhood. But to other friends and lovers, she would later recall that she had been routinely reviled and beaten by her mother. Her memories were that she suffered horribly as a child at Sharon DeWitt's hands. She said that her mother had chased her with a knife, screamed at her, and had broken 26 bones in her body before she was 16, and finally old enough to flee and live on her own. Lisa said that she had to kneel naked in the bathtub when she was 9 years old, so her mother could be sure she wouldn't urinate on the floor in response to the pain of the beatings. Lisa would rarely criticize her father or fault him for choosing his career over everything else, but she suggested that it was apparently Wayland who had looked away, leaving her helpless to face her mother's rage. Also, according to Lisa, when she was 11 and approaching puberty, almost everything she did irritated her mother. She remembered being slapped in the face and struck with belts and vases until her back was bloody. Her vivid recall was that the only inside door that locked in their house was the bathroom door. In her attempt to escape her mother, Lisa held the doorknob with its flimsy lock and wedged her feet against the wall to get a better grip. As an adult, she told intimates that her mother became so furious with her that she picked the bathroom door lock with a knife. She even recalled that her mother held her head under water, and she was afraid she would drown. Lisa said she tried to stay in the bathroom until her father came home, when both his wife and his daughter would demand that he mediate their differences. Later on, Lisa spoke of her mother with more compassion, acknowledging that the woman she once considered an agent of hell who should be put to death for her irrational outbursts had probably been insecure after a horrendous childhood of her own. Even so, Lisa couldn't have found her grandparents too terrible because she spent so much time visiting with them. Wallowa County residents recalled that Gene Arnhart, Lisa's grandfather, had hauled some of the logs that were used to build the original Chief Joseph Day Rodeo Stadium in Joseph way back in 1947. His wife, Lois, was said to be a sweet and caring woman. But as an adult, Lisa would recall that her mother was a woman who had been left on her own, ill-equipped to cope with the intellectuals Wayland met as a college administrator and having to care for 2 children. Sometimes, Lisa said that she had suffered from epilepsy when she was a child. She did not mention that her mother was a personnel staffer who had been instrumental in the development of 2 community colleges from the ground up, Walla Walla Washington Community College and Northeast Texas Community College in Mount Pleasant. If she vilified her mother, Lisa apparently idolized her father as brilliant and kind. She gave credit to Wayland DeWitt for teaching her that prejudice was wrong, and that she should treat everyone she met with respect, even going so far as to urge her not to turn down dates with any of the boys who asked. "Don't judge a book by its cover," her father said. She thought it was amusing that many of the guys Wayland approved of were wildly dangerous. She was serious when she thought of a man for whom her father saw no future, and how she had broken their engagement. Years later, she wrote that she realized that he was the man she should have married. But of course, then it was too late. Only rarely did Lisa view her father as someone who might not always be right. She speculated later that his reliance on platitudes and doing the right thing eventually helped to bring down his successful career as a college president. Early on, Lisa had a sense of fantasy and a talent for storytelling. One day, she would become a writer of no little talent, and her imagination was always full of what-ifs. All children wonder at times if they are adopted, or imagine a father or mother other than the ones they've been told they belong to. Lisa's daydreams went further. She sometimes thought Wayland wasn't her biological father. She didn't look like him. She was thin and he tended to put on weight. But she wanted Wayland to be her father, the genetic source of her intelligence. They were almost bizarrely close, while she was at war with her mother, whom she found evasive and uptight. It wasn't just her father that Lisa wondered about. She was convinced that her mother and aunt were not her grandfather's biological children. She envisioned a strong, brown-eyed Indian lover in Joseph for her grandmother, positive that the 2 blue-eyed parents could not have produced a brown-eyed child. Her belief in that Mendelian theory was wrong, of course, but it supported Lisa's fantasy. Lisa's magical thinking might simply have been part of her creative personality. She showed more talent than most children and teenagers, and she was far more introspective than any of her peers. She lived inside her head. But whatever had happened to her as a child and as a teenager, whether it was brought on by parental abuse or something genetically predetermined, she developed a tremendous hunger for security. That, however, was virtually impossible to feed, because she also craved adventure, recognition for her many talents, and absolute, continual, unconditional love and romance. Sexually, she seemed insatiable, which, for the men she encountered in her life, was not necessarily a negative trait. She often bragged that she had to have sex every day. Lisa was popular at Wahai and Walla Walla, but she wasn't one of the blonde, blue-eyed teenage beauties that the other girls envy. She was attractive in an athletic, healthy way. She had lovely eyes and perfect teeth, and she wore her hair in the then-in-vogue Farrah Fawcett shag cut, which tended to accentuate her rather broad face. The bone structure she would have one day didn't yet show. She still had a slight overbite. Her figure was ordinary, too. Neither too heavy nor too thin, but despite her athleticism, she had very poor posture, tending to duck her head and slump her shoulders. A one-time classmate recalled, "Lisa was attractive and popular, but in such a small school and community, everyone knew everyone else. She never stood out that much in the crowd. She was just another student." Another fellow graduate disagreed, noting, "Lisa was pretty popular by senior year. She was into a lot of activities." Walla Walla's main industries are farming and maintaining the Washington State Penitentiary. Most students at Wahai had family members working in one or the other. The prison was a shadowy presence to the residents who were so used to its being there that they paid attention only when there was a high-profile escape. Even then, one resident commented, "We didn't worry too much. The escaped cons wanted to get as far away from Walla Walla as they could. Most of the time, we didn't lock our homes and we left our keys in our cars. In the 70s, we had only 2 radio stations, both AM, and when they broadcast a prison break alarm, we'd bring in our keys and lock our doors, but then we'd go back to our old habits." Some of the state prison's trustees were allowed to participate in work programs, like washing dishes or bussing tables in local restaurants. Many of them attended classes at Walla Walla Community College, and regular students watched them as they sat together in the commons, accompanied by guards. "We never really thought about them," one of Lisa's classmates said. "They never scared us. They were more scared of us, I think." Lisa's father sometimes went into the prison as a lay religious counselor. He often talked of being a psychologist who worked with prisoners. He was extremely affable, intelligent, and charming, a man who most people liked immediately. Walla Walla in the 1970s was as all-American as any small town in the Midwest. Boring to some teenagers, comforting to others. There wasn't much to do beyond going to dances or watching Wahai's sports teams, the Blue Devils, play and their mascot perform. Sports were very important. And they bombed the gut every weekend, their term for driving the loop from Isaac Street to Main Street and back again, honking and waving at friends. They would convoy, forming a train of cars, and meet late in the evening for a kegger, drinking beer in the middle of a wheat field. Sometimes they smoked homegrown marijuana. Lisa participated in those forbidden activities. As a junior, she was on the district champions tennis team, but it was Wahai's Allison Bingham who took first in the tournament and came in 7th in the state. Lisa was a mainstay on the tennis team in her senior year, too. She did become a cheerleader and really blossomed in her senior year. Lisa and Marnie were both picked to be members of the homecoming court. Lisa also dressed up as a Little League baseball player for the Play Day high jinks of homecoming weekend. She was Key Club sweetheart and on the ASB student council. She was on the rally squad, and she and Marnie were both on the varsity gymnastics team, although it was Marnie who won state honors on the balance beam, vaulting, and free exercise competitions. Still, the most important social accomplishment at High was to be accepted by one of the school's service clubs, which were actually more like exclusive sororities or fraternities. Out of a typical class population of 250 to 300, only 20 girls could hope to be chosen by each of the 3 elite clubs in a year. Kappa Chi, Jeune Fille, and Phi Mista began to rush all the incoming sophomores with parties during the summer, and then blackballed most because their parents' income and social standing and their own reputations didn't measure up. The few girls who were accepted were subjected to hazing initiations, dressed in clothes that made them look ridiculous, and publicly embarrassed. And then, thrilled beyond measure to belong, they were formally initiated in solemn ceremonies. Despite her parents' social status, Lisa didn't make it until she was a junior, when Jeune Fille chose her. She was finally able to wear the special club sweatshirt and attend semi-secret meetings at 7:30 on Wednesday nights. She wasn't an extraordinary student, and her remarkable intelligence didn't shine through at High. She didn't date a lot, but the one boyfriend that most people remember was Randall Edwards, a tall blonde student with a crooked smile and superior grades. He was on the boys' tennis team and was the best friend of Chuck Stonecipher, who was dating Marnie Kelly. Later, Lisa and Randall would both, in their own ways, make headlines. Randall was Lisa's escort as her name was announced for the homecoming court, and they went to the senior prom together, disco dancing along with the crowd. Later, Lisa recalled that she got drunk that night and was grounded for a whole year. If she wasn't completely grounded, her activities were severely restricted for a long time. Of all the girls on the rally squad or the cheerleading team or in the homecoming court, Lisa Ann DeWitt would seem to be the least likely to have a chaotic life. She looked so wholesome. And when she was elected to the homecoming court, she wore old ragged jeans and didn't even sit up straight in her chair. The long-stemmed red rose in her hands looked out of place. It's quite possible that Lisa always had secrets. Repressed memories or soaring ambitions, crushing disappointments or impossible dreams. Her personality in high school seems to have been barely formed, or submerged so deeply that no one really knew her. Perhaps even Lisa didn't know then how many things she wanted, how many she needed to feel happy. Chapter 3. Lisa graduated from high school in 1979 and headed off to Oregon State University in Corvallis. Marnie Kelly entered pre-law studies. Lisa stayed at Oregon State for about 2 years. There, she apparently had a passionate and satisfying love affair, her first orgasm, as she recalled it, with a star football player for the Oregon State Beavers. The man, or boy, was named Ray, but none of Lisa's friends now recalls hearing about him, and they certainly don't know his last name. According to Lisa, they were engaged to be married when Ray was killed in a car accident between Corvallis and the Oregon coast 2 months before their wedding, and she was inconsolable. Many years later, she would write about the first time Ray made love to her. Ray may have been Samoan or Hawaiian. In the 1980s, with their 2 children virtually grown, Sharon and Wayland DeWitt drifted toward divorce, which Lisa attributed to their disagreements about what was acceptable discipline and what was child abuse. She continued to remain closer to her father than to her mother. Lisa did not graduate from Oregon State. She married Kurt Moran, name changed, on almost the first day of summer, June 20th, 1981, not long after they were introduced by a mutual friend. She was just 19. Marnie, who was in the wedding party, and her friend Ellen DeVoe were among those celebrating with her. Lisa would later say that there was nothing to celebrate, that her first marriage was only a sham, And as with so many friends after marriage, both Ellen and Marnie would lose track of Lisa for a decade. Kurt Moran, 20, was from Santa Barbara, and he was the physical type that Lisa would always be drawn to. He was very tall, probably over 6'4", and had a slender build. He was quiet, and Lisa would describe him as shy. He was a musician, a talented flutist. After their wedding in the Walla Walla Amphitheater, the couple moved to Ithaca, New York, where Kurt continued his studies at Cornell University. The water sprite in Lisa may have enjoyed Cayuga Lake, but she was never an East Coast girl. She wasn't happy there. Lisa would relate many different versions of their marriage. In years to come, she told one lover that she had married Kurt simply to appease her parents after they found out she had slept with him, and that the marriage was in name only. She said it hadn't even lasted the weekend, and she had gone to Mexico immediately to get a divorce. That simply wasn't true. Lisa actually lived with Kurt for 4 years, until January 1985, and they were legally married for 6 years. After a few years in Ithaca, they moved to Hawaii at Lisa's request. By that time, a very disturbing pattern began to emerge, and Kurt had come to realize that Lisa was lying to him about any number of things. She was very manipulative, he recalled. She couldn't tell the truth. She would lie about who she was working for, about where she was last night, personal things. Early on, Kurt had had trouble believing her sometimes bizarre stories, but although they had arguments, their marriage was anything but violent. They never hit each other. Indeed, Kurt could remember only 1 or 2 occasions when their arguments escalated to yelling. They had occasionally used marijuana, but rarely. And as far as Kurt could tell, Lisa had no problems with alcohol or drug use. She told him that she had taken something like Ritalin or Dilantin when she was a child because she had something psychological wrong with her that manifested itself in seizures. She was never more specific than that, and she had apparently outgrown her seizures. Her symptoms suggest epilepsy, for which Dilantin is the drug of choice. Ritalin, similar to methamphetamine, is given to hyperactive children in whom it has an opposite effect. She was a bright, secretive person, Kurt remembered. But she could twist information in the complete opposite direction from reality. She would say anything to convince you her story was true. One of Lisa's constant complaints as a young wife in the early 80s was that no one loves me. Kurt concluded she had very low self-esteem because of all the stories she told him about how she had been used by men, some of them after her marriage to him. Moving to Hawaii hadn't made her any happier, and the marriage was doomed. Kurt met Wayland DeWitt and admired his father-in-law, whom he characterized as a very outgoing and highly educated man. Lisa clearly respected her father. But her relationship with her mother was not good. Things between Lisa and Sharon were very strained. It seemed to Kurt that the two women were constantly competing for Wayland's attention and approval. But oddly, Lisa didn't say anything to her husband about being abused as a child. He never heard even one story about Sharon beating Lisa. When Lisa told Kurt that she was having blackouts, he doubted it. It seemed contrived. Then he discovered that she had been unfaithful to him with a number of different men. And for him, that was the end of their marriage. I had to get out. Our relationship wasn't true, he recalled. It was January 1983 when Lisa and Kurt moved to Hawaii from Ithaca. At the time, of course, Lisa was still a married woman. And yet, she soon met a man whose name would appear continually in her life story. He was a tall Hawaiian lifeguard named Makimo. Name changed. Muscular and darkly tanned, Makimo sat atop a steel lifeguard tower as his eyes swept the water beyond the beach at Hanauma Bay, a wondrous, protected near circle of ever-changing blue and green sea off the island of Oahu. Hanauma Bay plays a huge role in ancient Hawaiian mythology. and soon became magical to Liysa, too. She came to the beach at Hanauma Bay with several other young women who were dedicated lifeguard groupies. They often hung out with the handsome guards after they finished their shifts. Makimo was well aware that the other girls worked as exotic dancers and some were prostitutes, but he wasn't sure what Liysa's job was. She simply appeared with the group of pretty girls in their bikini bathing suits, and she had dramatically changed from the bland, freckled girl who had graduated from Wahai back in eastern Washington just 4 years earlier. She was extremely attractive, and she stood out from the crowd. Liysa's early days in Hawaii are hard to track. She may have lived for a time on the Big Island, part of the fringe culture of the early 80s. Her first husband said that she refused to tell him what she did when they were apart. On the beach at Hanauma Bay, it quickly became apparent to Makimo that Liysa had singled him out. She was very seductive toward him, and at first he flirted back casually. He had no idea that she was married, and he would never know the full truth about Kurt. Makimo wasn't married, but he was in a committed relationship and he had a child with his lover. Nevertheless, he and Liysa had a short, intense physical affair. It meant far more to Liysa than it did to Makimo. Her fascination with him bordered on obsession and would color the rest of her life. Years afterward, Makimo would refer to his sexual encounter with Liysa as a one-night stand. Liysa would tell subsequent lovers a different story. She claimed that she and Makimo were officially engaged from January to May of 1983. Whatever the truth was, Makimo would always be the model with which Liysa compared all the men who came into her life. Oh yeah, Makimo was the perfect man. One of the men Liysa was engaged to said, "I got tired of hearing about him." Perhaps she fixated on Makimo because he was one of the few men she couldn't have. Liysa's romance with the muscular lifeguard, whether it was one night or several months in duration, was over by May of 1983. Devastated, she flew to the mainland for a few months. Her father was president of Walla Walla Community College in her hometown, and he was always a comfort to her. In 1984, Wayland DeWitt left Walla Walla Community College to become the president of Northeast Texas Community College in Mount Pleasant, Texas. Liysa kept in touch with her father and promised to visit him there. In many ways, he was her lifeline. But it would be difficult for her to leave Hawaii. Liysa had found a spot on Earth that suited her perfectly. The lush flowers, the lifestyle, the soft tropical air. She quickly mastered Hawaiian phrases and learned the ancient folk tales. It wasn't just Hawaii that enchanted her. It was the ocean. The girl who had gloried in her brief summers in Joseph and Enterprise in the high plains of eastern Oregon felt as if she had come home when she saw the ocean in Hawaii. She was energized and inspired by the sea. The curling waves with their translucent green, shading to blue and silver and finally to white froth, embraced her and made her feel totally alive. Her first lovemaking with the elusive man called Ray had taken place in a pool, and ever after she preferred to have intercourse in or near the ocean. Perhaps she had accepted that she could not have Makimo, but she couldn't stay away from where he was, and that was on the beach at Hanauma Bay. Liysa now had a flawless body, and her long brown hair with blonde strands bleached by the sun fell to her waist. Bikinis became her. If she wasn't really beautiful, nor viewed from some angles even pretty, she was unquestionably striking, all sculpted with defined cheekbones and a high forehead, her eyes light against her bronzed tan, with a spray of faint freckles. 20 years hence, her constant sun worship would probably leave a web of fine lines on her face. But for the moment, she was everything most 22-year-old women wanted to be, and everything most men wanted. In 1984, Liysa was still technically living with Kurt, although their paths had grown farther and farther apart. She enrolled at the University of Hawaii. where she concentrated on journalism and video technology. Lisa had always kept journals and written almost compulsively. She had a natural talent for fiction. A career as a writer wasn't her sole ambition. She had many, but it was high on the list. It becomes even more difficult to trace Lisa's movements after 1984. She worked one summer as a research diver for the University of Hawaii in the Northwest Hawaiian island chain. She may have had a relationship with a man named John Lawrence, name changed, on that trip. She told some of her friends that the captain of the boat she worked on had sexually abused her, possibly in Caribbean waters. She told others that she was raped by her boss when she worked a few months later for a videographer. Lisa seemed to be a constant target for sexual harassment. She said that she was the only woman to pass the test to be a Navy SEAL, but she was disgusted by the officer who had tested her for swimming and diving skills. According to her, he deliberately put his hands on her breasts and pelvic area when she knew the swimming test didn't call for that. She laughed as she said she'd kicked him in the testicles. She was still married to Kurt, and somehow she was able to keep all of her stories in the air, deftly juggling one and managing to catch another just before it crashed to earth. Kurt had most certainly become suspicious, but they remained together, at least legally. Chapter 4. As 1985 began, Kurt officially parted from Lisa. He moved first to the island of Maui, and after 1985, he never again initiated any contact with Lisa. A year later, in July 1986, he moved back to the mainland, settling in Santa Barbara. There, in April 1987, he finally filed for divorce. When she was served with divorce papers, Lisa didn't contest the action, and their decree was granted 6 months later. Given his choice, Kurt would have preferred to sever all ties with Lisa. His initial attraction to the charming 19-year-old girl had long since been erased by her infidelities and problems with the truth. He moved on, although he would be surprised to hear from her many years later. Lisa always had to have a man in her life, and it wouldn't be long before she began another romance. In truth, many of her liaisons tended to overlap. She rarely leapt blindly into single life, as she had invariably chosen the next man. Although her obsession with Makimo was always with her, he had told her that they could never be more than close friends. He meant it. Even a woman with Lisa's power of persuasion couldn't shake his loyalty to the woman who had borne his child. Lisa was always drawn to men of a certain physical type. She was only 5'4", but she liked her men a foot taller, lean and muscular, and, except for Makimo, blonde and blue-eyed. High intelligence was also a quality she looked for. She met lots of men, and she herself was on display frequently in her latest job at Sea Life Park on the windward side of Oahu, about a 20-minute drive from the town of Kailua. She swam with dolphins, her long hair streaming behind her, and dove into a large viewing aquarium to feed tropical fish. She was so at one with the water world, she might as well have been a mermaid, but one with beautiful legs. Tim Sands, name changed, remembers the night he met Lisa. It was July 13th, 1985. We were at a friend's party in Lanakai. 24 then to Lisa's 23, Tim found her fun and attractive and a little different. He was a very handsome man, almost 6'4", in perfect shape, and he had light hair and blue-green eyes. He didn't realize until much later that he fit perfectly within the parameters of her preferences. Lisa told Tim that she had just received her bachelor's degree from the University of Hawaii, either in journalism or marine biology. He wasn't sure which. She also confided that she had a genius IQ. Tim didn't quite believe that at first, but it didn't matter. He was drawn to her because she was lovely and vibrant, not because she was super intelligent. When he introduced Lisa to his mother Jane, she was impressed. She seemed like a fine person, a fine charmer, Jane Sands would remember. She was a beautiful girl, and there was no question that she was absolutely brilliant. Tim met Kurt Moran about a month after he and Lisa started dating. But he had no idea that Kurt was Lisa's estranged husband and that she was still legally married to him. He assumed Kurt was just someone she had once dated. A week or two later, she told me she had been married to Kurt, but only very briefly, Tim said. Lisa explained that she had dated Kurt back in Washington State when she was very young and they had had intercourse. She said her parents were shocked and upset when they found out she had slept with him, so she said she had married Kurt Moran just to satisfy them, Tim recalled. But she assured me that they got divorced the next day, so it wasn't really a marriage. It was early in their relationship, and Tim believed what Lisa told him. He had no reason not to. A lot of people made dumb mistakes in their teens, and he wasn't going to blame Lisa for a marriage that didn't really exist. He was ready to believe her. He was enthralled by her, and it wasn't long before they were essentially living together. However, Lisa insisted on keeping her own place. It seemed important to her to maintain control. With Tim, she was never a helpless woman. Indeed, she was very strong. Tim had grown up on Lanipo Street, name changed, in Kailua, on the other side of the island of Oahu from Honolulu. His mother still lived there, and so did a lot of people he had known since he was a boy, including peers he'd gone to Punahou High School with. Lanipo was a friendly street, built around a cul-de-sac, and it was a steep walk up from the beach with an incredible view of the ocean. Its houses were set on a bluff above the beach, and those who lived there looked down upon coconut palm trees and Norfolk and Cook Island pines, which grew so thickly that most of the rooftops below were hidden. Lanipo Street seemed to be suffused in a shimmery green cloud, with flowers that came and went, the sun shining and the temperature moderate. The ocean changed continually, its color dependent on the weather and the sky. Sometimes it was light turquoise at the beach and deep purple as it headed toward the open sea. It could be dark and threatening or as clear and pristine as pale green glass. The Mokolua Islands were half a mile from shore, lush and beautiful, serving as benign and luxuriant protectors as they caught the surging waves and gentled them. Lanipo Street was populated by longtime residents and newcomers alike. Most of them would be involved to some extent in an intricate web of friendships and relationships that were more bizarre than anything a fiction writer could imagine. And yet, they somehow managed to maintain a civility that could never be workable in a big city on the mainland. Tim Sands had graduated from the University of Hawaii, Hilo, on the Big Island with a degree in math. When I met Lisa, he recalled, I was out of college, but I was kind of not going anywhere. Living in Hawaii didn't demand intense ambition and progress toward some career goal. There was time to just live. Tim and Lisa got along very well, sharing cooking and cleaning duties at his place. They might argue occasionally, but they never had physical conflicts. Their attraction for each other was strong, but Tim admits that he grew tired of hearing about how magnificent Makimo was. Lisa said he was the love of her life, and she made him out to be almost a demigod. She said they ended their relationship in 1983, but I think she was always in love with him. I never met Makimo, though I heard a lot about him, to the point where I was thinking, enough already. Now Lisa's main obsession was neither Makimo nor Tim. Her interest was the ocean, Tim said. She loved to body surf and dive and swim and just be in the ocean. Tim knew very little about Lisa's past. Although he never met Wayland DeWitt, he met her mother, Sharon, who seemed pleasant enough. That surprised him because Lisa told him that her mother had beaten her and broken a number of her bones when she was a little girl. I never saw any evidence of that, though, he said. Lisa was so healthy and active, and she had no marks or scars that would indicate she'd been severely beaten. She was such an enthusiastic surfer that she often had fresh bruises and scratches from being tumbled around by the waves, but Tim saw no old scars. Lisa had another obsession, writing in her journals. She went up in the mountains to do her writing, Tim's mother Jane recalled. She said she needed to have her space so she could write in her journals, and she never allowed anyone to see what she had written. She wrote so much that she had whole boxes full of her journals. In 1985, Lisa went to visit her father in Pittsburgh, Texas. Once, when Tim called her, she told him that her father had hired an African-American woman as his secretary, and the townspeople were angry about that. She said her admiration for her father had increased even more. She was proud of him because he would not allow any minority to be discriminated against. During another call, Lisa sounded tense to Tim. Then, suddenly, she told Tim that she heard a crowd gathering outside, and she had to put down the phone. "I'll be back in a minute," she said breathlessly. To his horror, Tim heard the report of several gunshots. He wasn't sure what to do, hang up and call the police, or wait until Lisa picked up the phone again. He waited, and Lisa came back on the line saying, "I had to go outside and fire several shots in the air to scare them away." There was certainly more drama in Lisa's life than in any other woman's he'd ever known. Tim didn't care that Lisa demanded privacy or that she was very independent. At first, he was just happy to be with her. But like Kurt Moran before him, he came to a place where he had to admit to himself that Lisa didn't always tell him the truth. "I think she is such an adept liar that she actually believes her lies," he remembered. That's why she was so convincing later. She lied about numerous little things. I have a real good memory, so I'd always catch her contradicting herself. The fact that some of the stories were so preposterous made me think that she lied regularly. Still, Lisa's little wars with the truth didn't bother Tim that much. Her lies didn't interfere with their relationship, not for many months. They only made him wary. As a couple, they were compatible and life was good. If they were drifting without any real destination, they were young, and it was endless summer on Oahu. As far as Tim knew, Lisa was happy being with him. But one day in May 1986, he saw a side of Lisa that totally shocked him. He was driving her to the airport to catch a flight to another island, when she suddenly told him there was something wrong with their relationship, and they had to talk about it. He looked over at her, surprised. They had been getting along very well. Without any preamble, she suddenly burst into hysterical sobs. She clutched the bag that she was going to take with her on the flight, Tim remembered. She repeatedly grabbed the strap of the bag and pulled on it. It seemed to be an obsessive-compulsive type of act. I kept trying to communicate with her, but there was absolutely no response from her. Her eyes were blank and without any sign of recognition. Realizing that Lisa was in no shape to get on an airplane, even for a short hop to another island, Tim turned his car around and headed home. There, he put her to bed and she fell asleep. She seemed almost catatonic, Tim remembered. She woke up in the middle of the night asking for makimo. He said, "I finally figured out that she wasn't living in the present. I asked her what year it was, and she said 1983. Somewhere, Lisa had lost 3 years, or at least she was claiming that she had. When Tim told her it was really 1986, she looked at him as if he were the crazy one. She was so adamant that it was 1983, the year she began her abortive romance with Makimo, that Tim struggled to think of some way to bring her back into real time. Finally, he came up with an idea that might work. It was about 2 a.m., and I took her to the nearest 7-Eleven so she could see a newspaper and know that it really was 1986. Tim was almost persuaded that Lisa did have amnesia and that she didn't recognize him at all. But in retrospect, he realized that it was her way of ending their affair. "It was a very convincing act," he said. "I think she may have convinced herself that it really happened. But later I found out that she planned it." Lisa seemed to be in such a fragile emotional state that Tim didn't know what to do. He called his mother, and she suggested that Lisa should see a psychiatrist or psychologist. She did go to the HMO she belonged to for a short time, but physicians there could make only a tentative diagnosis. They thought she might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and they felt she would slowly get better. Lisa didn't snap back from her amnesia for some time. She continued to say she didn't know Tim or his mother. Jane Sands suggested that Tim bring Lisa over to her house near Kailua, and she could stay there for a while. "Just bring her home to me, and we'll figure it out," she'd said. She didn't seem to remember anything, Jane recalled. She had a number of friends over on our side of Oahu, and it was so strange. I watched as her girlfriends had to reintroduce themselves to her, as if she was meeting them for the first time. She didn't recognize any of them. Lisa was quite convincing. Even though she was no longer going to be with Tim, Jane didn't want to see her wandering around, confused by her amnesia. In October 1986, with great kindness, Jane invited Lisa to stay on in her house for a while, rent-free. Jane's husband, Tim's father, was moving to Hong Kong, and Jane was going with him. Lisa stayed for more than 2 months. The Sands had mainland friends arriving to spend Christmas vacation in their house, and they let Lisa know that she would have to find another place to live by then. Sometime after she moved out, a cousin of Tim's found one of Lisa's journals half buried under a cabin the family owned. Curious, he read it. Lisa had outlined her very detailed plot to fake amnesia so that she could break up with Tim without any recriminations. She had written it all down as if it were a play or a novel, and then she had followed her own plan, right up to her hysterical acting out as Tim drove her to the airport. Tim's friends had already become very suspicious of the whole amnesia thing, even before the journal showed up. And many of the older women who lived along Lanipo Street and watched the young woman living in Jane's house had also begun to doubt her story of complete memory failure. She seemed too cheerful, and she was having too good a time living as the guest of Tim's parents in a spot that was wonderful and private. Tim was understandably a little bitter that Lisa could not have just talked to him about her desire to break up. She could have given him a chance to work things out, or, if she didn't want to be with him any longer, she should have been honest about that. Instead, she had faked a histrionic attack of amnesia, like something right out of a soap opera. Later, Lisa told Tim that the epilepsy she had had as a child might have caused her amnesia. That was news to him. It was the first time he'd heard of her history of epilepsy. So often she had come up with pat explanations out of the blue. She was the woman who cried wolf and had become impossible to believe. But Tim and Lisa's time together was over. He was hurt when it ended the way it did, but he wasn't crushed. He moved to Boulder, Colorado, and started graduate school. But I wasn't into it, and I dropped out after taking a couple of classes. Still stung from dealing with the bizarre aspects of Lisa's personality, Tim wasn't ready to go back to Hawaii yet. He went to Singapore instead, where he worked as a hotel and real estate consultant for his father for 3 years. It would take some time for Tim to sort it all out. And then he remembered one of the oddest conversations he had ever had with Lisa. She asked me once what my touchstone was, he recalled. In my infinite wisdom, I answered, "Huh?" Lisa said, "You know, how do you tell reality from fantasy or from a dream?" "I'd never had that problem," Tim said, his voice still incredulous. But apparently, she had. He finally concluded that he had been living with a woman who had to have something tangible to help her discern the difference between what was real and what was only a dream. Although accepting that eccentric truth eventually enabled Tim to completely write off their 10 months of pseudo-paradise together, it also frightened him. There was something indefinably dangerous about Lisa. Chapter 5. In 1987 or 1988, a year or so after Liysa had the hysterical amnesia attack that signaled the end of her affair with Tim Sands, she married the man who would remain in her life the longest. Nick Matson, name changed, was tall, slender, and in good shape. Physically, he was Liysa's type. Like Tim, he had broad shoulders. One neighbor described him as the Adonis type. Those who knew Liysa in the late 80s said she was already involved with Nick when she left Tim. She just wanted to avoid the messiness of telling Tim the truth. Nick was a little older than Liysa, and he had carved out a solid career as a surf photographer. In fact, he was something of a legend in the Hawaiian Islands. At the pinnacle of his career as a surf and underwater photographer, he was one of perhaps a half-dozen men whose daring and skill with a camera let them capture the tremendous power and beauty of the gigantic waves that burst forth from the ocean. His images were both calm and savage, or awesome. An artist in a very specialized field, Nick always had more work than he could handle, some of it still photos, and some of it shooting backgrounds and stunts for Hollywood movies on location. And he didn't film only in Hawaii. He often spent months on Fiji or Tahiti. Nick was a haole, as Caucasians are called in Hawaii. Those who knew him praised his camera skills first and then invariably added, "You'd like him. Nick's a really nice guy." It was true. Nick was a gentleman and a gentle man, sensitive and concerned about other people. Liysa had no real career when she met him. She told some people that her college majors were in journalism and video technology. Her father believed that she had a degree in marine biology. Regardless, she wasn't working in any of those fields. In reality, she had only 2 years of college, mostly elective courses at Oregon State and the University of Hawaii. Liysa was given a tremendous opportunity when she became an apprentice to Nick. He was a generous teacher and she was an apt student. She had always loved the sea and she was a natural. Soon, Liysa was accompanying Nick on his trips and beginning to gain her own reputation as a surf photographer. They became lovers and planned to marry. In 1989, Liysa flew back to the mainland to attend the 10th anniversary of her graduating class from Wahai. She seemed very different from the open-faced cheerleader she had been a decade earlier. She was wild, one of the women who'd gone to school with Liysa recalled, ready to party all night long. Liysa was also drinking quite a bit, which was out of character for the girl they remembered. It's likely that she had a brief reunion with a man in Walla Walla, someone she had also been with in high school. It may have been only a meeting over the punch bowl at the reunion dance, but in Liysa's mind, it became a defining moment of truth. More likely, she had seen him in the mid-'80s because she had written a very long letter then to the man she called Kevin, name changed, blaming her mother for aborting what they might have had together. She told Kevin that she had written him a letter just before she married her ex-husband, Kurt Moran. Liysa wrote that she strongly suspected that her mother had deliberately taken her letter to Kevin from the DeWitt mailbox. Otherwise, he would have received it. She reminded him of the secrets she'd shared with him on their last night together, when she told him how desperate she was to escape her mother. Still, she explained that she hadn't had the strength to do it alone, and so she had married Kurt Moran temporarily as an escape hatch until she could set up a stable life. Then we could work things out, Liysa wrote to Kevin. I said that I was desperate and that if you really meant it when you asked me to marry you, to come and get me. When I never heard from you, and I waited until I walked down the aisle, I was upset. She had perhaps imagined a scene right out of The Graduate, because Liysa recalled being broken-hearted that Kevin hadn't rushed in, stopped the ceremony, and taken her for his bride. Seeing Kevin again had renewed Liysa's interest in him. But he was happily married, and she was about to marry Nick Matson. He did not respond to her letter as she had hoped. There was no indication at all that he was ready to leave his wife and stop Lisa from going down the aisle with Nick. Indeed, the whole incident sounded like a plot from a romance novel. When Kevin failed again to intervene, Lisa and Nick got married in 1987, and they would stay together for 9 years, the longest relationship she ever had, with the possible exception of her obsession with Makimo. Lisa told Nick about her affair with Tim Sands and explained to him about her attack of amnesia that ended it. She told Nick, too, that she had suffered from epilepsy when she was a child, and that had probably caused her temporary amnesia. They didn't discuss it much. Nick accepted it as part of Lisa's past. Lisa also told Nick about her long, drawn-out divorce proceedings with Kurt Moran, and about how emotional and difficult it had been for her. She assured him that she'd had no intention of marrying him while she was still married to Kurt. She had thought her divorce from her first husband had been final for years, and said she was horrified to find that wasn't true. They quickly straightened out the legal tangle. Nick taught Lisa how to use a camera and shoot the magnificent surf photos that approached his own in perfection. Married to Nick, Lisa became a kind of celebrity. It suited her, and she loved being the center of attention on shoots. She was a quick study, enthusiastic about catching the surfers on film as they raced toward shore, great plumes of spray behind them. At the OP Classic Surfing Tournament, the waves were 15 feet high, and 100 photographers angled for good shots. But only 2 of them actually waded into the roaring surf with their cameras, and one of the daring photographers was Lisa. She was fearless. From her photographs, it's clear that she had to be almost as consumed by the towering waves as those who rode the boards. In 1990, Lisa and Nick collaborated on a book. A pictorial, really, about Haunama Bay. Lisa wrote the narrative, and Nick took the enchanting photographs. It sold briskly for years in Hawaiian airports. Lisa dedicated the book to those who know the secrets of the sea, and acknowledged Nick, her new in-laws, Makimo and his wife, and even her ex-boyfriend, Tim Sands, and his mother. Many of Lisa's surfing photographs are still listed for sale on the internet, and they are breathtaking. They don't match Nick's work. He is a master, but hers are certainly well beyond amateur status. Lisa's years with Nick were satisfying to her for a long time. She would talk later about the houses they had literally built by themselves, using only a bubble level. She boasted that she had once found an error in a foundation that saved them $14,000, and she was very proud of her ability to design homes even though she had no particular architectural training. The Matsons made a good team in terms of what they accomplished together, but there were reasons why Lisa may not have been the best of wives. She was less adept at, and far less interested in, homemaking than she was at surf photography and carpentry. She loved the cleanliness of the ocean, with its salt spray that scoured everything it coursed over. She cared little about cleaning house or doing laundry or cooking. The houses where she lived with Nick were in constant disarray. He put up with it because he loved her. In almost every other way, Nick and Lisa got along. Still, according to mutual friends, she nagged him a lot. Even on the morning of their wedding, Nick's friends had been troubled to hear her henpecking him, although it all seemed to slide off his back. Apparently, Nick was so used to being nagged that he unconsciously shut out the sound of her voice. Lisa was insistent that Nick drop his old friends when they got married. She told him she never wanted him to see them again, a friend of his said, and she had him get a tattoo of her name on his arm to remind him. Nick himself would acknowledge only that they argued occasionally, just about the normal things in a relationship. Whatever the argument, usually Lisa prevailed because Nick wanted peace in their household, and she just didn't quit when she had fixated on what she wanted. Nick already knew Makimo when he met Lisa, and didn't find her admiration for him as annoying as Tim Sands had. Nick had always felt the handsome Hawaiian was a person of high integrity. Beyond that, Makimo had long since married the mother of his daughter and appeared to be loyal to her. Lisa seemed at ease with that. If she felt any jealousy toward Makimo's wife, Nick certainly wasn't aware of it. He and Lisa socialized occasionally with Makimo, who now worked as a firefighter, and the two men fished together. The truth was that Lisa's mind was always full of real or imagined romance. Her craving for someone who would love her as dramatically and as passionately as scenes she saw in movies or read in novels was profound. She secretly believed that Makimo yearned for her, and she often wrote in her journals about two other men who had been tremendously important to her. There was, of course, Kevin back in Washington State, with whom she hoped to reconnect, and there was Ray, whose last name she never wrote down for anyone to see. Ray, if he had existed at all, was dead, and Makimo and Kevin were married to other women. Lisa wrote almost compulsively. She saved copies of letters, filled voluminous notebooks, and experimented with fiction, both books and screenplays. She alternately used real names and made-up names for her characters, perhaps deliberately, so that no one could ever identify what was real and what was her own creation. Again, she herself may not have been able to tell the difference. It wasn't Lisa's imagination that caused the most trouble in her second marriage. She had always come across as something of a risk-taker, and physically she was remarkably strong for a woman. But she wasn't quite as unafraid as she seemed. Her tendency to embellish her stories was easier to spot than her almost obsessive need for some physical place that belonged to her, where she might feel safe and create a haven for others whose lives were haunted. No one could be sure what Lisa feared. It might have been homelessness or abandonment. It might have been that her childhood was as cruel as she often said it was. Whatever the reason, she seemed consumed with owning real estate. She longed to have houses to run to and property that would ensure her financial stability. And she certainly had that with Nick, at least as much property as most people could need. He cooperated with her on the purchase of several houses she wanted. He was making a solid living, and soon so was she. She was a good photographer, good enough to earn $8,000 to $10,000 a month, and sometimes more, an acquaintance recalled. When Lisa became pregnant in 1991, her adventures in surf photography were of necessity curtailed. In November, she and Nick had their first and only child together. He was a beautiful boy, fair like his father. They named him Papakolea, name changed, a rare Hawaiian term for breaking wave, a sight that meant a great deal to both parents. Lisa gave Papakolea 4 middle names, too. Papakolea Moonbeam Poana Aquarius Antonio Matson was a much-loved child. The baby was nicknamed Papako. Lisa had reveled in her pregnancy, and she delighted in the childbirth education classes and the support groups for nursing mothers that she joined. She was determined to be the best mother she could be. She saw that Papako was a child who was supremely gifted and special, and it wasn't just a fond mother's opinion. He was so enchanting that strangers commented on it. Lisa vowed never to let anything hurt him or turn him away from the path she planned for him. Other pregnant women in their classes found Lisa a woman to be emulated and a mentor in motherhood. They loved her and found her brave and wonderful. Lisa was 29 when Papako was born, and it seemed to her that she had waited all of her life to love this child. She took him everywhere she went, and taught him about the sea and fish and what the wind was saying. He was an adorable baby who grew to be a handsome, tanned little boy with a tumble of sun-bleached curls, so handsome that people stopped to stare at him and his lovely mother. When Nick had to be away for 6 weeks at a time on a shoot, Lisa wasn't lonesome, because she had Papako. It would have been hard for any man not to notice Lisa as she strolled to the beach in her bikini, almost always with Papako in tow. She combined both sensuality and the glow of motherhood. She watched over him near the ocean, although it wasn't long before he was as fearless in the waves as she was. A bond formed between Liysa and Papako, even stronger than the usual linkage between a mother and a young child. It was only natural because they were alone together so much, but their closeness was enhanced by Lisa's total focus on her little boy. She would teach him everything he needed to know, or she would find artists and dancers and musicians to teach him, so every budding skill would be developed. She would breastfeed him as long as he needed to nurse. She planned to homeschool him so he wouldn't be infected with the negative ideas of bad teachers. If her own childhood hadn't been smooth or neat or particularly happy, she would make up for it in her child's world. She wrote in her journal that Papako had been conceived on the beach at low tide, as zephyr winds blew and the sea glowed with magical phosphorescence. And that was as it should be. He was the perfect child. In Lisa's mind, there still continued to be two worlds, one that she lived in and another that was lovely and muted and serendipitous. It was a world that existed only in her imagination, and that may have been why she asked Tim Sands what his touchstone was when he needed something to distinguish reality from his dreams. Liysa clearly believed that she could bring Papako into the lovely side of her world and make him strong and safe. She also wanted him to keep the sweetness that he had as a little boy, and she wanted to hold the soulless, industrialized world far away from him. They lived in a natural paradise, and Liysa often wrote that she wanted to instill values in Papako that would let him appreciate the glory of sea and sky and the earth around them as he grew to manhood. She knew there would be brighter, easier neon and plastic beckoning to him with tantalizing temptations at every turn. Liysa lamented that honor has no place in the modern world, yet I can't give up my belief in it. Her dreams for Papako were to somehow raise him in the old ways of Hawaii, with few modern conveniences or fast food joints. Papako would eat vine-ripened tomatoes and eschew McDonald's. When he was old enough, Liysa would urge her son to save sex as an expression of commitment of love rather than squandering it on emotionally empty recreational encounters. She loved Papako fiercely, and she and Nick were getting along well, possibly because he was away a lot. He had almost always given her what she asked for and gone along with her plans, but perhaps he was too good to her and too dependable. Liysa wanted both security and fireworks from a man, and very few could have given her enough of either, and certainly not enough of both. Nick certainly tried. He was a good man, but he was shocked by Liysa's seemingly insatiable craving, not for other men, but for more real estate. She begged and argued and pleaded with him to buy more and more and more property. Nick had already acquiesced on a number of houses and apartments, although it had become necessary for him to go to his parents as co-signers on the last round of purchases. Finally, he had agreed to buy Liysa an older house on Lanipo Street, a house that was, coincidentally, next door to Jane Sands's home, where Liysa had once been given shelter after her memory loss. To a point, we had the same goals, Nick recalled. But her need to buy more real estate was putting a strain on our marriage. She wanted an Oregon ranch and wanted to sell our property in Hawaii. I didn't want to sell. I didn't want to move to the mainland. I liked to own property too, but we couldn't afford what she wanted. Liysa was full of altruistic dreams and goals that may have come about because of her own scattered fears. She longed for a constant feeling of complete peace and harmony, something most humans attain only rarely in their lifetimes. Now she was determined to have enough land to build a school or a camp or a spa that focused on healing all who came there. When she and Nick bought the property she called Pa'awilo, she foresaw the metamorphosis that could take place there and later in its Oregon counterpart. Liysa's goal was to eventually have 2 retreats, one in the mountains and the other by the sea. There, emotionally bruised women could swim, wander, and gather their thoughts in beautiful settings. They could choose to be alone or commune with others, receive therapeutic massages, wholesome meals, and restful sleep. Lisa's sanctuary would be welcoming and perfectly designed so that it would flow. There would be yoga and group discussion, candlelight and bell meditation, good food, peace. She planned to call one of her spas chrysalis, the last stage in the development of a butterfly. It was a wonderful concept. Yet Lisa's dreams outstripped all realities but her own. Although Nick was an extraordinarily patient and caring man, his wife's soaring plans had begun to make him wary. He wondered where it would end. His parents were still connected to a few of their real estate loans, and he wanted them to be off the hook as soon as possible. Lisa was always promising that she would make bank payments, pay taxes and maintenance bills, but after Papaka was born, it was much more difficult for her to work at surf photography. They clearly were not in a position to invest in anything else. Nick had thought the house on Lanipo Street would satisfy her. It didn't. And as Nick packed for a long shoot in Tahiti, she came to him with still another project. Lisa had a ranch picked out in Oregon, he said, shaking his head. 300 to 500 acres. The ranch had cattle on it. I'm not a rancher. Her ideal was to winter in Hawaii and be in Oregon in the summer. She talked about raising llamas, alpacas, or bison, and about having a guest ranch. One of the last land purchases that Nick agreed to was a 6-acre spread in the Tumalo area of Bend, Oregon. They bought the land for $119,000 and sold it for $160,000 not long after. It hadn't been a bad business deal, but for Lisa, it was a disappointment. It didn't come close to the huge ranch she wanted. The watershed point of their marriage came when Nick finally threw his hands up and asked Lisa to write down all the properties she planned to buy. When she handed him an extensive list, he was stunned. She wanted too much, and he knew she would nag and plead until she got everything on the list. For a man with a solid photography business in Hawaii, it made no sense at all to buy 500 acres for a ranch spa on the mainland in Oregon. There would be no end to it. At that point, Nick finally accepted that their marriage wasn't going to work any longer. He knew he couldn't begin to keep up with Lisa's land hunger. Even so, he never spoke harshly about her. I was responsible for paying the bills, and I believe that Lisa actually thought we had more money than we did. Chapter 6. There were other reasons for the end of their marriage. By late 1993, Lisa had become bored with Nick. Now she thought about Tim Sands, and with the blurring that comes with the passage of time, she began to believe that she had had more sexual fulfillment with him than she had with Nick. But Lisa and Nick had been married for a half-dozen years. Few couples are able to continue the blazing passion of a honeymoon or an affair forever. She resented Nick and felt that the real unfolding of her life was blocked by his stubbornness. Once again, Lisa began to long for Ray and for Kevin and for Makimo. In her view, Nick developed more and more flaws. He didn't have spiritual quality or vision. He was negative, and his negativity made her explode. She blamed all of her unhappy emotions and her temper tantrums on him. She felt trapped. Lisa began to mouth a silent mantra that she noted in her journals. I hate my husband, I hate my husband, I hate my husband. She believed that Nick was deliberately trying to sabotage her with criticism and thoughtlessness. One time, he'd forgotten her 300-millimeter camera on a shoot, and she was sure he'd done it on purpose to keep her from getting great shots. She was so furious with him that for a few moments, she actually wanted to kill him. Lisa daydreamed about other men the way teenage girls do. She seemed to need unconditional love, and now she felt she probably had that with Tim. Now she wanted to reunite with him, but Tim wasn't at all interested in starting up again with Lisa. When Nick was home, Lisa forced herself into a catatonic state and thought more about Kevin and Makimo and attempted to arrange liaisons with them while Nick was away in Indonesia. Disappointed and frustrated when they weren't responsive, she fell into a state of depression. She became convinced that she had cervical cancer, a disease sometimes caused by venereal warts, a virus transmitted by the penis. Papako was about 2 when Lisa wrote again to Kevin in Oregon. It was an extremely convoluted letter. She had apparently elicited a promise from him earlier that he would give Papako a job when he was a teenager, and suggested they should meet to discuss that. She explained that she was now writing from a hospital where she was being treated for cancer. She didn't know how long she might live. Lisa thanked Kevin for agreeing to hire Papako 15 years hence, but scolded him for refusing to see her. "I was shocked," she wrote, "that you are worried about getting together." Lisa pushed a few guilt buttons, saying that Kevin was the only person whom she trusted to keep his word, and reminding him that he had promised to be there for her no matter what. How could she be sure Kevin would help Papako in 15 years when he had sworn falsely to her 10 years earlier that they would meet again? It was a long, long letter. Lisa confessed to Kevin that she had sacrificed her own chance for happiness with him because she didn't feel worthy of him. But he had haunted her. She actually compared herself to Humphrey Bogart's character as he said goodbye to Ingrid Bergman's character in Casablanca. She reminded Kevin again that she had forced herself to turn and walk away from him when everything in her wanted to stay. Because she had cancer and was on morphine, she told him that she was at last uninhibited enough to tell him the truth. Her cancer counselor had explained to her that repressed emotions can cause malignancy, and she had hidden her love for Kevin for so long. Was it cause and effect? "You were my one true friend," Lisa wrote, "that I opened up to. To everyone else, I'm as tough as a cactus. In the rain of your tears, I was a rare cactus blossom." However poignant Lisa's rhetoric was, she failed to convince Kevin to meet with her. For a time, she turned her attention instead to caring for Papako and filming with Nick. Nick's career was burgeoning, and some of the projects they worked on were the endless summer films that proved to be surprising box office smashes, with audiences flocking to see surfers follow the sun to ride the crests of magnificent waves. Nick had also been approached to work on Castaway, starring Tom Hanks as the one-time executive lost for years on a Pacific island. It still wasn't enough stimulation for Lisa. She continued to enjoy the beach and devour mystery stories avidly, but she was discontented. With alarming regularity, she began to ask Nick for a divorce. For a long time, he didn't think she really meant it. But she did. Lisa had found someone else, a man who seemed to embody exactly what she was looking for in a life mate. His name was Chris Northon. Chapter 7. In November 1993, 3 Hawaiian airline pilots, Joe Wilson, Randy Orr, and Chris Northon, who were based in Honolulu, regretfully had to leave the waterfront rental house on Kaneo Bay where they had lived for years. It had been sold. Things were changing anyway. Joe had met a wonderful freckle-faced flight attendant named Maggie in September, and he was more than ready to leave bachelorhood behind. "I knew from the moment I met her that it was all over," he said, grinning. Joe was 42 to Chris's 37, and told Chris that it was up to him to find the next house. And Chris did find a place for them, fully aware that Joe would probably be getting married soon, and that he would need to find a new roommate soon. It wasn't really a house this time, but instead the upper floor of a shared dwelling at 319 Lanipo Street. Their landlady, Margaret Lefton, whom Joe Wilson recalled as a lovely lady, lived in the daylight basement of the house while the ever-changing group of pilots occupied the upstairs. A couple of them were always gone on a flight, and the new place continued as an open house for a while, but they weren't rowdy. Margaret Lefton remembered them as good tenants. She especially remembered Chris. "The day was always better from a smile and a few words from Chris," she said. "He was a wonderful man, always cheerful with such a sunny smile. The neighbors all liked Chris. They laughed as they recalled his loud voice. "He would chat with us from his front yard," one said. Chris had such a booming voice that he would shout to someone down the street and you could hear him all over the neighborhood, but it was always friendly conversation. Chris was doing very well at Hawaiian Airlines. Chief pilot Al Dixon had recommended him to the Federal Aviation Administration's Honolulu district office as a good candidate for the job of proficiency check pilot. His day-to-day performance of duties exemplifies what we are seeking from all of our pilots, and I believe, therefore, that he will make an excellent instructor and role model, Dixon wrote. Chris had 4,500 hours of flight time under his belt in multi-engine, turboprop, and jet aircrafts. He was happy living his life in two very disparate states, Hawaii and Oregon. Between Bend, Oregon, where he had grown up, and Kailua, he had the best of both worlds. He could stay close to his family and the mountains he loved in Oregon, and he could hang out with his longtime pilot friends in Hawaii and surf in the warm waters off one of the 10 most beautiful beaches in the world. He could experience almost every kind of weather there was and enjoy beaches and mountains, rivers and forests. Chris had a lot of friends in Bend, too, and decided to buy a house there. John Gill and Arne Arneson were probably his best friends. Chris and Arne went way back. They had been as close as brothers for a long time. Ever since Arne dated Mary, Chris's sister, for a few years. Arne and Mary's relationship had ended, but the two men stayed fast friends. They got together often to ride bikes or hike when Chris was in Oregon. Arne was pleased when Chris bought his own place in Bend and started to renovate it. It wasn't lavish. When it was built 20 years earlier, it had been a typical 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, which a previous owner had remodeled into a 3-bedroom, 2-bath place. After Chris bought it, he had a new roof put on and hired professionals to completely paint the interior and landscape the grounds. That gave him a spot in Bend of his own. Most men wouldn't dream of commuting such long distances, but that was Chris's lifestyle and his career. He could fly from Honolulu to Portland, Oregon, and then drive to Bend as easily as someone might drive 30 miles to a job every day. In Oregon, Chris could hike with his father, Dick Northon, or with John Gill. John and Chris had grown up together, and they both loved hiking and fishing. John's life was vastly different from Chris's. He was married to Eva, who was a steady earth mother type of woman, and they had adorable daughters. The Gills owned the Rock House Inn and Guest Resort on Tumalo Falls Road north of Bend. Arne Arneson was a rancher. He grew alfalfa and did custom farming for people who didn't have their own equipment to till their land and bale their hay. But John, Arne, and Chris all gloried in sports and the outdoor life Oregon offered. Chris was bouncing back from his breakup with a Hawaiian woman named Maka, and he had returned to a woman whom he'd dated in 1989, Sabrina Tedford. They had begun to date again 6 years after their first romantic relationship. Sabrina, who owned a boutique in Portland, really cared for Chris. But she was a single mother, and it was difficult for her to keep up with a man so accustomed to spontaneous adventures. Chris liked Sabrina a lot, Dick Northon said. She was very nice and bright, and I think she loved him, but the timing was never right for them. Sabrina would have been great for Chris, his mother Jean remarked. And then Lisa entered the picture. Fate, or synchronicity, or sheer chance was about to bring Chris Northon and Lisa DeWitt Matson within shouting distance of each other. Their life paths had been nearly parallel before, but they had never met. While Chris had been flying in the Gulf War, Lisa was on Oahu giving birth to Papako. She had come to Kailua on the eastern coast of Oahu by a circuitous route, just as he had. Both had roots in Oregon, but they'd never met each other there, and Chris would live on Lanipo Street for months before he first glimpsed Lisa. When he did, she had been married to Nick Matson for almost a decade. After Chris and Joe Wilson first moved into Margaret Lefton's upper floor, They'd noticed a ramshackle house across the street. Some poor old woman had just died there, Joe remembered. It was a dump. Just imagine how it had been for a few years, a dilapidated house all run down, and the sole occupant just waiting to die. The old place remained empty for a while, and no one even bothered to put up a for sale sign. But one day, Joe and Chris noticed a real estate agent showing it to a couple. Neither of them remembered what the couple had looked like, and it wasn't a memorable occasion for the pilots. But later I realized that it must have been Lisa and Nick because they bought it, Joe said. Nick grew up in the neighborhood, so he would have known the potential in the place. It was location, of course, close to such a great beach and one of the few properties still left on the block. The land was what mattered. Soon, Joe and Chris began to see a slender woman with long, silky hair walking to the beach with a little boy twice a day. The man they had assumed was her husband wasn't around. Like many sun lovers, the woman wore the tiniest of bikini bathing suits, with just enough cloth to keep her from nakedness. In time, they learned she was Lisa Matson. She and her husband had bought the old place just before Nick left for an extended shoot in Tahiti. For a few months in 1986, Lisa had lived right next door to the house she and Nick bought. It was during her amnesia period after her breakup with Tim Sands. His mother, Jane, still lived in the house she'd let Lisa stay in more than 8 years before. As a mother whose son had been hurt by Lisa's histrionics, Jane admittedly disliked her. She watched warily as Lisa returned to Lanipo Street. Her brain was always working, Jane said of her new neighbor. Joe Wilson was easing his way out of Hawaii. His fiancée, Maggie, was stationed back east, flying out of Newark, New Jersey, and he wanted to be close to her. That meant he would no longer be based in Honolulu and would be leaving his beloved Kailua behind. Around this time, Chris mentioned to Joe that he had met the woman across the street, describing her as a surfer girl/photographer. It was a kind of throwaway remark, and Joe didn't realize what a sea change was about to come into his old friend's life. Chris laughed when he spoke to Arne Arneson about meeting Lisa. "She told me she thought I was gay at first," he said. "She saw all the guys coming and going from our apartment and just assumed we were all gay. When she found out we were pilots, she realized we were straight." Chris proved that rapidly to Lisa. In 1994, she recalled her first evening with Chris in capital letters in her journal. Chris came to dinner, talked 4 to 5 hours. She described him as a huge new element in my life. The feeling was mutual. Chris was certainly attracted to Lisa and impressed by her independence. Since he was an avid athlete, the fact that she was too meant a lot to him. She would often swim out to the little Mokolua Islands, a half-mile distance few men would have challenged without a companion boat. Her very self-sufficiency suited Chris. She clearly didn't need him for anything, but liked him for himself. "Chris told me that she'd been married for about 8 years, Joe Wilson said. But her marriage was on the rocks and her husband was gone on a long assignment. Maggie was based on the East Coast, but she had layovers in Honolulu. She'd come straight to our house, Joe recalled, and she would just barely get to say hi to Chris before he'd tell her he was busy that night, and then he'd point over at Lisa's house and say, 'I'm going up to the big house.' That wasn't like Chris. He was very fond of Maggie, and normally would stay an hour or so and visit with her and Joe when she was in town. Actually, Chris liked most of his married pilot friends and their wives, and never minded being the fifth wheel. There were many couples who enjoyed spending time with Chris, and who happily set another place at the table when he showed up. But they were all seeing less and less of him. He was spending every minute he could with Lisa and Papako. Rapidly, Chris had become besotted with the woman across the street. Although he looked away when Joe questioned him about her, he didn't want to talk about Lisa. He had never talked much about the women he dated, and certainly didn't share intimate details. He had been raised to believe that men didn't comment on sexual conquests. He was especially discreet about Lisa, who was, after all, still married. An old friend, Dr. David Jones, cautioned Chris to be careful because he might be getting into trouble with Lisa's husband. "He listened to me," David recalled, "but he said it was hard to stay away from her. She was coming over at night and crawling through his window, and he couldn't seem to say no. I think her husband must have known, but he never confronted Chris." As she had been with all of her previous lovers and husbands, Lisa was now obsessed with having Chris on a permanent basis. The fact that he was almost 40 and had never been married only made him more desirable. The challenge appealed to her. They had a very strong physical relationship, one that Lisa compared favorably with her lovemaking with Ray and Makimo. Chris was the first man she had ever allowed to approach the status of the dead football star and the lifeguard she'd idolized for years. Her journals were full of her delight with Chris as a sexual partner. Sex was very important to her, and she wrote of it continually, just as she wrote about nature and the idyllic world in her imagination. She reveled in the knowledge that she and Chris had practically everything in common. He was athletic and health-conscious and appreciated the simple diet that she preferred. They watched old movies together and made love, and Chris liked Papaco. It seemed to Lisa that that was more than enough to make him want to marry her. Chapter 8. It was 2 p.m. on Monday afternoon, October 9th, 2000, when the first Wallowa County investigators arrived at the shady campground site where Undersheriff Rich Stein was waiting. The scene in the shadows of the tall fir trees would soon be cast into darkness. Although they still didn't know exactly what they were dealing with, the Wallowa County Sheriff's Office and its District Attorney's Office were certainly not geared up to launch a major death investigation. The county itself was wide and sprawling, but much of it was taken up with mountains and forests and the national recreation area known as Hell's Canyon on the Idaho border. There weren't that many people living in Wallowa County, only about 7,100. There were probably as many horses and deer in the county as humans. If someone unfamiliar with the justice system in the state of Oregon were to deliberately choose a place to get away with a crime, they could not have done better than the Maxwell campgrounds in Wallowa County. To the layman, the laid-back ambiance of the little town of Enterprise might seem something like Mayberry, where Sheriff Andy Taylor and Deputy Barney Fife protected citizens. This wasn't Portland or Eugene or even Sweet Home, Oregon. However, Wallowa County had some top investigators, a highly intelligent district attorney, and backup from the Oregon State Police detectives and criminalists if they needed it. Matt Cross was a young detective with the Wallowa County Sheriff's Office who had wanted to be a cop for as far back as he could remember. Tall and athletic with a dark crew cut, Cross grew up in Klamath Falls, Oregon. He'd been an explorer scout who helped in police searches and participated in their ride-along program, through which, as a teenager, he had watched real police officers in action. He then spent 4 years in the Navy, where he was assigned to the Presidential Support Unit guarding President George Bush. By the time Cross was mustered out of the service, his goals were focused on becoming either a commercial pilot or a police officer. There wasn't much of a tug-of-war between the two. He went to Lane Community College in Eugene to study law enforcement, and then he joined the Wallowa County Sheriff's Office in late 1996, assigned, as almost all new hires are, to the Patrol Division. He also had training in narcotics investigation and in using canine dogs that could sniff out drugs. And that was fortunate because Wallowa County provided any number of hidden locations where marijuana thrived. Members of his department had to wear several hats, and Matt Cross was no different. He had been a narc for the Wallowa County Drug Task Force and made many arrests for burglary and car theft. He had not, however, worked a baffling death investigation yet. Now, he was about to do just that. He would be the case officer for Wallowa County in this probe at the shady campground site. Sheriff Ron Jett was already there when Matt Cross arrived at the scene at 3:30 in the afternoon. The body in the bright blue sleeping bag hadn't been moved. There was no hurry any longer. Perhaps there had never been a need to rush the victim to a hospital or a doctor. A pathologist would determine that later. Cross walked past the white Chevy Suburban and noted the license number, VRS 673, then past the picnic table and the tent. Except for several empty bottles that had once contained alcohol, the shady campground looked as if an average family had been camping there. Jody Williamson, the U.S. Forest Service law enforcement officer, had already begun to wind yellow crime scene tape around trees and shrubs to protect the site all the way from the road down to the beach where the body rested. They set up a log to chart the arrival of various investigators and officials. Dr. Lowell Ewis, 57, was one of only 5 doctors practicing in the county. In his Winding Waters Clinic and at the Wallowa Memorial Hospital just across the street in Enterprise, Ewis had been serving Wallowa County's sick for 30 years, and he'd seen injuries completely alien to city physicians. Horse wrecks galore, even chainsaw injuries to every part of the body. Ewis had fought hard to bring better medical care to the wilds of eastern Oregon, and somehow he'd managed to fit his own interests into the 70 to 90 hours a week he worked as a physician. He was a private pilot and a mountain climber who had made 260 climbs, including 31 ascents of the towering 9,716-foot Chief Joseph Mountain. Lowell Ewis was also the medical examiner of Wallowa County. Ironically, he would soon have next-door neighbors who shared many of his interests, Dick and Jean Northon. Sadly, he was about to have another connection to them. The sheriff's investigators led him to the spot about 25 feet beyond the picnic table, where the body lay zipped up in the cocoon-style down sleeping bag. Once inside, any room to move would be extremely limited. There was a foam pad beneath the sleeping bag, and a blue tarp under that. Only the hair and the top part of the body's head were visible. The body was clearly that of a tall person. The investigators could see now that it was a man who lay mostly on his back. Rigor mortis was complete. The man had been dead for a long time, probably more than 12 to 14 hours. He appeared to be about 40 years old, in good shape, with thick, dark blonde hair. The investigators at the scene suspected that the dead man was Christopher Northon. They knew from talking to Umatilla County and Washington state authorities that Northon, his wife, and young son had been camping here for the weekend just past, and they'd apparently had a violent altercation. The wife had fled the scene. The wife was talking to police up in Umatilla, saying she'd fired a warning shot as she ran to her vehicle, aiming blindly in the darkness of night. If that were true, her wild shot had been tragically on target. One thing was certain. Whatever had happened, the Wallowa County investigators were going to need help from the Oregon State Police's homicide experts. The closest OSP office was in La Grande, 60 miles away. Detective Patrick A. Montgomery, who was stationed in La Grande, was an experienced investigator in the criminal division of the Oregon State Police. He had almost 30 years in law enforcement with the OSP. As a member of the major crime team, he was called to the Lostine River site, arriving at 5:20 that Monday afternoon, as the pale sun was hovering on the horizon beyond the mountain peaks. The sky was lowering, and it was going to rain, so everything beyond the yellow tape barrier looked muted to him, almost as if it were a black-and-white movie. From the moment he left his car, Montgomery's trained eyes noted everything close to the campground. There was a black Volkswagen parked near the trailhead with the driver standing behind it. When Montgomery questioned him, he gave his name and said He was retired and lived between Joseph and Enterprise. He'd arrived at the Eagle Cap Wilderness area just after noon, parked, and left on a 5-hour hike to Maxwell Lake and back. "I saw the white Suburban parked down there," he said, "but I didn't see anybody around the campsite." "You hear anything unusual?" Montgomery asked. "Not really. As I was walking the trail, I heard some rifle shots by the meadow near Maxwell Lake, but I figured it was deer hunters. They couldn't have come up from the campground, though. There weren't any rigs parked there, except for the Suburban. I noticed some fresh horse tracks and manure on the path. Somebody must have ridden their horses in there a couple of hours before I got there, but I never saw any horses." The witness said he hadn't gone near the shady campground spot and had no idea what might have happened down there. Pat Montgomery saw the white Chevy SUV where it was backed against a log and noticed it was locked. He could see a small child's car seat in the back, a baby bottle in the drink holder, and an Oregon map fanned out on the passenger seat. There was a public picnic table and a fire pit nearby, and 2 green totes with food and camping supplies rested on the picnic table's bench. A new green plastic flashlight and a comb were on top of the table. There was a tackle box with fishing lures under the table, along with a fishing reel, a sack with a sleeping pad, and a propane cylinder. So far, the scene looked like a normal setup for an outing in the woods. Montgomery saw that 2 trails led down to the river, one steep and short, the other a more gentle slope. He followed the latter, and the river came into view. But the sandy beach area wasn't visible until he was almost on top of it. The Lostine River was shallow but running swiftly, with little rivulets frothing white as they encountered rocks and tree limbs. There was another small camp set up on the beach itself, a camp chair and 2 fold-up tables. The tables had pots and pans sitting on them, and a little sack that contained a child's toothpaste and medicine. There was an empty Rapala knife sheath there, too, but no knife. Someone had hooked a Coleman stove and a lantern to a propane gas bottle. Now Montgomery could see the first indications of a struggle. A half-full bottle of Kahlua, a partial bottle of 100-proof Kentucky bourbon, and an empty wine bottle were scattered on the beach, as if they had been knocked off the table. Between the tables and the river, the OSP detective saw a chair with sopping wet clothing slung over it, and waterlogged men's shoes nearby. As he moved closer, he had an eerie sense that something violent had happened here. One of the camp chairs was next to the table with a blanket draped on it, but another was lying on its side farther down in the shallow river. Another blanket and a jacket were snagged on a log a short distance downstream. Montgomery studied the ground between the tables and the water and detected several deep gouges and shoe or foot tracks in the sand. It looked as if someone had wrestled there. Rich Stein and Pat Montgomery made their way carefully through the campsite, so that Montgomery could get as many photographs as possible while there was still available light. Dr. Ewis hadn't touched the body. No one had. So Montgomery was able to get clear photographs of the dead man, just as he must have appeared the moment he died. He seemed to have been sleeping on his left side before a bullet whirled his head back with such force that he stared blindly at the sky. There was dried blood on his forehead and a bullet hole on the right side of his head. It appeared to be a through-and-through wound. They could see now that blood had pooled inside the sleeping bag and on the layers beneath. It had also seeped from both ears and crisscrossed the prominent ridge above his eyes and the bridge of his nose. The body in the blue sleeping bag was between 25 and 30 feet north of the camp table, although the investigators couldn't see the face because the sleeping bag was still zipped all the way up over the bridge of the nose. The exposed part of the forehead was dusted with river sand. At some point, the body had either been moved slightly from where it had lain on its left side to its present supine position. More likely, it was the power of the bullet itself that made the victim toss his head when it struck. A lot of things happen when someone gets shot, Montgomery said later. Even with instant death, the head whips around from the impact. At 6:49 p.m., crime scene technicians from the Oregon State Police Lab arrived to join the probe. Lieutenant Jeff Dovchi and criminalist Christine Ogilvie walked toward the beach. They could not hope to do a thorough investigation at night, but they began their meticulous search of the campsite with high-powered portable lights. Near the steeper trail just above the body, on the opposite side of the two logs that separated the shore from the trail, they found a small miner's light attached to a blue elastic headband. Its batteries were dead. They would log into evidence every item that had apparently been brought there by the Northons when they came to camp in the wilderness. Most of it was innocuous, things that most campers would take. Some of the cooking utensils on the table near the river contained tiny tufts of lichen moss and pine or fir needles. Maybe items knocked on the ground could indicate a struggle. Maybe they had nothing to do with the dead man. There was a small gray tent set up in the trees above the beach. Pat Montgomery peered in and saw 3 sleeping bags and a small child's shoes and jacket. There was no adult clothing in the tent. The sleeping bag had only one bullet hole visible from the top. But when the body was lifted up, the investigators saw an exit bullet hole in the bag where a tuft of goose down protruded. The path of the slug through the sleeping pad and the tarp beneath lined up perfectly, and feathers from the mummy bag had been sucked up behind the bullet. Dovchi, Ogilvie, and Montgomery probed carefully in the sand, and even there they found feathers driven by the force of the bullet. A copper-jacketed .38 caliber bullet was buried there. It had penetrated the ground in a nearly vertical line. The investigators stood peering down at the still form. The only sounds the river and the buzzing of flies. The poor sucker probably never saw the bullet coming. At last, the victim's body was removed from where it lay on the cold sand, still encased in the too accurately termed mummy sleeping bag. It was taken to Bowman's funeral home in Enterprise. Now investigators who had never known the victim or his wife moved over the area, looking for something, anything, that might explain not only the manner of his death, but the reason. They couldn't know that this was a man who had survived bucking horses, mountain climbs, fast ski runs, automobile wrecks, war, and thousands of miles in the air, only to die suddenly on a peaceful beach. Matt Cross collected physical evidence from the campground along with the Oregon State Police criminalists. The Petzl miner's flashlight, a small black-handled steak knife, the empty knife sheath for a much larger knife, the partially consumed bottle of Kahlua, a Knob Creek whiskey bottle found almost empty in a blue plastic tote, a small amount of brown flaky substance that appeared to be marijuana, cigarette papers, and tweezers found in a red backpack. There was plenty of identification in the dead man's slightly damp wallet. As they had suspected, it was Chris Northon. And the wallet had $17 in cash, an FAA pilot's license, an FAA medical certificate, both Hawaii and Oregon driver's licenses, a MasterCard, a Chevron card, a Visa card, a Costco card, a Safeway card, and photographs of his family. Jeff Dovchi and Christine Ogilvie tried to reconstruct the events of Sunday night by examining patterns in the sugary sand of the beach. They worked their way toward the river bank onto the sandbar at the water's edge, looking for footprints. It was an almost perfect medium for preserving those prints. They photographed the toddler-sized tennis shoe patterns there. A second set of prints looked as if they had been made by a woman or a man with small feet. The tread was of a hiking-type shoe. Still a third set of footprints had clearly been made by a large man's shoes, and they matched the soles of the sopping wet size 12 LL Bean low hiking shoes the detectives had found near the camp table. Checking the sand carefully around the cooking area, Dovchi and Ogilvie found that it was compacted as if someone had stood there, perhaps preparing a meal. But 10 or 12 feet to the south of the camp tables, They discovered a series of impressions in the sand that looked as if someone had been in a kneeling position with palms down and toes pointed into the sand. The knee impression was in line with a thumb mark from the right hand, and the left hand had made a clear palm print. There were even impressions left by wrinkles in the clothing. The knee impression was about 4 feet from the river's edge. The handprints were small. Ogilvy carefully placed her own hand into the print. It fit. It appeared that the person on top in the kneeling position near the river's edge had been either a woman or a man with small hands. A fold-up camp chair with the jumble of wet and sandy clothing flung over it held man-sized blue flannel long johns, gray shorts, ski pants, a man's long-sleeved fleece jacket, a blue quilted vest, and a gray knit stocking cap. The pockets of the vest were filled with wet sand. All the evidence was bagged and tagged and loaded into Chris Northon's Chevrolet. It was half an hour before midnight when the campsite was secured. Wallowa County Reserve Deputy Mike Robinson was left behind to guard the perimeters marked off by the yellow tape. It was a lonely assignment. Chapter 9. Jean and Dick Northon had had a really good time that Monday night. They'd gone to the movies to see the comedy Meet the Parents with Robert De Niro and Ben Stiller and laughed heartily. They were having their own in-law problems. They had come home to their house on Scandia Loop in Bend and were getting ready for bed when there was a knock on the door. There were 2 young bent policemen standing there, Jean recalled. The memory as clear as if it had happened only yesterday. They said, "Your son is dead." I was in shock. I guess I thought Chris's plane must have crashed, because we always lived with that fear in our subconscious minds. But they said no, and then my mind raced to think it must have been a car accident, and I asked, "The children? Are the children all right?" They said it wasn't the children. It was Chris. And then they said, "I'm sorry, he's been shot by his wife." I didn't cry. I kept thinking that I had to tell his sisters, Mary and Sally, and I wanted to get in my car and go to them. The police didn't let me go. They drove us themselves. The bottom had fallen out of the Northons' world. Losing Chris in the way they did was more than they could possibly fathom. It would be a long time before Dick Northon would remember Chris's saying, "I've had a wonderful life. If I died tomorrow, I wouldn't feel as though I'd missed anything," and take some comfort from it. "I always thought we led a charmed life," Jean Northon said as she sat in her lodge-like home in Joseph, Oregon. "Until what happened happened, I believed that we would all be all right." Married almost 50 years, a grandmother many times over, Jean was still slender and petite with delicate features and fine blonde hair. Unlike Lisa's spare attractiveness, Jean did look like the prom queens and the cheerleaders who went to California colleges in the 1950s. Tragedy had barely marked her lovely face, but it made her seem fragile and anxious. With the memory of something terrible that had visited her family, she no longer had any trust in the future for the rest of them. Until October 2000, the Northons' lives had been as normal as anyone they knew. With 3 children, they had problems and worries from time to time. But like most couples who married in the 50s, it seemed to Jean that she and her husband, Dick, were headed for a comfortable and happy retirement. She had kept piles of scrapbooks documenting their years of marriage and child-raising. Jean Stevenson and Dick Northon met for the first time in the ski hut at Camp Richardson Resort in Lake Tahoe. It wasn't a particularly auspicious meeting, but Dick didn't forget Jean. It was just that the timing of their initial encounter wasn't right. She was younger than he was, dating someone else, and he was about to go into the Army Air Force. Still, they were destined to meet again. Jean and her sister Yvonne always spent part of the summer at Lake Tahoe, and a few years later, Jean tagged along with her sister, who was engaged to Ed Brown. "Ed fixed me up with a date," Jean recalled, "and it turned out to be Dick Northon." They came from different worlds, except that they shared a Swedish heritage, and they each had only one sibling, a sister. Dick's sister, Jean, was 3 years older than he was, and their mother, Genevieve, had to raise both of them alone after her husband walked out in the midst of the Great Depression when Dick was only 4. Without anyone to support them, they had to accept the hospitality of a cousin, a crowded and tenuous arrangement at best. And then Dick was sent to stay with friends on a farm in Willits, California for several years. His sister stayed with their mother, who felt lucky to have a job as a sales clerk at the H.C. Capwell's store in Oakland. Working 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, she made $15 a week. Eventually, she became the manager of her department, which was unusual for a woman in that era. My mother even managed to save our house, but we couldn't afford to live there, Dick recalled. We couldn't afford to. My mother rented it out, and we had to live in a little one-bedroom apartment in Oakland. We didn't see my father again for 11 years. He was just gone. He might have been dead for all we knew. But after all those years, my dad came back when I was 15. He wanted me to spend a summer working for him. A year later, that's what I did. Through the hard years, Genevieve had never badmouthed her missing husband. She didn't want her children to resent their father. Naturally curious about the man who had fathered him, Dick wanted to see how he lived. He worked as an apprentice carpenter for his father, who was a construction foreman in the Permanente plant in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Dick was plunged into a different world from what he had known. My dad remarried later, and he had another son. He named him Rick. My mother asked me if I wanted to invite my father to Jean's and my wedding, and I said no. Jean's family was a close one, and they hadn't suffered the financial hardship that Dick's had. Her father, Hugo Stevenson, was a hard worker who was fortunate enough to be employed throughout the 30s. He had a machine shop, Jean said, and he made equipment and tools to build dams and bridges. It was a decade dedicated to massive construction. Boulder, Hoover, and Grand Coulee dams were in various stages of completion in the 1930s. They were essential to America's emergence from the Great Depression and then to the war effort in World War II. Jean's dad also worked on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, which was finished in 1937. That's what I took to school for show and tell, she said, smiling. Little pieces of samples from the Golden Gate Bridge. Jean was in high school when her family moved to Walnut Creek, California, and her father realized his dream of owning a walnut ranch, buying 70 acres east of San Francisco. He was hiring workers, and Dick Northon was out of the service and needed money for college. Now the time seemed right for Jean and Dick, and they were soon dating steadily. Ed Brown and I were monkeys, climbing in the walnut trees, Dick said. We did that for 2 summers, and we had fun. Dick slept on a cot out in the garage. Both future sons-in-law had loftier career ambitions, but they enjoyed their time harvesting the crop. Jean and Dick dated for a year, but Jean was a few years younger, and when they both went to Cal State, they drifted apart. Neither of us had a broken heart over that, Jean remembered. I think I was young for my age. And I was having a good time, Dick interjected, grinning. He joined the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity, but he wasn't one of the rich kids whose fathers were paying for their college educations. I couldn't afford to live in the house, but it was a place to eat lunch and go to parties. Jean and Dick saw each other at parties on campus, but they weren't dating. Then one of my fraternity brothers brought Jean to one of our dances, and I got very jealous, Dick said. Inevitably, they started dating again. And when Dick was a junior, he and Jean were married at the Park Boulevard Presbyterian Church in Oakland. It was April 20th, 1951. After 2.5 years of college, Jean dropped out and found a job working for a dentist whose office was just off campus. She was now following a different curriculum. In the 50s, it was called PhD, Putting Husband Through College. Dick graduated from Cal State University that year with a degree in public health. Jean was making $80 a month in her dental office job, and Dick worked temporarily in a gas station. "My brother-in-law, Ed Brown, was a teacher," Dick said, "and he really liked his job. He said they were looking for men teachers, especially those with a background in science and health and math. I took the job. They didn't pay much, $3,200 a year gross. We bought a little house on the GI Bill for $9,000 at 3% interest." It was a tract house in Concord, California, with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Their lot had 9 pear trees in the yard, and they were thrilled to own their own place. Jean's sister, Yvonne, and her husband, Ed, bought the house next door. Dick had 3 jobs. In addition to teaching, he also coached and sold encyclopedias door to door to be able to make their mortgage payments. Jean worked in a little shop in Walnut Creek. More than most couples, they looked forward to being parents, and they were putting money away for the time Jean would stay home with their children. But their dream of having a family didn't materialize. They were childless for almost 6 years, and it was agonizing for Jean. "I tried so hard to get pregnant," she said. "Everyone we knew had children, or they were pregnant, and I never was. In our neighborhood, there were babies and little children everywhere I looked. We finally decided to adopt, and we were on the waiting list for a baby when I realized that I was pregnant at last." Christopher James Northon was born in Oakland on September 12, 1956. Mary Northon was born on May 29, 1958, and Sally Northon on September 15, 1959, all by cesarean section. After waiting so long, Jean and Dick finally had what they had longed for: 3 children in exactly 3 years, and they were delighted. "My doctor laughed," Jean said. "He said, 'We couldn't get you started, and now we can't get you stopped.'" But they were finished with having babies. They had their family. Dick had never had a real childhood with a family, and he vowed that his children would feel secure. They were a close family, typical of the togetherness era. Young Chris loved his grandfather, Hugo Stevenson. Although the old man died when Chris was only 5, he told his mother that when he had a little boy, he was going to name him Hugo. When the Northon children were in grade school, Dick vested his retirement in California to get enough money for the family to move from Concord to Bend, Oregon. In the fall of 1968, they bought a huge old house on an 80-acre ranch, and they would eventually add another 40 acres. It cost $52,500, Jean said, and that was a lot of money then. We moved to Bend with 3 horses, 3 kids, 2 dogs, and 3 cats. Dick drove one car and I drove the other. We never took vacations without the kids, Dick said, and I sometimes took hiking vacations with Chris. The whole Northon family skied, rode horses, climbed mountains, and hiked. Dick received a grant to study for his master's degree. For the next year, he commuted each week to Oregon State University in Corvallis. It was a long drive over the Cascade Mountain Range, and he had to leave home on Sunday and return on Friday nights. When the weather was warm, Dick would occasionally stay over Sunday night and then get up Monday at 4 a.m. to make the trip. But in the winter, the mountain passes were socked in with snowdrifts on some Friday nights, and he couldn't get home at all. Chris was 12 or 13, and the girls were 11 and 10 during this time. Jean handled the kids and the farm, Dick said. She did a great job. With his new master's degree, Dick got a job teaching science at Cascade Junior High School in Bend. Theirs was a working ranch, and the whole family pitched in. Chris, Mary, and Sally each had their own horse, and they loved to ride. Chris learned to twirl a lariat and bring down heifers in the 4-H rodeo. He rode bulls and horses bareback. He was in the Boys Club and the Boy Scouts. Bend was a much smaller town in the 50s and 60s than it is now. Over the decades since, new residents have been drawn to Bend, and the city now has a population nearing 40,000. Almost due east of Eugene across Mackenzie Pass, Bend is surrounded by mountains, forests, and high plains, and located on the shores of the Deschutes River. Skiers flock to Mount Bachelor, and golfers to the lodge and velvet green golf courses of the Sun River Resort. During the summer, Bend smells of baking pine cones and clean rivers. Chris, a natural athlete who played football and ran track in high school, told his father years later, "Dad, I have to thank you so much for bringing me up in Bend." Dick had worked since he was 8 because he had no choice. And even though he didn't have to, Chris had the same work ethic. He wasn't yet 9 when he had a job with George Barrett, who owned a neighboring ranch. Chris changed irrigation pipes in the mornings and the evenings. He was a good guy, his father said with a sigh, remembering how Chris had labored hard since he was in the 3rd grade. He worked out George's horses, and he worked for me, baling hay, running the equipment, cleaning out the stalls. He worked right along beside me on our ranch. But Chris was born fearless, and he had any number of accidents from the time he was a little boy. Usually, he emerged unscathed, but 1963 was a bad year. He was 7 when he broke his leg skiing, and then his arm in a riding accident. Later, he broke his wrist falling off the bucking barrel. The young Northon family seemed like something right out of How America Lives in the Ladies' Home Journal, and mostly it was. Chris, Mary, and Sally loved the ranch and their life in Bend. Jean didn't work outside the home when her children were growing up, but she made skirts and vests out of material she'd sewn together into patchwork. She had a brisk business, and once she even designed and sewed a whole patchwork wedding. Chris was a tall kid early on, his Swedish genes apparent in his corn-yellow hair and blue eyes. It would be easy to describe him in retrospect as a perfect kid, but he wasn't. He was an outrageous practical joker, free thinker, chance taker, who would grow into a unique man with his own quota of flaws. Chris demanded a great deal from life: freedom, adventure, good times, and he appreciated girls and later women. "No," Jean said, laughing as she thought of her teenage son. Chris wasn't perfect. I remember one time we were mortified when we got a call from the principal at Pilot Butte, Chris's junior high. It seemed that he and his friend Buck Zink barred the door when all the teachers were in their meeting room. Those boys wedged it shut from the outside, and then they turned on the fire alarm. I asked Chris why on earth they did that, and he didn't lie. He never lied. He told me with a straight face, "We just wanted to see all those teachers crawling out of the windows in a panic." At 14, that stunt brought Chris the first spanking of his life. At least his father didn't teach at the junior high school Chris attended, but Dick Northon was embarrassed. That wasn't the last time Chris tested his parents. He streaked at a football game in high school, Dick reported, laughing. He was a very good student, especially in math and science, but he would do things to shock people. Chris's hijinks got so bad one time when Dick was away that Jean threatened to transfer him to another junior high school. Chris went out to the tack room in the barn and hid under the bed so she couldn't find him. But his disobedience always had to do with something that he considered hilarious. It was his sense of humor that turned his parents' hair gray. Chris was never involved in a fight at school, or in any kind of violence for that matter. His sister, Sally, recalled other adventures she and Chris had shared. 30 years afterward, when it didn't matter anymore, she told her parents for the first time about what they'd been up to, and Jean and Dick turned pale. Sally said that she, Chris, and Mary would sneak the tractor out of the barn and hook snow discs on behind. "We put the tractor in gear," Sally said, "and then we'd all jump on the discs and ride them across 80 acres of pasture. When it finally got too hot on our bottoms, we would jump off and race to the feeder on the back of the tractor. From there, we could climb up to the seat and stop the tractor. It was terribly dangerous, but we made it every time." almost every time. Once, Chris revved up the tractor speed a notch too fast, and it crashed into a fence before they could clamber up and stop it. Still, they only got shaken up, and nobody noticed the slight damage to the tractor. Sally was Chris's little sidekick who would go along with any wild idea he came up with. Mary was the good girl who had to be coaxed into participating. Sally recalled that she and Chris were always delighted when everyone else in the family went skiing. We'd tell them, "We're going to go riding," Sally said, but then we'd crawl out an upstairs window onto the roof. It was very steep and the chimney was way up there. Chris was a great roper, and he'd rope the chimney, and we'd climb up that steep roof and sit there on top of the world. One time we heard our parents driving up the road, and we scrambled down that rope as fast as we could. It flew over the other side and was hanging right down in the driveway where they could see it if they looked up. Chris and I were going, "Oh no!" And of course, they looked up and figured out what we'd been up to. Unlike a lot of parents, Jean and Dick had relatively few problems when their 3 children were in their teens. Those they did have usually involved Chris's danger gene. Once, he decided to teach Sally rodeoing. "He started me out riding rams, and then he moved me up to calves," she remembered. Finally, Chris suggested that he and Sally ride their horses bareback, flying free across 50 acres. But Chris always made sure I was okay, Sally said, her voice catching a little. He was my big brother. Chris was a paradox. He was both a good student and a prankster, a daredevil and a caring older brother. He read voraciously and sometimes bored his friends as he ponderously explained concepts he'd read about. He never had music lessons, but sometime in his mid-teens, he just sat down at a piano and taught himself to play by ear. And like everything else he attempted, he was very good at it. He could play anything, jazz or classical. Chapter 10. After graduating from high school in 1974, Chris had no particular goals beyond traveling. College didn't interest him. He cared more about sailing, swimming, scuba diving, mountain biking, tennis, and paddleboarding. He moved to Monterey, California, and spent time there and in nearby Carmel. He worked when he needed to at various odd jobs. A relative taught at the prestigious Robert Louis Stevenson School, and Chris got a job as a groundskeeper there for a while, but he didn't want to do anything that would tie him to one spot for very long. Chris dated Gay Bradshaw in California. Later, his friend, Dave Jones, who was a medical student, went out with her too, but there were no hard feelings. They were more like the Three Musketeers than a love triangle. The 3 of them even took a long trip to Mexico together. When Chris finally came back to Bend, he still wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his life, beyond living it to his fullest capacity. Chris swallowed life in big gulps. He enrolled at Central Oregon Community College with a vague idea of majoring in music. He called us one day and invited us to a concert he was playing in, Jean said. We expected that he'd be on the piano, and we were surprised to see him playing the violin in the string section. We didn't even know he could play the violin. It took a while for Chris to decide on any career goals. His father had earned his pilot's license in Reno when he was only 17, had flown in the Air Force and had gloried in it. And in 1980, when Chris was 24, he finally knew what he was meant to do: fly. Chris would discover that he had an even greater obsession with flying, if that was possible, than his father had had. He found he was most alive when he was in the air. It would be a long haul, though, before Chris could make a career as a pilot. First, he worked at Roberts Field, an airport in Redmond, a town 14 miles from Bend. He pumped gas, cleaned planes, did anything he could to pay for flying lessons. He was over 6 feet 2, but he happily squeezed his large frame into a cramped plane for every hour of instruction he could afford. Chris Conant, his instructor, realized that his student was in a tearing hurry to learn everything there was to know about flying. Once he fixed on what he wanted to do with his life, there was no stopping him. He got his student's pilot's license in March 1980, and his private pilot's license 2 months later. He called Jean and Dick and said, "Meet me at the airport, and I'll take you up." And so his parents were his first passengers. While Chris practiced for his instrument rating, he towed gliders at Roberts Field. By the end of 1981, he had his instrument rating and his commercial flying license, and he was a flight instructor himself. Dan Jones, who came from Utah and is now a commercial airline pilot, was Chris's first student and became a lifelong friend. In 1982 and 1983, Chris's first real job as a pilot was as an instructor working out of Roberts Field. Then he flew charters for Resort Air at the Sun River Resort in Bend. His ultimate ambition was to be a captain for a major airline, but he knew that most pilots got by flying charters initially. For Chris, smaller planes soon became bigger ones, and shorter flights gave way to long distances. There was a girl during those early years, although it never could have worked. Anna Goodrich was 8 years younger than Chris. That wouldn't have mattered if he had been 40 and she 32, but he met her when he was 24 and she was only 16. Mature-looking, but still only 16. They met at a wedding in Eugene while Chris was still flying for Resort Air. It was perhaps the first instance where a woman was right for Chris, but too many other things were wrong. As much as he loved her, Chris forced himself to walk away from Anna. Maybe one day in the future things would be different and they would meet again. But in 1980, the timing wasn't right. Their relationship was never physical, but it left an indelible impression on Chris. He remained friends with Anna and with her family. In fact, many years later, when her sister Gina had marital problems, Chris invited Gina to stay in Hawaii with him and some of his fellow pilots. It was a purely platonic situation. It was always Chris's habit to take in any friend, male or female, who needed a place to stay for a while. Gina lived with Chris, Joe Wilson, and Randy Orr from May through August 1988. Chris often talked to her about how much he had cared for Anna, but about how hopeless it had been, too. "I was sorry that Anna was so young when they met," Gina recalled, "because he would have been good to her. He was a gentle soul. Yes, he brought women home, when I lived with him and the guys, and he slept with a lot of them. But he was always very kind and gentle to them. He placed his mom on a pedestal, and he treated every woman with respect." Although Chris never had a physical affair with Anna, most of his friends would agree that she was the one true love of his life. Maybe it was easy to say that because their love was never consummated and never tested in a day-to-day living situation. He felt deeply for her, but Chris accepted that Anna was just too young to be with him and didn't pursue her. A year later, he was 25, and a woman named Sharon Leidy moved to Bend just after New Year's 1981. She met Mary and Sally Northon first. "It wasn't long, though," she remembered, "before their family became my family." Sharon and Chris moved in together in the summer of 1982, and she soon realized that he would never fit into any normal work mode. He was totally non-traditional, she said, but she didn't consider that a negative thing. He just had a passion to live life at a higher level, with his music and his reading, and, of course, with his flying, which promised adventures yet uncharted. Chris and Sharon's 3 years together were memorable, even though she knew instinctively that their relationship would never last. Someday, he would probably get married because family relationships were very important to him, but not soon, and not to her. He was a man who walked by himself and could spend long stretches of time alone. Chris was the first man Sharon had ever known who was not only totally masculine, but sensitive and unafraid to cry. When something touched him, his eyes brimmed with tears. At first, it seemed incongruous that such a large man could be unabashedly emotional, but she learned that that was Chris. They got along, although they had disagreements like any couple. Later, when investigators asked her about Chris's anger, she looked at them confused. "Chris didn't have any anger," she said softly. "No hostility." "Was he abusive?" "No," she answered. "Not at all. Ever. I've worked with domestic violence situations and I know the symptoms. Chris? No way. I can't even remember his raising his voice. We always worked things out by talking. Chris never walked away mad." Their time together wound down, and Sharon and Chris went their separate ways without recriminations on either side. "I went to Europe on a trip when I was 28, Sharon recalled, and when I came back, Chris had moved to New Zealand. Chris had planned to spend 6 months in New Zealand, but once there, he was hired by South Pacific Island Airlines in Pago Pago in American Samoa. He was a captain there, although it wasn't like being a captain on a major airline. He flew with them for 2.5 years before the mostly charter airline went bankrupt. Chris loved the tropics and wasn't ready to go back to Bend yet. His next job was with Princeville Air, where he was again a captain and flew small planes in Hawaii between Kauai and Oahu. It was a natural progression for him to move on up to Hawaiian Airlines when they announced they were hiring. Chris's Hawaiian Air pilot class was scheduled to graduate in March 1987. He joined Jimmy Crockett, Mike Saul, Peter Anderson, Gary Kissinger, Kevin Ching, Jamie Cheng, Jay Thompson, Mary Scott, and Joe Wilson. Joe and Chris became close friends almost from the moment they met in January, and they shared the house on Kaneohe Bay on the island of Oahu, along with Randy Orr and other pilots, with the roll call changing from time to time as the bachelor pilots relocated or got married. Chris, Joe, and Randy were contented bachelors, living the life that half the men in America probably fantasize about. They had sailboats, surfboats, and kayaks when they were home, and they had planes to fly. They would live in their bachelor pad for 7 years, and none of the three was tempted to get married. They were flying into exotic countries, dating, throwing parties, and playing music as loud as they wanted. Maybe they would think about marriage. Someday. Randy Orr always gave his close friends nicknames. For his own reasons, he dubbed Chris Sea Sting and Joe was Joey, while Randy himself was Seymour. Randy characterized their place on Kaneohe Bay as a kind of post-college fraternity. They all knew it had to end someday, but for the time being, their lives were great. Chris vowed to himself that if he should ever marry, it would be for the rest of his life. As for having children, he didn't really think about that. His parents knew that Chris lived a freewheeling bachelor's life and didn't see any reason to settle down in the foreseeable future. Jean and Dick were happy to meet the women he introduced to them, but they didn't get excited about it or expect it to last. They knew that he dated dozens of women in Hawaii and in the exotic places he flew to. Chris enjoyed women unabashedly, but he respected them, and he never kissed and told if a woman stayed over. The thing was, Dick said, assessing his son's single status as he approached 40, he didn't want to be responsible for other people. He had seen his sister's marriages fail, and he'd seen most of his friends go through divorces. He told me once, "I'm having such a wonderful time on my own. I like to go and fish and camp, hunt and bike ride, and when I'm not flying or being on reserve, I really like to be out in the wilderness." That was true. He loved to cross-country ski and climb the mountains around Bend, sometimes alone in the wilderness and sometimes with his friend John Gill or with his father. It was essential to Chris that he had enough time to enjoy the sports he loved, and that didn't change as he grew older. He showed no signs at all of settling into a comfortable middle age where sitting at home growing a little paunch was the norm. Chris had lots of best friends, although Joe Wilson and John Gill were probably closest to him as he hit 40. Chris was always more of a man's man than a ladies' man, Joe said. If someone was in a bind, Chris wouldn't hesitate to step up and risk his life if he had to. One year, Randy Orr hurt his back and could hardly move. Chris dropped everything to take care of him. Injuries among the fraternity weren't unusual, but it was Chris who took the most chances. Joe Wilson noted that Chris had this so-called recklessness, but it was always within his control. He recalled that Chris enjoyed pushing himself to the limit. Those Mount Everest climber types had nothing on Chris. During the Gulf War in 1991, Operation Desert Storm took Chris on a different kind of flight pattern. The military mobilized airlines to move troops in a program called CRAF, Civilian Reserve Aircraft Fleet. The flight crews chosen to fly troops were interviewed by military intelligence teams and pre-approved before they were accepted for CRAF. Chris became a first officer on a 4-engine DC-8, which had an exceptionally long range. He flew first to Guam and QB Point in the west, and then was ordered to the east, where he flew to Sicily, Athens, Riyadh, Diego Garcia, or wherever troops were needed in a hurry. The crews usually stayed together for a month or so, pooled their per diem pay, and used the extra money to take side tours. Chris loved it. He had always felt wanderlust for faraway places, and he added dozens of exotic ports of call to his memory bank. He was awarded the Air Medal for his service to America, although he played it down, explaining that the duty was more a boon for him than the other way around. About this time, Chris fell in love for the second or third time in his life. Her name was Charlene Makanani, and everyone called her Maka. Though at first acquaintance, Maka appeared to be a rather mild-mannered local girl from Kauai, she was anything but that. She was the daughter of a career army man and was very well educated, cultured, and worldly. She was 6 years older than Chris, but that made no difference to him. Maybe it was Maka who came the closest to being Chris's soulmate of any woman he knew, his friend Joe Wilson said. Everyone who knew the couple expected that they would marry, but it wasn't to be. Chris was still the ultimate bachelor, and Maka was sometimes jealous. They drifted apart, and Maka eventually married someone else. Ironically, although Chris had always been a daredevil, challenging the ocean on his surfboard and flying over enemy territory in the Gulf War, his most painful injury came in an accident near the Mojave Desert. He was riding in a 12-seat hotel airport courtesy shuttle with 2 other pilots, headed for Los Angeles, when the van driver suddenly changed lanes. Either he clipped another car or a car behind them hit the van. At any rate, it rolled several times. When paramedics responded, they tagged the driver and Chris as the most critically wounded. True to form, Chris was the only man in the van who hadn't bothered to put his seatbelt on. The driver was in critical condition. When Chris pulled him from the overturned van, he was drenched with the driver's blood. But when medics wiped off the blood, they found Chris's only apparent injury was a broken left ring finger. Chris got emergency treatment and made his flight. However, the doctors hadn't found the profound whiplash damage to the soft tissues in his neck. The nagging pain in his neck lasted for almost 2 years, but it never occurred to him to file a claim against the hotel's insurance company. He was surprised, months after the crash on California's Highway 14, to receive a settlement check for $10,000, but not too surprised to keep the money. He would have preferred to be able to turn his head without pain. That didn't change his personality. One of the things that people recalled about Chris was his constant broad smile. He seemed the happiest man in every group. Chapter 11. Joe and Maggie Wilson were married in Greenwich, Connecticut in April 1995 and lived for almost a year in an apartment on West 72nd Street in New York City. By the time Joe and Chris really got to talk with each other again, Joe was shocked to discover how entrenched Lisa Matson had become in his best friend's life. When Joe was so focused on moving to the East Coast to be with Maggie, he hadn't asked many questions of Chris. "I could see they were getting closer," he said. "They had books and water sports and eating simple food in common. But she was still married, and Chris seemed almost embarrassed to admit he was into this girl. He really hadn't lived with a woman since his college days. It was funny. He convinced me and the other guys that he wasn't going to be living with Lisa in her house." Although an intense sexual relationship was very important to Lisa, Chris told Joe that she had insisted he go through careful testing to be sure he had no venereal disease. As much as she was attracted to him, she wouldn't sleep with him on a regular basis until she was sure he was safe. Because it was so important to her, Chris had agreed. When he got a clean bill of health, they began to join their lives in earnest. He built a kind of bachelor's pad in her backyard, kind of an ohana, Joe said. As I recall, he took out a $30,000 loan with the Hawaiian Airlines credit union, and he put together a really nice place. Actually, Chris remodeled an older structure that sat behind Lisa's house. Its charm was that it had a wonderful view of the ocean. With Joe gone, Chris had moved into the little basement apartment where Margaret Lefton had once lived, while he worked on the one-room structure on stilts in Lisa's backyard. It was about 400 square feet and Spartan. It had a bed, a little bathroom, a hot plate, room for his piano, and an outside shower. It also had a killer view, according to Joe. Chris took great pleasure in working on the small structure behind Lisa's house. He was something of a perfectionist when it came to his home, and for a bachelor, he was a neat housekeeper. Joe and Randy Orr teased him about his little house and called it the Berchtesgaden, after Hitler's one-time eagle's nest hideout. It may have been the best-built structure on the street. Most of the homes dated back to the late 1940s and were of single-wall construction. The weather was so mild that thick insulation wasn't necessary. The houses weren't grand at all, but the land was. Something was always blooming or bursting with life along Lanipo Street. The orange African tulip trees, plumeria, kiwi or mesquite trees, monkey pod trees, and the feathery Norfolk pines. It was indeed a wondrous place to live. Joe Wilson still had reservations about Lisa, but he didn't bother lecturing Chris. The man was 39 and fully capable of handling his own affairs. And while marriage wasn't breaking up the old gang completely, the young pilots of a decade earlier were easing into middle age and beginning to settle down. Through her almost compulsive journaling, Lisa had become a very adept writer. A career as an author or playwright was yet another goal she sometimes focused on, and she certainly had the native talent to do that. She had written a few tentative screenplays. Nick had read them and found them pretty good. One was an historical saga that dealt with leprosy and the banning of its sufferers to Molokai. Another had to do with diving. As far as Nick knew, Lisa hadn't actually sold any of her screenplays, although she'd been commissioned to do an outline for a movie about a surfer on the North Shore. She was paid some money for a romantic comedy, I think, he said, but it was never produced. When Lisa had complained that she couldn't have the ranch she wanted, Nick suggested gently that she try to sell her screenplays to make the extra money that it would take. "Not right now," she said positively, "but I will someday. It's one of my goals." Until 1995, Nick had believed they had a very good marriage. There was no defining end to it, he would recall quietly, not until the last year. It was just a gradual erosion. I think it was over in her mind before I gave up on us. He would have done almost anything to please her and to save their marriage. If she needed more freedom, he was willing to give it to her. But their relationship was so worn down that nothing could reconstruct it. A year before Lisa met Chris, she and Nick had begun to sleep in separate bedrooms. Lisa had finally accepted that Nick wouldn't jeopardize their financial stability to buy whatever she wanted. He'd agreed to buy her the house on Lanipo, but that was all. And right after they signed the papers on that property, Nick had left to go to a Tahiti shoot for a few months. By the time he returned, Lisa was virtually living with Chris Northon and their marriage was over for good. He accepted that. Nick never moved back in with Lisa and Papako. He stepped out of her life without challenging her. Despite the money that Chris put into the Eagle's Nest, Lisa charged him $1,000 a month rent and asked him to pay her for groceries for food he ate. He didn't mind. It still seemed like a bargain. By the mid-90s, Lanipo Street in Kailua was crowded with Lisa's present, past, and future. Jane Sands remembered Lisa all too well. Jane had a great dog named Splash, who adored Chris, and Jane liked him too. She was not at all fond of Lisa. She had never forgotten how Lisa had hurt her son and wasn't particularly happy to have her as a neighbor. Tim Sands and Nick knew each other too. They had gone to Punahou High School together. They had no ill feelings toward each other, like most men who had been with Lisa for any length of time. Any regret they might have had about losing her was mitigated by the relief they felt to be free of her histrionics and demands. Given the close proximity of their lives, Tim and Nick would both come to know Chris Northon. Tim liked him well enough and sometimes was tempted to warn him that life with Lisa wasn't always predictable. But he didn't. Men don't usually do that. Sometimes women warn other women not to plunge into relationships with men they know too well. But it never seems to do much good anyway, given the wariness of the new woman toward any female in a lover's past. Understandably, Nick was less fond of Chris. He and Lisa had been married for almost 10 years and they had a son. Although Nick didn't blame Chris entirely for the breakup of his marriage, he was somewhat cautious around him. Whatever had killed it, Nick's marriage was over and he was ready to work out property and divorce settlements with Lisa. She wanted very much to be free of her second husband so she could concentrate on persuading Chris to become her third. She must have moved very fast, Joe Wilson said regretfully. I never saw any courting. I'm not sure how she convinced Chris to marry her. Joe had approved of all of Chris's girlfriends before. But there was something about Lisa that set his teeth on edge and filled him with concern. I did not like her, he said. But it wasn't because of anything concrete. She just wasn't likable and she wasn't meant for Chris. And she and I didn't do or have anything in common. Joe's reaction to Lisa was alien to him. He liked most people and he wasn't a snob, yet all his instincts told him that this woman would be a disaster for Chris. He kept questioning himself about why he felt so uneasy about her. Randy Orr disagreed with Joe. He liked Lisa. She made a great first impression, he recalled. Several of us thought she was perfect for Chris. She was friendly and attractive and fun to be around. She was in good shape and she was very mellow. One of Chris's closest friends in Kailua was another Hawaiian Airlines pilot named Dave Story. Dave and his wife Debbie had a school-age son and daughter, and Dave also had credentials as a minister in the Universal Life Church. Wearing that hat, he had married 24 couples. Chris and Dave had known each other casually as fellow HAL pilots, but after they were paired in flights in 1993, their friendship really developed. With Joe Wilson living in New York City, Dave's Story became another of Chris's best friends in Hawaii. They both had dozens of friends among the pilots who flew with Hawaiian Airlines. Often, the HAL pilots would recognize one another's voices on the radio as they flew. It was a tight fraternity. Chris was usually assigned to Hawaiian Airlines Flight 25 from Portland to Honolulu, or he dead-headed home on this flight. As a pilot, after leaving the Portland Flight Control Zone, he would call San Francisco radio. Anil 2105, flight level 350, estimating APAC 120, next Maggie, fuel 24.3, minus 48, 240 diagonal 55, light chop, go ahead. As Chris's plane passed Anil, he hooked up with the Honolulu Center to be cleared to fly direct to Bambo. The air chatter was as familiar to him as breathing. But he was always alert to the unexpected as Flight 25 cruised 350 miles from Honolulu. The skies were invariably a soft baby blue with puffy white clouds, 10 to 15,000 feet beneath them, and they could see the navy blue of the Pacific Ocean 7 miles down. Flying at 14,000 feet above sea level, the crew of Flight 25 began to see the peaks of the Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa volcanoes off their left wing as they rose from the big island of Hawaii. 200 miles from Honolulu, Maui and its Haleakala volcano appeared. Chris never tired of the majesty of it. 100 miles from the Honolulu airport, cliffs on the north shore of Molokai rose 2,000 feet from the sea. Even as the millennium approached, hundreds of leprosy patients, once sheltered by Father Damien, still live there on the Kaulaipapa Peninsula. Flight 25 was close to home. When Chris and Dave Story flew together, they could look down at their hometown of Kailua on the windward side of Oahu. They could see from Makapu'u Point to the northernmost tip of Oahu, Kahuku Point. On the right was Kaneohe Bay, where Chris and Joe Wilson and Randy Orr once lived. 10 miles farther, they saw the 6-mile stretch of white sand beaches of Waimanolo, Lanakai, and Kailua. Just offshore, the familiar Mokolua Islands and Flat Island. Close to landing, Flight 25 flew over the Ku'ulau mountain range that divides the windward side of Oahu from the congested side with bustling Honolulu and Waikiki. They could almost reach out and touch Koko Crater, Koko Head, and Diamond Head Crater. On the town side of the Ku'ulau Range, houses crept up all its ridgelines. And then, as Honolulu International Airport and Pearl Harbor came into their line of sight on the right, they gradually descended, approaching Waikiki Beach, downtown Honolulu, the Aloha Tower. Hawaii 25, the tower operator says, maintain 2,500 feet until the shoreline and 180 knots until Ewab, cleared for visual approach runway 8 left, Hawaii 25 cleared to land 8 left, hold short of 4 left, Honolulu ground delta, taxi to gate 31. Roger. Chris and Dave grabbed their flight bags. They were home. Chris loved everything about his job and reveled in the thought that he would soon be swimming or paddleboarding to the Mokolua Islands he had just flown over. His life in Hawaii was a constant source of joy for him. Chris and Dave played a lot of tennis at the Kailua Tennis Club. His membership there was one of Chris's few extravagances. The club looked like something right out of a movie set, with swaying palm trees, profuse tropical flowers, and more than a dozen tennis courts. It even had beautiful female tennis champions from the University of Hawaii to give neophytes private lessons. Chris was in his element there, and Dave's son was a spectacular Punahou High School tennis champion who would soon win a scholarship to Northwestern University. Dave was about 6 years older than Chris and a great tennis partner, full of hilarious remarks during a game, but also very empathetic and self-effacing. Although Chris towered over him, Dave had a calm confidence that Chris admired. The two men played tennis, surfed, and went paddleboarding. Chris was so strong he left Dave panting. He could use one arm to propel their 12-foot paddleboard toward the Mokolua Islands and still carry on a conversation. Afterward, the men climbed the steep hill to Chris's house carrying the paddleboard. I'd be trotting along behind him, Dave recalled, all out of breath, but Chris was in perfect shape. Chris introduced Lisa to Dave and Debbie Story, and they liked her a lot. For the first 5 or 6 months that the Storys knew Lisa, she was very nice to them. Chris really liked their family lifestyle, and Lisa noted that. I guess you could say she wooed us, Dave recalled, because she could see how close Chris was to us. But that faded after she was sure of Chris. Liysa made between $5,000 and $12,000 a month. And Chris had always thought it would be great to be with a woman who was financially independent. Liysa came across that way. And Dave could tell that Chris, who had always shied away from marriage, felt he was moving toward a loving partnership. But gradually, Liysa stopped going over to the Storys' house. Chris went alone. Dave saw Liysa only when he and Chris came back from some sports activity. While Chris would be putting things away, Dave would sit talking to Liysa in her living room. But there was something in her manner that disturbed him. It's hard to explain. She was quite cordial, but I told Debbie she gives me the creeps because she's not really there. It's an eerie feeling that she's not really connecting with me and doesn't care to. Dave Story was a man of the 90s who believed that women have rights and should never be abused. He'd seen women who had been abused, emotionally and physically, but Liysa wasn't like them. She was never tentative or worried that something she said would make Chris angry. Rather, she was very confident. Now Dave and Debbie saw Chris almost as often as they had before he and Liysa were together. But Dave accepted that Liysa mostly avoided them. Debbie was a little closer to Liysa. A massage therapist, Debbie often gave Liysa massages, and they talked about their children. The elder Northons had had a similar experience as their relationship with Liysa progressed. With their children grown, Jean and Dick built their dream house near Tumalo Falls, not far from the Gills Resort and in the very area where Nick and Liysa had bought and sold their acreage. The Northons traded their living quarters with Chris for their vacation time in 1994. He was still living in Margaret Lefton's apartment then, and for a week or two, they stayed there and enjoyed Oahu. Later, he spent time on Tumalo Road. They'd done the house exchange before, and it worked out well. They even used each other's cars during their vacations. There was a knock on Chris's door in Kailua, Jean recalled. When I answered, this pretty lady was standing there. I remember I said, "Oh, you look just like my daughter Sally." It was Liysa. She was so nice. She couldn't do enough for us. She and Chris were just dating then, and Liysa was, of course, living in the house she had bought with her estranged husband. This was the first time they met Liysa, and the Northons liked her a lot. She impressed them as sweet and intelligent, and her little boy was wonderful. Liysa wanted to marry Chris Northon. Those critical of her would remark later that Liysa always married.
Amidst the flow of words, stillness is the most important bridge. Now let Anapos. Listen to a relaxing meditation piece together. Gently close your eyes, turn your attention inward, and rediscover your own inherent balance.
Suggesting that she used men as stepping stones to attain what she needed and wanted out of life. Nick Matson was a celebrity in the islands and made an excellent living. But she left him when she felt he didn't believe in her dreams any longer. She may have seen Chris as a man with more potential. He was qualified on a Dash 7 and a twin-engine Otter, and sometimes worked as a flight engineer and co-pilot on DC-8s and DC-10s. He was just about to qualify as a captain on the DC-10s. Chris listened to her plans for her retreat, Chrysalis, and she felt he was impressed. She misjudged, assuming that his sexual attraction to her meant he was fascinated with everything she talked about. That could not have been further from the truth. But reality had never been Liysa's forte. She saw great sexual potential in Chris, too, and she simply pasted the traits she wanted in her third husband over his real self. And she told him exactly what he had always wanted to hear from a potential wife. In fact, they were not meant for each other in any way beyond specifications listed in a personal ad. It was a recipe for disaster. Liysa had seduced Chris, although no one could argue that he was not a most willing subject. But getting him to commit to a long-term relationship, much less marriage, wasn't going to be easy. Chris could be aloof and shut off. He was still a loner and in some ways happiest out in his Berchtesgaden. Most women say they're looking for a strong, sexy man who is also sensitive, and yet many have to conclude that these attributes rarely coexist and make adjustments to their own attitudes. Liysa wanted it all, and she shut her eyes to Chris's need to be a lone eagle, more often than most men. She was completely focused on marrying him. Now, it was Chris who received her masterful letters that were meant to make him feel alternately enchanted, guilty, beloved, pressured, passionate, and wary. Liysa was immensely talented at evoking strong feelings with her words. Of all the writing she did, her letters were perhaps her best work. She also wrote letters to Nick, but with no hint of romance. She was the one who dictated how their property would be divided, warning him that it was vital that his parents continued to like her. "It will be up to you to try to convince your parents to remain friendly to me. They should know that it's in their best interest to do so, since I will have custody of Papako, but you know how they can be." Papako, loved by both his parents and his grandparents, was a pawn in Liysa's property strategy. She assured Nick that she had no animosity toward him, but that she had to be the one to make any final decisions about Papako's care. She typed out her list of mediation issues with Nick. She wanted sole physical and legal custody of Papako, and she would work out a formula for child support from Nick. She estimated that the cost of Papako's education would be shared equally, but could vary according to their incomes. She would allow Nick visitation with his son, but would not permit his parents to see him unless Nick was there. However, they would have to remain as debtors on the loans for property she had wanted. If she couldn't make the payments, Nick would have to do that. Properties, prenuptial agreements with future spouses setting these properties off-limits to remain unencumbered for Papako. Lanikai House, Liysa. Makaha Apartment, Liysa. Pa'auilo House, Nick. Bend Land, Liysa. Volcano Land, Liysa. Waikiki Land, to be sold, equity, if any, to be used on Bend House or other use by Liysa. She suggested that they divide their business and equipment, but that she would receive all royalties from her photographs and be the only one who had the authority to negotiate or sign contracts. Liysa would get the royalties on the Hanauma Bay books, although she hoped they would work together on a project-by-project basis. She wanted alimony. If the royalties from all the surf photography that Nick had taught her to do didn't come to $4,000 a month, then he was to guarantee to pay her the difference. He was also to pay her $600 a month in child support for Papako and adhere to very strict visitation guidelines. His child support would end only upon his death, and even then, if Nick didn't have an insurance policy worth $100,000 with Papako as the beneficiary, his estate would be responsible for paying his son $100,000. Nick had no problem with that. He loved Papako. He was a complete gentleman about their divorce. Liysa was free to remarry on February 16, 1996. It may have been a bad omen that particular February was not a propitious month for romance. 2 weeks later, Princess Diana agreed to divorce Prince Charles. Liysa's past relationships with men had invariably overlapped, and she always had her next man picked out. This time she had been careful not to find herself married to 2 men at the same time, but now, even though she was legally free to wed, she was stunned that Chris wasn't as eager to rush into marriage as she was. Instead, the fact that she was single tended to make him back off. It had been relatively easy for her to convince Chris that he should remodel the little living quarters behind her house on Lanipo Street. With his longtime roommates leaving, the timing was right for Chris to be, if not actually live, with her. But getting him to commit wasn't as simple as Lisa had hoped. He had a stubborn streak that surprised her. Not since Makimo had a man been so reluctant to do what she wanted. Marrying Chris made complete sense to Lisa, both romantically and pragmatically. With him at her side, she believed that she could buy the ranch she wanted, and his position with Hawaiian Airlines would mean that she could fly almost anywhere at no cost. In one letter she wrote to Chris during a temporary breakup, she explained her disappointment. "You may not think the monetary gain to be able to fly for free means much, but for me, it was huge. Being able to go on those Maui overnighters with you, the weekends, outer islands, visiting my mom and dad, skiing in April, shooting in Tahiti. It could help my business so much." Perhaps Lisa had read the tale of Scheherazade and the stories that saved her life night after night. In her journals, she fantasized about keeping a man captive by satisfying him physically in inventive ways that would bind him to her forever and keep him from harming her, all out of fear that he would lose the best sex he'd ever known. Lisa certainly intrigued Chris sexually, but he had reservations. Their intimate life satisfied both of them, and it maddened Lisa that he would come close to giving in only to pull away. But despite their powerful physical connection, Chris saw little of the sweetness in Lisa that he had found in his affairs with Maka or the other women he had been with for a long time. Still, their lives became more and more entangled until finally one night Chris proudly announced to Joe and Maggie Wilson that Lisa was his girlfriend. The two couples had gone out to Fast Eddie's in Kailua Town. Maggie, who was always gracious, made an effort to find something she and Lisa might have in common. But Joe still felt a sinking sensation. This woman wasn't right for Chris. She was attractive enough and intelligent, but she seemed totally heedless of what people thought about her. She apparently didn't own any clothes beyond a bathing suit and a sarong-like wrap. She didn't wear shoes, not even now as they went out to dinner. Chris had always been drawn to well-groomed women, and Joe expected him to be embarrassed by Lisa's bare feet. But he didn't seem to be. Chris was too infatuated. Lisa laughed as she told them about the time she tried to board a Hawaiian Airlines plane, long before she met Chris, in her bare feet. They turned her away, Joe recalled. It's a federal regulation that you have to wear shoes to board a plane. Lisa explained that she had solved the problem by stepping out of line and using a marking pen to draw flip-flops on her dusty feet. Then she demanded that they let her board, and they had. Chapter 12. Lisa made her own rules, and Chris didn't seem troubled by her creativity, although he might have been if he had been the pilot on that plane and had known her at the time. Gina, Anna Goodrich's sister, came for another visit and met Lisa. When Lisa realized that Gina and Chris were only platonic friends, the women got along well. Months later, when Gina visited again, she learned that Lisa had suffered a miscarriage and had lost Chris's baby. Sometime in 1995, Lisa had become pregnant, and she hadn't been intimate with Nick Matson for a year. There was no question that Chris was the father. Chris had confided in Joe Wilson that Lisa was expecting a girl, whom she had already named Mikala. He wasn't happy about the unplanned pregnancy that had come as a complete surprise to him, but he had accepted it as a fact. Lisa had often told Chris that she'd had complications with Papako's birth and was unlikely to conceive again. He had believed her and failed to use birth control. However, she never had the baby she carried in late 1995. According to what Chris told Joe, there were problems as she approached the last months of her pregnancy. She flew to Seattle to have a procedure and returned without a baby. It couldn't have been an early-term abortion because Lisa had put on a great deal of bulk around the middle of her normally slim figure. It was possible that she had borne the child and put it up for adoption, but that wasn't like Lisa, who treasured the child she did have, and it would have been almost a certainty that Chris would have married her. No one but Chris and Lisa would ever know for sure, although Chris confided in Maggie Wilson that he thought the baby might have died in Lisa's womb in Hawaii, that she had been to a doctor who confirmed that. At any rate, Lisa flew to Seattle and was there for several weeks. Chris arrived later and found her hysterical in a recovery room. Joe Wilson was playing tennis with Chris when Chris told him of the problems with Lisa's pregnancy and that it was over. "Well, Chris," Joe said awkwardly, "you lucked out and you're off the hook now." Chris looked away, his thoughts unreadable. He had been raised to believe in family and to take responsibility for his own actions. He was a man who had never wanted to hurt anyone. Joe was surprised when Chris didn't move out of his relationship with Lisa. Instead, after a short separation, they got a marriage license. But they didn't use it. Still, Chris remembered the promise that Lisa had wrung from him in the Seattle hospital, that he would give her another baby. He admitted to Maggie that he had no intention of doing that he'd promised Lisa just to calm her down. He didn't think she really wanted another baby, and believed she was just hysterical with grief. As for Lisa's earlier cancer, Chris didn't mention it, not then or ever. Apparently, she had never told him about it, if indeed she ever had surgery for a malignancy. Chris took Lisa to Bend with him to meet his friends Arn and Carrie Arnson. They liked her. As Arn recalled, she seemed like a neat person. She was very intent on buying a farm or a ranch, and we took her around. She was interesting, a jet-setter who was here one day and in Tahiti or someplace else the next. She was tan and she had a cute little body when she wore her bikini into our hot tub. She had a big smile and kind of stringy blonde hair that looked fine with her tan. Carrie, however, was a little taken aback, because Lisa spent about 80% of her time talking about Chris, or rather, about the wonderful sex life she had with him. Lisa talked more about sex than any woman Carrie ever knew, and she was very specific when she shared extremely intimate details. She complained that she got upset with Chris if he was too tired to have sex with her. She said she had to have sex every day, Carrie recalled. Chris's friends were somewhat surprised that his affair with Lisa continued. He was a bachelor at heart, a man who enjoyed time by himself and hated being nagged. Dave Story was at the tennis club one day when Pete Neer, who was also a friend of Tim Sands, took him aside and urged him to warn Chris about Lisa. "She's bad news," he said. "Somebody's got to tell Chris." Neer told Dave about the amnesia incident with Tim. "She's kind of weird, too. She went to a kahuna once, trying to get a hex put on somebody she was mad at." Dave knew by this time that Lisa had a different kind of energy than most women, and he was disturbed by the amnesia incident. But he also knew it wouldn't do any good to warn Chris. Chris did what he wanted, and he seemed to want Lisa. A lot. Lisa and Chris seemed to be getting along well, except that she was trying to put a tight leash on him, and he was a man used to planning his own days. When he came in from a long flight with his muscles cramped from fitting his tall frame into the confines of the cockpit, he wanted nothing more than to surf in Hawaii for an hour or so, or, in Bend, to go for a bike ride. He would call Dave Story or Arn Arneson from the air as he headed for Kailua or Bend and say, "Hey, man, what's happening?" I never said no to him about bike rides, Arn recalled. We'd start up in a meadow near Mount Bachelor and ride for 2 or 3 hours, and half the time we got lost because Chris loved to take chances. Lisa resented Chris's need for exercise after flights. She expected him to come straight to see her when he landed, and she was determined to have a baby with him. He liked children well enough, but he had never had an overwhelming wish to have his own. He thought he would, someday, At 40, he was a nomad who had seen much of the world and planned to see the rest of it before he died. But he was also a man who shouldered responsibility, both for his passengers and in his personal life. In truth, they were like two trains going in opposite directions on the same track, headed for disaster. Lisa believed what she wanted to believe, shaping events and remarks to fit her own scenarios. Chris read her letters and was entranced, almost convinced that this might be the woman who would be willing to accept his lifestyle, that they could love each other but not be joined at the hip. Chris's capitulation to settling down took several weeks, the marriage license notwithstanding. He really didn't want to marry Lisa, but he didn't want to leave her either, and she was expert at pushing his guilt buttons. She upped the pressure with very long, ultimately persuasive letters, often jotting down afterthoughts in the margins. It was obvious that she had reread the missives and edited them in spots where she realized her words sounded too blunt. But there were still jarring sections. "First of all," Lisa once wrote to Chris, "I want you to want to marry me, at least as much as you did a few weeks ago." She acknowledged that marriage would never be as important to Chris as it was to her, but she begged him to look at her with love and to propose to her. She reminded him that he'd once told her he would never agree to marrying her without some pushing. Lisa said she couldn't understand what had happened to change his mind. She mentioned other women who had been part of Chris's life earlier, whom she now believed he'd used to have fun with for a little while. When things got too serious, she felt he'd simply walked away. Now she asked Chris again for a real commitment. "I want to know that you see potential, real potential." Later, she scribbled in, "I see us growing very old together," at the end of the paragraph. Lisa drove a hard bargain. Her letter continued, giving Chris many choices, but they all involved their living together and heading toward permanency. She was sure they were meant to be together, and she was worried now that somehow she had blown it. If he saw a chance for them, she was willing to go back to their original 2-month trial plan to see if they could live together without arguing. She was sure she could prove herself to him, and if she couldn't, she told Chris she was willing to end their affair. Also, she continued, if at any time it strikes you during that 2-month period that, hey, it could work, feel free to ask. Let's work out a prenup in the meantime. Lisa felt their common goal should be marriage, and they should work toward that. She would, however, settle for Chris's loving her and giving her the free flight passes and other benefits from Hawaiian Airlines. But mostly, Lisa promised Chris an idyllic life if only he would marry her. She would prove that to him during their serious trial period of living together, and then they would have a wedding and a wonderful party to celebrate. Oddly, Lisa seemed oblivious to the odd juxtaposition of her flat demands, as she kept reminding him of her monetary and special privilege requests in the very midst of her persuasive pleas for eternal love. "If you treat me well," she wrote, "I will be happy. I'm going to want you to get me as good of ticket prices as you can." If Chris no longer loved her, Lisa said she needed to know that, so she could give up hope. He could move out, and she could set about mending my shredded heart. As she finished her long letter, Lisa warned Chris never, ever to lie to her. She could not abide that. "I love you," she wrote. "I feel certain that I'm the one for you, but I need to have your love, respect, consideration, honesty, and fidelity." For some reason, Chris put that letter into his safe deposit box where it would stay for 5 years. Strangely, it was the only thing in the box, except for an honorary certificate presented to him by Hawaiian Airlines. Lisa had written very similar letters to Kevin, the boyfriend of her youth, and the man she attempted to seduce a decade later, but Chris didn't know that. When she wrote to him, Chris gave credence to her promised picture of their marriage. "I want to have a cottage on the Oregon coast," she wrote, "or up by a river with a fireplace and a piano where you can play and I can write, or you can read and we can go for long walks in storms and just love each other. I have seen this vision. Or, if I consider the ranch, it is only with you as my partner, and we are so comfortable and compatible despite your bull-elk behavior. I know that we can engineer a life together. You give me hope by saying you view your parents' relationship as an ultimate role. I know in my heart that your life will be wonderful if you let me in. I know that there is a bond that is almost a mandate between us. I feel your resistance is almost humorous, considering the inevitability, the alchemy, the certainty I feel. Her letter was romantic, but Lisa had more prosaic ways to turn the screws on Chris. He was now living in the eagle's nest in her backyard, and she told him that he would have to move out if he didn't agree to marry her. When Chris told Dave's story about her ultimatum, Dave looked at him in amazement. "That would be too bad," he said, "but you don't get married over a rental." It was, of course, far more than that to Chris. Lisa's persuasive rhetoric had begun to convince him that they could have a good marriage. He missed her when he was away on long flights, and he was glad to come home to her. She assured him that his life wouldn't really change that much if they got married. He confided to Arne Arneson that Lisa seemed to be fine with his job. He could fly as much as he wanted, and she would take care of their home, keep it clean, and of course, look after any children they might have. So Chris and Lisa stayed together, with the understanding that at some point they would get married. They worked out a simple prenuptial agreement. Basically, it was, what's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine. Each of them would retain the financial interests that they had going into the marriage. There would be no division of property if they divorced, except for any property that might be jointly titled. Neither would seek alimony. However, if they should ever divorce, Lisa wanted full custody of any future children and Papako, and Chris would pay reasonable child support. Each of them agreed to buy $1 million life insurance policy with the yet unborn child or children as beneficiaries. It seemed a very benign prenup, but Chris would come to bitterly regret that he had ever even considered signing such an agreement. He had no inkling how much fathers can love their children. Chapter 13. It was almost spring in 1996 when Lisa and Nick were divorced and Chris still had the marriage license. He and Lisa were virtually living together in her house on Lanipo and getting along, even though Chris wasn't really comfortable with its total absence of order. He hoped that Lisa would begin to care more about the house. "You keep your house so neat," Chris once remarked to Dave. "Our house was only moderately neat," Dave recalled. But Lisa's house was a minefield of clutter, where you had to figure out a path just to get inside. There was stuff everywhere, and I know it bothered Chris. Furniture didn't mean that much to either Lisa or Chris, although he would have been happier with some semblance of order. But he accepted the situation and could always retreat to his eagle's nest in the backyard, which he kept clean. The main house had a tiny apartment on the lowest level. So small that everyone referred to it as the camper, because it wasn't much bigger than a cab-over camper on a pickup truck. Randy Orr, Chris and Joe's old roommate, rented it. One day soon, he would own $1 million 3-acre estate on Maui. But Randy was going through a lean time. Northwest played hardball in salary negotiations with its pilots, and the former Hawaiian Airlines pilots who had hired on last were sacrificed. Randy ended up living with Chris and Lisa from September 1995 to August 1996. Chris, as always, invited friends to stay with him in Hawaii or Oregon when they needed a place. Randy and Lisa became friends and commiserated with each other. She wanted to marry Chris, and Randy wanted to get back to flying. Eventually, he was rehired by Northwest and based in Honolulu. Despite the bewilderment of many of his friends, there was no question now that Chris and Lisa were a couple. They socialized with Chris's circle of friends on both sides of the Pacific, who found, as Randy Orr, the Stories, and the Arnesons had, that Lisa could be a lot of fun. She and Chris certainly had a number of shared interests, hopefully more than enough to neutralize the areas where they were so different. Lisa was extremely jealous of the women who had been in Chris's life, and she watched him warily whenever he was around any attractive woman. But Arne Arneson began to see that it was something more than that. She wanted to keep Chris away from everyone else. She didn't even like it when he spent time with us or his other friends. For a time, Chris didn't find that worrisome. He wasn't interested in any other women, and he thought Lisa would stop being so territorial when she began to feel more secure. Lisa flew to Oregon, where she visited Chris's parents, Dick and Jean Northon, bringing them a special bottle of wine. They invited her to stay for dinner. She said she had reservations to go to the Inn of the Seventh Mountain, but they all got along so well that she canceled her room and stayed with them. Chris was flying, Jean recalled, and Lisa was so friendly. We all sat up late talking, and we liked her even more than the first time we met. I felt the chance was good that I was going to have a wonderful daughter-in-law. On March 14th, 1996, Dave's story played a pivotal role in Chris's life, a role that he would regret until the end of his days. It was a Thursday, he said later, and Chris called and tried to be casual. I remember that he wasn't feeling very well and he had a cold. Then he mentioned he and Lisa were thinking about getting married. I said, "How about this weekend?" His wife, Debbie, was listening on the extension and she understood. She said, "Tonight. He means tonight." I had to go to soccer practice for my daughter that night, Dave said, and Chris said that was fine. They'd get married on the beach after practice. Randy Orr remembered that day because what happened was so unexpected. Chris called me and said, "Come over later. I'm going to marry Lisa." Randy thought Chris was kidding and said, "Can't you do it tomorrow?" But Chris was serious. "Don't tell Joe or Drew," he said. Randy wasn't sure why Chris wanted to keep his surprise wedding secret from such close friends. A long time later, he realized that Chris was afraid they might try to talk him out of marrying Lisa. And indeed, they would have. Although Joe and Maggie Wilson had moved back to Hawaii and now lived only a mile away on North Kalaheo Road, they didn't learn about Chris and Lisa's impulsive gesture until it was over. One of their first Hawaiian roommates, Drew Fisher, was also in Kailua that night, vacationing. Randy kept his promise to Chris that he wouldn't let either of them know about the ceremony. There wasn't time to do that anyway. Once Chris finally proposed to Lisa, she said breathlessly they should get married right away before either of them changed their minds. Chris grabbed Randy Orr from the camper and called Dave's story, and they walked down the hill to the beach with Lisa and Chris and did it, Joe Wilson recalled. I really wasn't miffed at being left out. I just thought that Chris was out of his mind, that he wasn't proud of what he was doing. Dave Story, who would perform the ceremony, barely had time to put on a white shirt. Lisa wore a purple sleeveless blouse, a wrap skirt, and a lei made of white flowers. Chris was in a short-sleeved shirt and chino pants with a blue lei. Randy Orr and 4-year-old Papako were the only witnesses as Chris and Lisa got married. The newlyweds and Papako all looked happy and triumphant in the snapshots that were their only wedding pictures. Lisa had been single for exactly 26 days. Chapter 14. Back in Bend, Jean and Dick Northon had been elated to hear of Chris's marriage. "We liked her so much when we met her," Jean said, "and she couldn't do enough for us. We were happy to have her in our family." The elder Northons gave a party in Bend for Chris and Lisa to welcome her into the family and the community. Most of the time, Lisa and Chris lived in Hawaii, although Chris still had his house in Bend. Chris met Wayland DeWitt and told Joe Wilson that he really liked his new father-in-law. Wayland had worked in Alabama for a while after his divorce from Lisa's mother, but his career as a college president seemed to be over. He was living in a beach cabin on the Oregon coast. Lisa's mother had remarried and was Sharon Fisher now, and she was living in Texas. Lisa and Chris settled into her house on Lanipo Street, and they seemed to be happy. Their initial problems were predictable. Chris had never been a father, and Papako was a child who had always received a lot of attention from his mother. Randy Orr remembered that Chris didn't quite know how to approach his new stepson. Sometimes he gave Papako an order to do something and expected instant obedience. Papako dawdled or ran to Lisa, and Chris would sometimes become impatient with him. He wasn't mean, Randy hastened to point out, but he wasn't used to talking to kids, and he had to learn that they weren't just smaller adults. Lisa was very proud of her skill as a surf photographer and looked to Chris for praise, but he wasn't particularly interested in endless discussions of her career. Maybe that was because the surf pictures were part of her marriage to Nick, and they were still in business together. Chris preferred to concentrate on the new life he and Lisa were building. He was, as he always had been, a man not given to lavish praise and empty compliments. He loved her, and he had married her. And for Chris, that was proof of his allegiance. But Lisa needed a lot of attention and affirmation, and that may have been a problem. Despite her promises to Chris that she wanted only to be a wife who ran his life smoothly, as his mother had done for his father, Lisa still had so many career goals of her own. Even so, their sex life was perfect. According to Lisa, it was the most important part of their marriage. Their intimate life was as passionate as it had been during their courtship. Lisa rhapsodized about Chris's sexual equipment and technique to her closest girlfriends, to his friends, and even to his mother. Apparently, Chris was the first man since Ray who had brought her to orgasm so easily and frequently, and their reunions after his flights were great. Even before Chris and Lisa were married, however, Arn and Carrie Arneson had worried because Lisa's premarital adulation of Chris as a sex partner had gradually metamorphosed into a litany of his faults. She still talked, somewhat crudely, about how she relished Chris's lovemaking and how essential that was. But such praise was nearly buried under her grievances against him. Carrie finally came to a point where she had asked, "Then why do you want to marry him if there are so many things about him you hate?" "Because of all the free flights I'll get," Lisa had said with a smile. At the time, Carrie thought she was kidding. Among the people who were pessimistic about Lisa's third marriage was her second husband, Nick. He felt that Lisa had married Chris on the rebound, and their union was doomed to failure. Although he and Chris were about the same age, he wondered about the depth of Chris's commitment to Lisa. "He'd really had no long-term relationships," he commented. Nick saw Chris a couple of times a month when he was picking up Papako for their time together or when he dropped him off. "Chris treated me fine," he allowed, "but I never felt any genuine feeling at the gut level." Nick viewed Chris as merely being civil to him, and that his broad smile was only a surface thing. That wasn't unusual, certainly. Both men had been married to Lisa within the space of a month. Nick had cared about her, and he still did. Even though he was moving on with his life, it was to be expected that he wouldn't become tight with Chris. Lisa and Chris had married in haste when she begged him to seize the moment. Their ceremony on a moonlit beach couldn't have been more romantic or more hurried. It was the day-to-day living that was proving difficult. Chris was still the silent Swede who hated discussions that burgeoned swiftly into arguments. He had been with many women in his life, and he had never liked to argue. Indeed, he preferred to walk away rather than stay and fight. Every woman he'd ever been close to could affirm that. Lisa and Chris approached life from different angles. She was a dreamer, he was a realist. The things that had worked in their courtship still worked. They both liked watching old movies and swimming out to the Mokolua Islands. Both of them loved to surf, and they shared a deep affection for Papako. In the beginning, Lisa seemed to enjoy going to parties with Chris's friends. He was very close to Debbie and Dave Story, and at first, Lisa joined them in visiting the Stories and in having them over. They had dinner with other pilots and their wives, and when they were in Bend, they saw John and Eva Gill and Arn and Carrie Arneson. But all too soon, their expectations about marriage only highlighted some of their profound differences. Liysa had never had the slightest interest in housework, and legalizing their relationship didn't change that. This would become a huge bone of contention with Chris. He tried to accept unmade beds, dishes in the sink, unidentifiable food hardened on plates left sitting on the tables, counters, and floors, and rooms strewn with paper and clothing. Their home usually looked as if it had just been vandalized. For Chris, it was akin to living in a pigsty, and he was embarrassed to have anyone see how bad it was. At first, he tried to clean when he was home from a flight. Then, he hired a cleaning lady to come in one day a week to do a thorough job, hoping that Liysa might keep things in order the rest of the time, but she didn't. It just didn't matter to her. No one could say she was not a doting and attentive mother, but she had too many interests and projects to waste time doing repetitive chores. Moreover, she wanted to have another child, and reminded Chris of his promise to try. Joe and Maggie Wilson had welcomed their first child, Graydon, in Honolulu in August 1996, and Chris could see how thrilled Joe was. Although neither of them knew it at the time, Liysa had already conceived another child with Chris. When she found out that she was pregnant, she was pleased, and so was he. Liysa began to renew old acquaintances and to make new friends of her own. Kit and Cal Minton, names changed, who was also a pilot, lived in the Bluestone area of Honolulu, where Joe and Maggie Wilson also lived. And Liysa became good friends with Kit. She also got back in touch with Ellen DeVoe, her friend from her teenage days working summer jobs on Walla Walla farms. And the 10-year high school reunion had reminded Liysa how much Marnie Kelly meant to her. Marnie was an attorney now and married to Ben Clark, name changed, an MD with a practice in Walla Walla. When Liysa found out she was pregnant, she bonded once again with women in her childbirth education classes. She was usually the center of attention among a dozen or more young women who met at a swimming pool near the Lanipo house to do gentle water exercises. Her new friends, like those who had known her when she was pregnant with Papako, adored her. It would be no exaggeration to say she was the most popular woman at the pool. Most women would have envied Liysa's life. She was married to a handsome pilot, the man she had pursued so avidly. She was pregnant, something else she'd longed for. She already had Papako, her beloved first child. If she had had cancer, she was healthy now, and her pregnancy wasn't threatened. She and Chris lived in the paradise that was Kailua, in a house that was growing steadily in value. She had time to swim, stroll on one of the loveliest beaches in the world, or simply sit and watch Papako play and think about the coming baby. She had more close friends than she could count on two hands, and she had all the time in the world to pursue her ambition to be a successful author. Occasionally, she could even take photography assignments. Liysa's journals were filled with lovely scenes and descriptions of what an exquisite child Papako was. The glowing brilliance of a Hawaiian sunset, or some other wonder of nature. She rarely wrote about Chris. Now that they were married, he vanished from her writings, except for an occasional mention of his impatience with her. She spoke of how contented she was when Chris was gone on a flight, and she and Papako could be alone with each other. As she grew heavy with pregnancy, Liysa had even less inclination to clean house, but Chris understood that. He was looking forward to becoming a father. Bjorn Northon, name changed, was born on May 20th, 1997, delivered by cesarean section. He was a miniature of his dad, a little blonde Swede. Chris was shaken by how much he loved this little boy from the very beginning of his life. He, who had never really sought fatherhood, found more joy in Bjorn than he had ever imagined. Excitedly, Chris called all of his friends, leaving messages on the answering machines of fellow pilots who were on flights. His old friend Dan Jones saved the tape with Chris's call. He had never heard him sound so happy. Chris wanted to name his baby boy Hugo after his grandfather, but Lisa objected. They settled on the name Bjorn because it was Scandinavian, and it was also the name of one of Chris's best friend's sons. Pictures of Chris, Lisa, Papako, and Bjorn in Lisa's hospital room show a wonderfully elated family. Chris called his parents in Bend, and Jean Northon caught the first plane to Hawaii. Sharon Fisher wasn't coming, and Jean assumed that Lisa would need some help, especially after a surgical birth. She was stunned to find that she was not welcome, at least not by her new daughter-in-law. Lisa had been so nice to her and Dick when they'd met in Hawaii and again in Bend, before Lisa and Chris were married. She had seemed pleased at the reception the Northons threw for them in Bend, but this was a different Lisa. "I realized my coming there was a mistake," Jean said a long time later. "Lisa didn't want me there. I stayed a week, but I only fixed meals and helped with laundry. Then I went down to the beach so I wouldn't be in the way. Chris was mortified when Lisa didn't care to have me around, but it was too obvious for either of us to pretend." This was the first cloud in the relationship between Lisa and Chris's parents. It could well have been the usual postpartum blues that many new mothers get. Jean didn't take offense, although she was hurt. She could understand that Lisa needed her own space, especially as she was adjusting to a new baby. Jean was sure she and her daughter-in-law would be fine together when Chris and Lisa began spending more time in Chris's house in Bend. Chapter 15. Before Bjorn was born, Chris and Lisa had swum side by side to the Mokolua Islands. It was one of their favorite things to share. Now they took turns while one stayed on shore to watch the baby. That was fine with Chris. He loved his son tremendously. He loved Papako, too, but Bjorn was flesh of his flesh. Even so, as time passed, their marriage wasn't working the way he had hoped, or apparently the way Lisa had planned. Chris had let Lisa into his life, but there was no sign of the wonderful things she'd predicted would happen. She grew more angry at him because he wasn't responding the way she wanted. He was aloof and sometimes shut off from her as he mulled over a problem. He was a man who had always craved a certain amount of solitude, and he still did. He'd told her he was a big, dumb Swede, and she knew before she married Chris that he needed time alone and would leave a room or the house if she pushed him too hard. Now she really resented that. She accused him of reacting like a nihilistic Jew from Cornell. That was how she had referred to her first husband when that marriage began to sour. When she learned that Chris's first love, Anna, was Jewish, Lisa accused him, albeit somewhat obliquely, of being an honorary Jew, saying that made her feel shaken and enraged. Randy Orr, living on the lower floor of Lisa's house in the camper, occasionally heard them argue. Usually, it was Lisa's voice he heard. She would yell at him that he wasn't helping her enough with the kids, and that it made her angry the way he'd walk away, like a bachelor, to go skiing or surfing. Lisa's temper was mercurial, although not with her sons, only with Chris. She viewed his career as unimportant and stultifying. She expected him to babysit when she had a photographic assignment, and complained to her friends that she couldn't count on him to be there. Chris loved both boys. On one occasion in Oregon, he saved Papako from drowning near Tumalo Falls when he slipped off a log and was trapped underwater, and he adored Bjorn. But he wasn't a very efficient babysitter. "Oh, he could change a diaper and give a bottle," Joe Wilson said with a smile. But the thing about Chris was that if they were off on a hike or on the beach, you couldn't count on him to remember to bring extra diapers or bottles. And when the family hiked together, Lisa complained that Chris strode ahead and left her and the boys in his wake. Pictures of a smiling Chris with Bjorn happily tucked into his backpack warred with that accusation. Nick Matson became one of Lisa's sounding boards, but reluctantly. They had to be part of each other's lives to a certain extent because they shared a child they both loved. Lisa confided to Nick that Chris had struck her in the winter of 1996, when she was in the early stages of her pregnancy with Bjorn. "I don't want to hear the details of your new marriage, Lisa," Nick had said gently. "I think we should keep to the topic of Papako and what is best for him." She had smiled wistfully and agreed, but Lisa had any number of friends who lent willing ears to her complaints about Chris. She had been obsessed with marrying him, and now she continued to badmouth him to others when their marriage was less than a year old. Her most attentive listeners were the women friends she met at the pool, other expectant mothers or members of La Leche, a group that supported nursing mothers. She dropped subtle hints that Chris was physically abusing her. They felt sorry for her, although she tried to downplay the extent of her husband's abuse. The more she made up excuses for Chris, the more they believed that she was suffering in a quietly brave way. When Nick wouldn't discuss Chris's faults with her, Lisa turned to Randy Orr. "She was always wanting me to say or do things that would make Chris do what she wanted," Randy said. "She wanted to use me to manipulate Chris. The only way I can describe it is that she was like a junior high school girl, plotting and playing little games. She didn't act like a grown woman with marriage problems." When Lisa wasn't griping about Chris, she was pleasant enough company. She was usually placid when Chris's friends were around, but she could be frosty, too, if she didn't like having company. She would just walk in, say hi, and disappear, Randy said. Randy Orr believed he would have heard any serious arguments because he lived right downstairs from the Northons, and he certainly would have heard any physical fights, but he never did. He thought Chris and Lisa were getting along quite well. But one day, in February 1997, Lisa came to the pool in Kailua with bruise-like spots on her neck. When the women in her group questioned her, she looked down and told them that they were an adverse reaction to prescription medication. Bruises had never been unusual for Lisa. She lived such an athletic life that she often had abrasions and cuts where a surfboard had clipped her. One woman at the pool recalled the spots looked like boogie board bruises, which were common among surfers. Things were not going well at the Northons' house on Linipo Street. On December 5, 1997, when Bjorn was about 6 months old, Lisa called the Honolulu Police Department. Officer Oliver Domingo took her report. Lisa told him that she and her husband had had an argument, and he had left before the police responded. The Honolulu Police Department records indicated that this was the third time she called the police to the Lanipo Street house. A year earlier, Lisa reported that someone had broken into her car and taken her credit card, $65, and a check that Chris had left her. On another occasion, she said someone had stolen her scuba bathing suit. This time, Domingo was confused about what she wanted. She seemed upset and was quite vocal about her altercation with her husband, but Domingo couldn't see that she was physically hurt in any way. The follow-up report read, "Argument between Lisa and Christopher Northon. Per Lisa, no abuse was present during the argument. Lisa did not complain of any pain. Christopher had already left the scene prior to my arrival." Lisa told the officer that she'd been mistreated by her husband before, but Domingo found no record of that. Her complaint was filed in case she called again, and no disposition was made. Lisa was often jealous of Chris. He had told her about Maka Makanani, whom he had loved so many years before he met her. But Lisa was intensely curious about all the women he'd known in the past, more curious than Chris was about her romantic past. Lisa and Chris had been married for almost 2 years when he learned that Maka had succumbed to brain cancer on February 5, 1998. Although he was heartbroken that Maka had died when she was only in her mid-40s, Chris didn't go to her funeral services. He was too shy to go, Joe Wilson said. He didn't want people who knew both him and Maka to stare at him to see how he was taking her death. They were both married by that time, but he had cared for Maka a great deal. People didn't realize how bashful Chris really was. He even snuck away to the bathroom at my wedding reception. He was afraid he'd have to get up and make a toast in front of everyone. Although Chris didn't go, Lisa attended Maka's funeral in Honolulu. She had never known Maka, but she was very curious about this woman Chris had once loved. After Bjorn's birth, Chris and Lisa started living half the time in Chris's Bend house. Now that he had a family, Chris made plans for a number of expensive improvements. He wanted decks built all around and decided to tear down walls to make the house roomier. Eventually, it would have a cathedral ceiling, too. He designed a special table for his family, for Papako and for Bjorn as he grew older. Chris set up a trampoline in the backyard and tents for backyard camping. There was a hot tub with a piped-in stereo system. To make housekeeping easier, he bought an expensive European-made washer and dryer and drew up plans to build a storage shed behind the house. The only things Lisa wanted were blinds for the house so no one could see in. She didn't think there was any reason for them to buy a bedroom set, and they slept on mattresses on the floor with a little jury-rigged pad for Bjorn. All too soon, however, the Bend house was in much worse disarray than the Kailua house. Chris had learned to pick his battles, and he accepted that Lisa would never care about housekeeping. He lived with it, embarrassed still when his friends or family came over. Wherever he lived, Chris had always maintained a kind of open house policy for any of his friends who came to town. But Lisa discouraged that. Once, Gina Goodrich and the husband she'd reconciled with traveled to Bend, and Chris invited them to spend the night. "We actually went there to stay with Chris and Lisa on a weekend," Gina recalled. "It was kind of odd. Lisa wasn't there when we arrived, and I just figured she was out of town. After we went to bed, she came home, but when we got up in the morning, she was already gone. I think that she wanted to avoid us, because we never really saw her, even though I know she spent the night there." Chris remained close to John Gill, and Lisa and Eva Gill got along, although Eva's gentle mien was so different from Lisa's sometimes frenetic personality. Both were exceptionally devoted mothers, and that common ground brought them together. Lisa quickly made other women friends in Bend, many of whom she met when she sought out people to assist with Papako's homeschooling or for solo piano lessons. Dee Branch, name changed, lived across the street from Chris and Lisa, and she invited the couple to dinner when they first moved into Chris's house as a family. It was a good evening. Later, Lisa asked Dee if she would homeschool Papako, but Dee declined. Soon, Lisa enrolled him in a private school in Bend. Dee recalled that Lisa was happy and sunny until Bjorn was about 6 months old. "She and the boys were outside all the time," Dee said. "And then that slowed. I just thought she was homesick for Hawaii." Lisa began to homeschool Papako herself, trying to follow the principles of the Waldorf school philosophy. Bjorn was still too young for any formal education, but Lisa doted on both her boys. If there was a skill they could learn, an art they could master, or a spot on the earth that she thought they should see, she made it happen, especially for Papako. He was old enough to work with Ellen DeVoe and learn about the art of glass and to begin piano lessons. He loved nature as much as Lisa did, and he was a brilliant little boy. If ever a child was exposed to all the wonders the world had to offer, it was Papako. Lisa planned to give him everything. When Bjorn was still a baby and then a toddler, he was never happier than bouncing along in his father's backpack. Bjorn was the image of Chris, with the same blonde hair and apple-red cheeks. Although he hated to admit it even to himself, Chris began to enjoy his life more when Lisa was gone on one of her frequent journeys. Papako would often stay with his father in Hawaii, while Chris looked after Bjorn. He and Bjorn visited Jean and Dick Northon a lot during those times. Sometimes Chris had both boys with him. Jean and Dick had looked forward to spending more time with their grandsons and with Lisa and Chris now that they were all living for months in the same town. But that wasn't to be. Lisa had been gracious to them before she and Chris were married, and then, quite suddenly, there had been her postpartum coldness after the birth of Bjorn. But Jean put that down to jumbled hormones. Far more disturbing to the Northons, however, was now that Lisa lived in Bend at least half of the year, She seemed determined to avoid them. Jean was puzzled when the warm relationship she had with Lisa vanished. She didn't have time for us any longer. We never saw her, and we were never invited to their house. Chris came to see us, but Lisa didn't. When Dick went over to Chris and Lisa's house to see his grandsons while Chris was flying, Papako came to the door and said, "She's not here." "I knew that Lisa was hiding in the back of the house," Dick said later. "I'd seen her looking out the window." There had been no argument, no disagreement, nothing. And the Northons were baffled. And then they could only accept what seemed to be the truth. Lisa didn't care to be around them. It was a tremendous disappointment. But they knew that in-law relationships were often difficult. They'd seen friends in the same situation. They hoped that Lisa might like them better if they pulled back and let her initiate contact with them. But she didn't. Chris came over alone, bringing Papako and Bjorn. Nobody talked about why Lisa wasn't with them. Lisa and her third mother-in-law were very different from each other. Lisa was career-oriented and independent. Jean was a complete homemaker who loved to cook and sew, things Lisa cared nothing about. Although Jean was athletic, too, and enjoyed hiking, boating, and skiing, she appeared delicate and was very pretty in a blonde, blue-eyed, old-fashioned way. Lisa was tan, and her features were almost stark compared to Jean's. Jean tried always to keep the peace and be optimistic, even if she had to play Pollyanna sometimes. Lisa thrived on argument and confrontation. Her favorite epithet for Chris's mother was, "Jean's the queen of denial." They were not a good mix. Every time Jean tried harder to bring Lisa into the family, Lisa shut herself off more, digging her heels in. She definitely didn't want the Northons to get the idea they could drop in any time they felt like it. "When I talked to Lisa the first time," Sally, Chris's sister, said, "we were in the hot tub and it was like talking to a robot. She was acting. She just wasn't connecting the way a real person would. She was only concerned about how she looked in her bathing suit." Once, to convince Chris to marry her, Lisa had written that she wanted to have a marriage just like his parents. That was what he, too, had always wanted, and that statement impressed him. Now there seemed to be no truth behind it. Jean was a wife of the 50s, when most women deferred to their husbands' career needs and most men made the major decisions. Lisa had no intention of deferring to Chris, ever. At her center, she was a most self-reliant woman whose ambition knew no bounds. And her very autonomy was one of the things that had drawn Chris to her. He didn't want a little woman at home any more than she wanted to be one. It was clear that Lisa most certainly did not want a marriage like her in-laws had. Too late, she realized that she really didn't want to be married to Chris at all. She had allowed herself to elevate him to the rarefied status that Ray and Kevin and Makimo had occupied in her mind, the only 3 men she felt she had ever really loved. And then she had added Chris to that list. Physically, they were still perfect together. But it destroyed her confidence when she perceived him as emotionally cold and disinterested. She could not bend him to her will. It was necessary for her to be with a man who found her perfect. Chris expected too much from her, and he wouldn't always do what she wanted. Worse, he wasn't interested enough in her achievements. What Lisa wanted and needed was absolutely perfect love. A love that asked nothing of her and would accept her, warts and all. Feeling betrayed, she began to see Chris as 2 or even 3 people. She thought of him as a kind of multiple personality who was sometimes sweet, sometimes cruel and aloof, and sometimes only boring and standoffish. They had been married such a short time. Bjorn was only a baby, and Chris loved him fiercely. But Lisa now saw her 3rd marriage as a major impediment to her happiness and fulfillment. But she didn't have another man in her life, and wasn't yet ready to leave Chris. Chapter 16. Lisa wrote constantly. Journals, screenplays, a novel, even children's stories that she made up to tell Papako. One of her screenplays was a historical story about the wife of a ship captain, almost a romance tale. But more often, her journals and her exploration into movie scenarios began to revolve around complicated plots where the main character was always a caring but desperate woman who was fighting to escape a husband who was unbelievably cruel to her. Sometimes the woman was dying of a terrible disease. In other screenplays, the lead character believed her husband was going to kill her. One version had a faithless husband who had given the main character AIDS, and she knew she would surely die. Liysa wrote extremely well. Had she been able to channel her thoughts and finish one solid proposal, she might have been offered a book contract or given the go-ahead on a movie treatment. And yet there was a sense of dread in every one of her plots, a terrible kind of thought process that might have chilled anyone who read what she had written. It was too real and too focused on a single theme. No one saw Liysa's journals or screenplays for a long time. She had always been secretive about her journals, and she wasn't ready to show her scripts until she found someone who would be in a position to help her. She needed a mentor or someone with strong contacts in Hollywood. Although Liysa was determined now to be a writer, she still wanted more real estate, especially huge ranches. She still wanted to oversee the recovery and renewal of all those who would come there. Liysa had her two beautiful and brilliant little boys, and now she would pursue her career as a much sought-after author. That might very well reward her financially enough so she could realize both of her dreams. All things being equal, it might have come to pass, at least the writing part. Chris was no more enthusiastic than Nick Matson had been about buying countless properties or about becoming a rancher. Both men had interests other than riding the range and milking cows. Chris's dream was to make captain with Hawaiian Airlines, and his chances were looking better and better. That mattered more to him than running a New Age spa. A lot more. When Bjorn was about a year old, Liysa broke down in hysterical tears while she was taking a shower with her pool group in Kailua. She blurted to her friends that Chris was beating her. She sobbed that she had been hit and kicked, and she said Chris had pulled her hair out by the roots. And it wasn't the first time. As she stood naked with water sluicing over her, her friends gathered around. She did have a good-sized bruise on her back, and it appeared that a patch of hair was missing from the back of her head. The women of the pool group were horrified that their sweet and caring friend, who was a wonderful mother, was suffering so badly. They urged Liysa to leave Chris, but she shook her head. She couldn't do that. Her tears, mixed with the shower water, coursed down her face as she said she was afraid of him. She sobbed that there was no place she could go to hide from him. She'd called a women's shelter, and they had told her that she could stay there only 48 hours. Then where would she go? "Chris will find me," she whispered. "He'll hunt me down. He's a pilot. He can go anywhere in the world. No hiding place is safe from him." One of the women called her pastor. Another called a domestic violence hotline. Both resources explained that there was nothing they could do unless Liysa herself asked for help. The DV shelter did say, however, that there was no 48-hour timeline. Women could stay as long as they needed to. Liysa's dilemma with Chris quickly became an urgent topic of discussion among her friends at the pool, her friends in Bend, Ellen DeVoe, now living on a large wheat farm, and Walla Walla attorney Marnie Clark. She didn't get such avid attention from her male acquaintances, however. Nick Matson didn't want to listen to her endless complaints about Chris, nor did Randy Orr. Chris had always been a good friend to Randy. When he moved out of the Lanipo Street house, it was only across the street. He rented the same apartment that Chris had lived in when he first met Liysa. In either location, Randy recalled that he never heard any sound of domestic violence out of the couple. One time, when she was in Bend, Liysa surprised Jean Northon by coming to visit when Chris was away. Although she occasionally showed up at family sports outings, Liysa never visited Jean by herself. On this day, though, she did. She had come to complain about Chris and his rage. Lisa told me Chris had tried to strangle her, Jean said, still shocked. And she told me she had marks on her neck. I looked, but I couldn't see anything. Her neck looked perfectly fine to me. The thought of Chris hitting or hurting a woman was preposterous to Jean. Chris had never hurt anyone in his life, and certainly not a woman. She looked at Lisa with confusion. I don't see anything, Jean said. Lisa left, annoyed that her mother-in-law could be so blind. In addition to his regular flight schedule, which kept Chris away from home about 14 days a month, he was a training pilot, a coach, a member of the investigative crash team at Hawaiian Airlines, and an alcohol counselor for the airline. The latter two were volunteer jobs. He was by no means a teetotaler, but neither he nor any of his friends drank when they were scheduled to fly. He smoked marijuana occasionally, and so did Lisa. It was far more common for young and middle-aged people to use pot in Hawaii than it was on the mainland. But of course, the pilots didn't smoke within a specified time period before a flight. They faced fines and dismissal if they did, and drug and alcohol testing at Hawaiian Airlines was random and precise. When he did drink enough martinis or wine to alter his mood, everyone acquainted with Chris knew that his reaction was to grow only more mellow. Alcohol didn't make him angry, and marijuana is famous for its calming effect on almost anybody. Even so, Lisa began to tell her friends that Chris was a high-functioning alcoholic who would probably be diagnosed with multiple personality disorder if he ever went to a psychologist or psychiatrist. She whispered that she was literally living in fear, afraid of what he might do next. Chris had no knowledge of what Lisa was telling her friends. He knew the marriage wasn't good, and he agonized about that. But he didn't talk about it to anyone. He was a very private and stoic man. Virtually the only thing Chris asked of Lisa was her understanding that he still needed to go surfboarding or bike riding for an hour or so to get rid of the kinks after sitting in one position in the cockpit for 8 or 10 hours. She couldn't see the point of that, complaining that he was selfish and inconsiderate. She needed a break from childcare and expected him to come home as soon as he landed. In a way, maybe Chris was selfish. A few of his former girlfriends had complained that he was too much a solitary man. That was his major flaw. He had been inflexible on occasion when they pushed him too far, refusing to put aside activities that meant a lot to him. He had lived under his own time plan for so long that it was hard for him to adhere to Lisa's. Although he never said anything negative about her to his friends or his family, he had begun to hate always doing what she said when she said it should be done. His friend John Gill wondered how Chris's marriage could possibly last. He viewed Lisa as a control freak. Chris was usually so easygoing, and now John watched him as he gradually bent to Lisa's expectations. The two men often took their boys on hiking or fishing trips, and if John stopped at Chris and Lisa's house in Bend after an outing, he noticed that when Lisa came home, she never said hello anymore. She would just ignore me, and if she had an issue with Chris, she would call him on it as if I didn't exist, John said. Chris wouldn't say anything. He'd stay positive. Chris was never negative. John did note that any physical aggression in the Northons' marriage came from Lisa. Chris could be oblivious to what Lisa wanted, and that made her furious. She would clench her teeth and punch him in the arm. That was like a butterfly trying to batter a steer. During one ski trip to Oregon's Vista Butte that the Gills took with Chris and Lisa, John watched Chris put on his skis and climb up a bank. Lisa was having trouble getting up the bank, and Chris didn't notice. So John reached down and pulled her up. The fact that Chris hadn't looked back to see how she was doing made her very angry. That was Chris being Chris, John said. Oblivious sometimes, but it wasn't deliberate. When Lisa lost her temper in front of other people, Chris was embarrassed. John had never seen him get mad in their decades as friends. Now Chris would quietly tell Lisa that they would talk about it later, but he wasn't angry. He was humiliated. Arne Arneson hadn't seen Chris angry either. When they were at games or in taverns and people started to fight, Chris always suggested that they leave. Chris hated to fight, Arn said. He hated to be around arguments. More and more now, Lisa tried to avoid her husband. If he was in Bend, she stayed in her house in Kailua. She used her free airline tickets to escape from him. Sometimes Chris and the boys were on one side of the Pacific, and Lisa was on the other, though she usually had Papako and Bjorn with her. She preferred to fly at night. Either she was constantly searching for something she never seemed to find, or she was truly terrified of the man she had longed to marry only a few years before. When he and Lisa did travel together, Chris always let her sit in the first-class section, while he rode in coach with the little boys. Children were not allowed in first class. But now their journeys together had become infrequent, and that became moot. None of Lisa's friends could predict when she would show up for a visit. When she was feeling happy, she simply appeared, a youthful Auntie Mame character who arrived in an ebullient whirl. She was a scintillating, if sometimes exasperating, friend. Other people's plans didn't deter her, but if she was depressed, she filled them in on Chris's latest cruelty. Viewed through Lisa's eyes, he did indeed come across as a monster. In 1998, Lisa's first husband, Kurt Moran, was startled to receive a phone call from her. He hadn't seen her in years. Like Tim Sands, Kurt had soon come to realize that Lisa often revised the truth to suit herself. While they were living apart, she told him that she often suffered blackouts. But he suspected that might have been her way of explaining away the other men she'd been intimate with during their marriage. Lisa was warm and friendly when she called him. She announced that she was single again, and went on to tell him that she owned many rental properties in Hawaii, and she had considerable real estate investments in Oregon. Kurt wasn't interested in renewing their relationship. He had heard that she'd married a Hawaiian Airlines pilot named Chris. Now he surmised that the marriage must have been very short. He didn't know that Lisa was still very much married to Chris. Chapter 17. Chris didn't mention it to his friends, but he had prevailed upon Lisa to go to counseling with him. She agreed, but Chris turned out to be the one who spent the most time with the clinical psychologist. He wanted to save his marriage if he possibly could, and although it went against his own preference for privacy, he was willing to try. He told his friend Arn, "I think this can make me a better father." As the new year dawned in 1998, he and Lisa had begun counseling in Honolulu with Dr. Linda Carr. Later, Chris confided a little in Arn about the first few sessions. When Dr. Carr asked Lisa and Chris what they hoped to accomplish in therapy, Lisa sat up straighter and said, "Okay," and began to talk. Chris said she spent the entire 55 minutes detailing his inadequacies, his annoying habits, and, in her opinion, his rage. It was the same in their next session. Although they had been married for a little under 2 years, Lisa had a long list of traits and behaviors she wanted Chris to change. But when she continued her derogatory monologue in their third session, Dr. Carr interrupted her. "Wait a minute, Lisa," she said softly. "What about Chris's issues?" When Chris finally got a chance to talk about his concerns, Lisa reacted with impatience and annoyance. And that was the end of their joint sessions. She refused to attend any more counseling with Chris. Ethically, counselors cannot talk about what goes on in the privacy of their offices, unless, of course, their patients give them permission. There would come a time when Chris told Dr. Carr that she could discuss his therapy with others. "I am a licensed psychologist practicing in Honolulu, Hawaii," a March 2, 1999 report by Dr. Carr began. "I have seen Mr. Northon for psychotherapy since January 1998. To date, he has had 12 individual sessions with me in the first half of 1998, and the remaining 5 since December. Additionally, there have been several sessions that included his wife Lisa. Mr. Northon originally sought therapy in an attempt to deal with the conflicts in his marriage. He discussed problems with his wife, including frequent arguing and almost constant criticism of him by her. Mrs. Northon appears to blame her husband for everything, and has even stated that she believes he has caused cancer in her and in a previous girlfriend of his. In his therapy, he has expressed a desire to remain committed to his marriage, partly because of his wish to keep the family together for his young son, in spite of the conflict between husband and wife. He has been open about his anger, which, though slow to build, can be quite harsh once sparked. Mr. Northon is aware of his stature and of how intimidating just looming over someone and raising his voice can be, and is not averse to using this to his advantage in an argument. However, when angry, he is likely to say hurtful words and not to become physically abusive. Dr. Carr worked with Chris to try strategies to monitor his anger so that escalating arguments wouldn't do permanent damage to the relationship, as might happen when someone is so angry that they say something they later wish they could take back. His therapist suggested that Chris ask Liysa for some time alone when he could see their bickering was heading in a dangerous direction. Chris told Dr. Carr he was already trying to do that. That was why he had left the house on Lanipo Street in December before Liysa called the police. Overall, Mr. Northon has been a cooperative and honest client, the evaluation read. He has kept all the scheduled appointments or canceled in a timely manner with a good reason. He paints a realistic picture of himself and has never attempted to make himself look like a victim or a saint. If anything, he is likely to agree to have all responsibility heaped on him, even though, in fact, all of a couple's problems can rarely be blamed on only one of the parties. Dr. Carr advised Chris to avoid violent arguments by walking away from them and pondering the best way to respond. Once, after Liysa had reacted by leaping on his back and clinging there, scratching his face, Chris told a friend, "I'm a big guy, and I can shrug her off and leave the house." That made Liysa furious. She was strong for a woman, but she knew she couldn't hurt him much. He was so much bigger than she was, and that only made her madder. Liysa was traveling more than ever in 1999. Her friends in Hawaii and in Bend believed that she was a woman on the run because she was afraid. However, she vehemently cried that she could never truly escape Chris, no matter where she went. And on February 2nd, 1999, both Chris and Liysa happened to be in Bend at the same time. They joined Arn and Carrie Arneson in the lounge at Broken Top in Bend. Broken Top is a very exclusive country club with a wonderful ambiance, and it should have been a pleasant evening. It was snowing, and the ice was thick on the roads and sidewalks that evening as the two couples drank martinis in the cozy bar. Chris didn't have to fly for several days, so he was comfortable having 2 or 3 drinks. So was Liysa. But alcohol didn't make her feel relaxed or sentimental. Instead, it seemed to make her angry. And she began to say things that were clearly designed to cut Chris down. Stinging complaints that hit like little arrows. These were things that made you turn your head and widen your eyes, Arn recalled. Carrie and I were thinking, how can you do this to someone you're married to? Someone you're supposed to love? But every time Liysa realized she'd made a direct hit, she smiled. Chris didn't fight back. He sat there uncomfortably as she kept pounding on him verbally. It was, Chris doesn't care about this, and Chris doesn't care about that, and on, Arn said, shaking his head. Liysa clearly meant to hurt him as much as she could. The evening ended much earlier than they had planned. No one was having any fun. Chris told Arn the next day what had happened after the couples said goodnight. He had confronted Liysa about her behavior toward him as they drove home. "We were really yelling at each other," Chris admitted. He stopped the car beside the road and got out, determined to get away from Liysa's harangue. He'd decided that it would be easier to walk home in the cold, but she wouldn't let him leave. She followed him with the car, yelling out the window, continuing the argument. Then she stopped the car and walked over to him. Chris described how she had put his arms out in front of him to hold her away, pushing her toward a snowbank. Liysa grabbed his arm, and when Chris tried to shake her off, he accidentally hit her with his elbow and she lost her footing on the icy street. She fell heavily on her knees, cutting them on the gravel left by road crews. "I wasn't trying to hit her," Chris said gloomily. "I was trying to get away from her." Finally, they both got back in the car, but they were still arguing. Liysa was very drunk, and Chris had had too much to drink, too. "And then," he told Arn, "she just wound up and gave me a roundhouse punch between my eyes." With blood streaming out of his nose, Chris pulled the car over again and asked Liysa to drive him to the hospital. Instead, she drove about 2 miles outside of Bend and eventually agreed to return home. They were both hurt. Chris's nose was swelling up, and Liysa soon had purpling bruises on her knees. 4 days later, Liysa went to the Immediate Care Center, a walk-in medical clinic in Bend, where she was seen by Dr. Jamie McAllister. Dr. McAllister, who had never treated Liysa before, studied the small woman in her examining room. She seemed very upset. To the doctor, Liysa appeared terrified, and she listened as her patient told her about her life with a man who beat her when he lost his temper, which happened frequently. Liysa said softly that she was afraid for her life and for her children's lives. Liysa had a slight infection in her knee wounds, which Dr. McAllister treated. And then she told Liysa that she had to call the Bend police and report instances of domestic violence. It was the law. Liysa begged her not to, citing her fear of reprisal from Chris. He would be so angry if the police were brought into it. She pleaded with the doctor not to write anything in her file about her injuries or what had caused them. Finally, Dr. McAllister agreed not to write down their conversation. But the doctor did call the police and report the incident. By the mid-90s, the plight of women caught in violent marriages was no longer something to be hidden in the shadows. There was help, shelters, counseling, and even prison for husbands or lovers who seemed to view women as possessions to hurt and humiliate. Liysa was obviously a most intelligent woman, and she said she was aware of her options, but she seemed so frightened, too afraid to reach out for help. Bend Police Department patrol officers Kaylin Ahan and Lisa Susak Nelson responded to Dr. McAllister's call and talked to Liysa at the clinic. Northon was very nervous and frightened. Ahan's report began. She stated she did not want to press charges against her husband, but wanted to document her injuries. She stated the only reason she went to the doctor was due to the abrasions on her knee getting infected. She showed me a large bruise on her left thigh and healing abrasions on her left knee. She stated after they dropped their friends off after dinner, Christopher became angry with her for embarrassing him during dinner. He started the argument, stopped the vehicle on the roadway, and got out. She stated Christopher came around to the passenger side of the vehicle and threw her on the ground, causing the listed injuries. Liysa admitted that she had hit her husband, giving him a bloody nose, and she said they had both had a lot to drink. She advised me that Christopher had an anger and drinking problem and has assaulted her in the past, 4 abusive incidents since they have been married. Liysa seemed so afraid of her husband that she didn't want to file a report. The Bend officers drove to the Northons' house to talk to Chris, but he wasn't there. Liysa went over to Arn and Carrie's house, looking worried. "It seemed genuine," Arn said. She said, "Oh boy, Chris is going to be mad. This is going to be costly." She said she hadn't known about the law that said one party in a domestic violence complaint had to be arrested. When Chris heard that the police were looking for him, he walked into their offices. He was advised of his Miranda rights, gave his statement about the argument and the resulting injuries to both of them, and was transported to the Deschutes County Jail. His swollen and crooked nose seemed to be a more serious injury than Liysa's bruised knees. Chris was horribly embarrassed, and he bailed out of jail quickly. Arn went to pick him up and get his car out of the impound lot. Chris was in pain from his injured nose. Neither man said much. There really wasn't anything to say. Chris had had his first and only arrest for domestic violence. His nose healed up, a little crooked, but his belief in the chance that his marriage would somehow make it through the fire was severely damaged. The thought of losing Bjorn made his heart ache, but he knew it might well happen. He had agreed to give Liysa custodial rights long before Bjorn was even conceived. Now he wondered if there was any way around that. He just hadn't known how much a father could love his children. Chris hired Shauna McMahon Ash, a Bend attorney, to defend his interests. Ash learned of the marriage counseling that Liysa and Chris had had for a short time. Chris was the one who kept going. Ash's defense strategy proved to be unnecessary. The case never went to court. Liysa recanted her accusations against Chris, and when the trial date arrived, she failed to show up. She'd flown off to Hawaii to keep from testifying. The case was dropped. Later, a destruction order was received by the Bend police, asking that the photos taken of Liysa's bruised knees and Chris's battered nose be destroyed. They were, and Chris began the process of having the incident expunged from police records. That spring of 1999, Chris and his dad went hiking in their beloved mountains in the Three Sisters Wilderness area. Chris, who had always tried to hide his problems from Dick Northon, sat with him as they gazed out at the magnificent view from their perch. Neither said anything, but there was a heaviness of unspoken words between them. "Dad," Chris finally said, "I don't know if I can stand it anymore. I wanted to make it work with Liysa for Bjorn, but I don't know if I can." Dick nodded, waiting for Chris to say more, but he didn't. They sat together in the sweetness of the mountain air, where every problem in life could usually be left far below in the valleys. It was difficult for Dick to give advice. He hated to see Bjorn lose his father's presence, just as Dick had lost his father more than 50 years before. But he also knew that Chris was miserable. Later, still avoiding the subject that hovered over them, they took photographs of each other. In one, Chris had regained his wide, familiar smile as he knelt on a massive stone outcropping beside a mountain lake. With clumsy Band-Aids still holding Chris and Liysa's wretched marriage together, they now spent even less time together than before. If Chris was due back from a trip, Liysa would fly away before he landed. He didn't mind avoiding more arguments, but Chris missed the little boys. In mid-1999, Liysa returned once more to Walla Walla, this time for her 20th high school reunion. She came alone, although most of her fellow graduates' husbands were with them. It was an important anniversary. The 18-year-olds of 1979 were now close to 40. Men were balding, and a lot of the one-time high school girls were matronly. But not Liysa. She looked like $1,000,000. "Liysa was very different than she was at our 10th, one woman said. This time, she wasn't partying, but she had a glazed look about her eyes. Either she didn't remember a lot of us or she pretended not to recognize us. It was strange." A 20-year reunion mini-yearbook featured then and now photographs of those attending. Most of the graduates of 2 decades earlier had had happy but prosaic lives. They listed their spouses, children, and jobs in a line or two. Some had suffered tragedies, and some had lived exceptional lives. Randall Edwards, who once took Liysa to the senior prom, had a good chance of being elected state treasurer of Oregon. Both Liysa's photos showed a pretty young woman, but her high school shot was softer than the 1999 view. The latter was obviously the work of a professional photographer. Her hair was very long and silky straight, and she held Bjorn in her lap with her arm around Papako. Even her address was exotic and foreign-sounding. Who among them had even been to Kailua, Oahu, much less lived there? Liysa's short biography blew her peers' stories off the page. During the last 10 years, she wrote, "I have fought a battle with cancer, sold a screenplay, had 2 unique children, been in the world championships at pipeline, bodyboarding, traveled the world filming the movie Endless Summer 2, done stunts for Baywatch, been in a couple of commercials, modeled for and shot for Patagonia, filmed a couple of commercials, cemented wonderful friendships, gotten divorced, built a deck on my house, maintained my photography career despite homeschooling, learned to backcountry ski, designed several houses, started living part-time in Bend, experimented with life so that I'm almost ready to settle down a bit. Those who had gone to dental assistant school or whose husbands were chain grocery store managers could hardly compete. Lisa's life sounded like the kind that most graduates long to flaunt when they go back to their old schools. Something to serve as payback for the emotional hits that wound all teenagers. There were, however, several things that Lisa didn't include. One was any mention of Chris beyond the obligatory first name following spouse. The fact that he was about to be a captain for a major airline wasn't anything she cared to brag about. She was proud of her sons, not her husband. In reality, Lisa was far from being almost ready to settle down a bit. She told her very close women friends that she was living in abject terror, trapped in a marriage with a maniacal, drug-addicted alcoholic, but she still had big dreams. From what she confessed in the poolside ventings, it sounded as if Chris were beating her almost daily, even though she told the Bend police that by her reckoning there were just 4 incidents in her marriage. If there were indeed 4 incidents, that was too many. But her stories varied ever so slightly. She told her sympathetic friends that she had no hope of even attempting to escape from him. And yet she traveled often, leaving Papako and Bjorn with Chris. With Nick, Lisa had gotten a taste of movie making and the glamour of associating with people from Hollywood. And that only made her hungrier to be a really famous and respected screenwriter. Achieving her goals wouldn't mean neglecting Papako and Bjorn. She would still homeschool them and be there for them whenever they needed her. She was a wonderful mother. She still intended to have her ranches, where she would minister to the emotionally broken souls who came to her. She would continue to be a surf photographer. The only person who was an impediment to her life plans was Chris. As she continued to describe him to her friends, the big blonde pilot with the hearty laugh wasn't at all what he seemed to be on the surface. According to Lisa, she woke and slept in cold fear for her very survival. Her voice trembled when she talked about her dread of him. One of Lisa's friends in Hawaii was an elementary school teacher named Hillary Radovich, who had known her for 8 or 9 years. She had liked Lisa from the beginning because she was fun, had an interesting and colorful life, and was a very devoted mother. Hillary was shocked to hear that Chris wasn't the person she'd assumed he was. She had found him to be a nice man, although almost too charming. And now that she thought about it, he seemed controlling with Lisa. Lisa sobbed when she told Hillary what Chris was really like. She confided that he had threatened to burn down their house with his family inside. Of course, Hillary realized that kind of intimidation would frighten Lisa more than anything because her boys meant the whole world to her. What an awful threat for him to make. Lisa also told her that Chris used illegal drugs, even when he was flying. She said he could get away with it because he had some kind of position with Hawaiian Airlines that involved drug testing and knew how to avoid being detected. I never doubted the truth of what Lisa told me, Hillary recalled. In the summer of 1999, Hillary ran into Lisa walking in their Kailua neighborhood. She was wearing sunglasses, but she lifted them and showed Hillary the blackened eye beneath. "See what Chris did to me?" she asked. There were other danger signs, scratch marks on Lisa's neck, and the time that Lisa said her husband had ripped off her bathing suit in a fit of temper. But Lisa had begged Hillary not to say anything to Chris for fear he would kill her. She said she was more afraid than ever since she had been the cause of Chris's arrest in Bend. All of Lisa's friends lived with the growing apprehension that the man who seemed so nice on the outside was a powder keg who might explode at any moment and murder her. They begged her to leave him. But she just shook her head sadly and hopelessly. "He's made it his mission to hunt me down and murder me if I ever try to leave him." she said. Members of the pool group thought now that they had seen injuries that looked as though she was a victim of violence. One woman remembered that her lips were sometimes swollen and discolored. She wondered if Lisa had been struck in the mouth. "We talked about our families and our personal lives," she said. "We had no secrets from one another." By 1999, the main topic of discussion among Lisa's friends was how they could get her to admit the truth. They decided that she was just being brave, especially when she wore a rash guard t-shirt to the pool and a broad-brimmed hat and sunglasses, or when she waited to shower until they were finished. Perhaps they had no secrets from one another, but they were sure that Lisa was keeping things from them. Even if Lisa wouldn't talk about what her husband was doing to her, her poolside friends were formulating a plan. They carefully researched ways that she could save herself from Chris. They offered her keys to their houses where she could hide, and they warned her never to have arguments in the kitchen because of the potential weapons there. They told her that she must always have money and a backpack full of essentials in case she and her children had to flee their home. Lisa finally broke down again and admitted that when Chris was drinking, he got that look. Her main concern, she said, was saving her little boys from the man she had married. She said she had taught Papako to grab Bjorn when a fight started. He was to take his baby brother into another room and lock the door and not come out no matter what. The women nodded as one. They were in total accord that Lisa was a great mother, a sincere, caring woman caught in a trap. They knew her in any situation, past or present, only by what she chose to tell them. And they had all begun to look at Chris with very jaundiced eyes. He might be handsome and have a big smile, but they were sure it was all a facade. They were convinced that he was unbelievably cruel to Lisa and that she was walking a tightrope between his moods. They worried about her. They even called her when she was in Bend just to be sure she was still alive. When she said that Chris had told a pilot friend, Dan Jones, that he wanted to kill his entire family and eat them, they shrunk back in horror. My God, what kind of a monster was he? Chapter 18. After working so hard to convince Chris to marry her, Lisa was totally disenchanted with her third husband. Quite apart from the chilling stories she told her girlfriends, her life certainly hadn't moved forward as she thought it would. She owned the house in Kailua and the property would probably sell for $750,000, but the house itself wasn't anything special. She couldn't set up her chrysalis program there. It would go against the zoning codes. Chris wasn't any more eager than Nick to buy her the huge ranch in Oregon. He had fixed up the house in Bend, but that was his house, and she felt depressed when she went there. She pulled the blinds shut and stayed inside. She didn't feel like cleaning house. She didn't like Chris's parents or his sisters or his friends. In her view, Chris was having fun flying so much of the time. Lisa loved being with Papako and Bjorn and finding activities where they, especially Papako, could learn new skills, but she hated being in Bend. There she was often depressed, really depressed. She didn't talk to the neighbors and she didn't wash her hair or even comb it. Maybe it was the cold and the snow. Lisa liked to ski, but she was basically happier in Hawaii with the sun and the ocean. The few neighbors she'd been friendly with noticed that she had changed. Days would go by when she never left her house. It was almost as if she had two personalities, something she accused Chris of having. When she did come out to buy groceries or take the boys someplace, her eyes were dull and her hair greasy. She kept her eyes downcast so she wouldn't have to talk to anyone. Don Strain, the man Chris had hired to remodel the house, also did handyman and repair jobs. Chris called him on several occasions to fix holes in the walls. Someone had either punched or kicked the plasterboard or paneling so violently that it was almost as if a wrecking crew had crashed through. When Don looked at Chris questioningly, he grinned and said, "Somebody around here has a temper." The odd thing was that the holes were small. Don glanced at Chris's very large feet and hands and couldn't figure out why the holes weren't bigger. He tried to fit his own fist into the holes, but they were too small for him, too. "If I was to guess," he said later, "I'd say that it was his wife who was doing all that damage. It looked like somebody with small feet had been in a hell of a temper and just wailed away at the walls." Lisa still read real estate ads and kept a file with clippings about ranches and acreage for sale. Chris's reluctance on the subject was just maddening to her. "How are we going to take care of a herd of cattle when we're in Hawaii half the time?" he asked her. "When I'm flying, who's going to ride the range?" "We will hire people," she answered, disgusted at how dumb Chris could be. "Other people will do that work." "Who's going to write the check for $2 million to buy this ranch?" he asked her. She thought his tone was sarcastic and demeaning, and she didn't have a good answer. It was the same old thing. Chris had no vision at all. If he wouldn't buy her what she needed, she would find another way to get it. The Maui Writers' Conference is held every year just before Labor Day at the Grand Wailea Resort or the Wailea Marriott Outrigger. It is probably the most desirable conference for would-be best-selling authors and playwrights in America because it combines plush and exotic surroundings with a chance to learn from the top writers in their genres. Conference-goers not only attend classes, they actually have the opportunity to mingle with authors, editors, producers, screenwriters, and literary agents at glittering cocktail parties and a sumptuous banquet. In any given year, the roster of instructors at the Maui Conference reads like the New York Times bestseller list. John Saul, Elizabeth George, Terry Brooks, Sue Grafton, Frank McCourt, Dave Barry, Richard Paul Evans, Mitch Albom, Robin Cook, Ridley Pearson, Carrie Fisher, and Ron Howard have all taught at the Maui Writers' Conference. So has this author. In 1999, Liysa Northon signed up for the conference. She had written novel outlines and screenplays and felt it was time to find an outlet for her writing talent. She was already far more accomplished than most of those going to Maui. Real writers know that they must write what they live, what they know about. All of Lisa's books and screenplay treatments still had a central figure, a very strong and courageous woman who had a circle of close women friends, male children, and a cruel and dangerous husband. Sometimes Lisa actually used the real names of her son, her husband, and her friends. Sometimes she changed the names. The theme running through various versions seldom changed. The woman was dying and she wanted to leave money behind for her children and her friends. Her goals were altruistic and she was very brave as she faced cancer or some other inevitably terminal disease. If the strong woman had to die, she would have enough insurance so that her friends, who were victims of poverty or domestic violence, would have the means to escape their lives. The cruel husband would not win, and the heroine would destroy him completely to save her sons. An important facet in Lisa's strengths as a writer was her grasp of Hawaii, the customs, the vernacular, the sea that she loved, the flora and fauna there. She was especially adept at visual effects, as if she had only to shut her eyes and see her script on the big screen. She was also terrific with dialogue, which, of course, is the entire substance of a screenplay. Lisa was very good at writing, just as she had been with almost everything she had put her hand to. There were elements in one of her screenplays that were reminiscent of an old movie, a black-and-white film noir classic starring Barbara Stanwyck and Fred MacMurray, Double Indemnity. Stanwyck played a greedy and bored housewife who wanted out of her stifling marriage to an older husband, and also to be paid twice the face amount of his life insurance policy by his dying a violent death. MacMurray played a somewhat artless insurance salesman, too easily seduced into a deadly plan. But Barbara Stanwyck's character had no admirable virtues. When she tricked her husband into taking out double indemnity insurance and then arranged his murder, it was only to enrich herself. When Lisa's heroine met with an insurance agent, it was to be sure there was money for those she loved after she died, and after her despicable husband died. And so, In August 1999, Lisa caught a flight to Maui. Chris had arranged to be home in Kailua to care for Papako and Bjorn for several days while she attended the writers' conference. It seemed odd that she would entrust her beloved boys to Chris after he had allegedly threatened to kill and eat the whole family, but she apparently saw no contradiction in that. There were hundreds of other attendees at the Grand Wailea and the Wailea Outrigger, but Lisa was a standout. She was talented, charming, very attractive, and self-possessed. There were several producers and screenwriters at the workshop she attended, all of them with vast experience and successful careers. Lisa appeared to be far more savvy and familiar with the writing process than the other workshop attendees. It wasn't always easy to predict which would-be writers were truly dedicated enough to carry on, despite rejection after rejection, and which would fall by the wayside. But of all of them, Liysa Northon seemed to be a winner. She sat with rapt attention as they talked about the art of movie making. Craig Elliott, name changed, was about Lisa's age. But he was already a Hollywood success. Several of his screenplays had been both artistic and popular successes, and he had been nominated for screenwriting awards. As for many others, teaching at the Maui Writers' Conference was a kind of payback for his own great good luck. Craig was Chris's opposite in most ways. He wasn't nearly as tall as the towering pilot, and he was muscular where Chris was lanky. Craig was a dynamite tennis player where Chris liked his sports freeform. Craig was as dark as Chris was fair. Soft-spoken, Craig had very sensitive eyes and was most responsive to Lisa's remarks in his workshop. He was impressed with her writing, and he found her attractive in a non-traditional way. But Craig Elliott wasn't a likely candidate to become Lisa's next husband. He was already married, he had a family, and he lived on the mainland. Conference students could sign up for a 10-minute one-on-one meeting with instructors and agents. Lisa chose Craig Elliott and pitched her idea for her screenplay about the dying woman who wanted to change the lives of 3 friends by leaving them the money from her insurance policy. Elliott was impressed with Lisa's creativity and her writing ability. He was encouraging about her screenplay, so enthusiastic about it that he agreed to help her shape it up and find a production company that would take a look at it. He couldn't do that in the few days they had left at the Maui conference, but he promised he would work with her later, as he had future workshops to teach in the Northwest. One of the problems with the script was that the insurance policy part had to be believable. And to do that, there had to be an insurance agent character who was well-drawn and authentic. That wasn't hard for Lisa. She had one in the family, almost in the family. Chris's sister Mary had been married to Phil Hetz, a successful agent who knew everything about insurance. Even though he and Mary were divorced, he was still close to the Northons and to Chris. He was a good guy, and Lisa knew that he liked her. She assured Craig that Phil would be glad to help them with the ins and outs of insurance policies and how they worked. If there were red flags that alerted underwriters who evaluated claims, Phil would know what they were. Whatever happened on Maui between Lisa and Craig Elliott, it was very subtle, and no one connected to the conference noted anything more than Craig's interest in a very exceptional protege. He went back home, and Lisa went home to Kailua and then to Bend, knowing that they would be in touch. The Northons' marriage suddenly smoothed out amazingly. Chris was elated that Lisa seemed more serene than she had been for months. She spent more time at her computer than ever, but that was fine with him. When Lisa was happy, everyone in their house was happy. He thought that maybe their marriage was going to make it after all. Chapter 19. As the dawning of the millennium approached, Lisa's life became much more exciting than it had been in a long time. She, too, had reasons to feel optimistic again. After a meeting in October 1999, Craig Elliott told Lisa he believed in her screenplay, so much so that he agreed to write it with her and both of their names would be credited as the screenwriters. It was a virtual open sesame to Hollywood. Doors would finally swing wide for her. She wouldn't have to depend on any man for money to finance her dreams. Craig and Lisa agreed that she would finish a rough draft of her screenplay while he was busy on other projects. Then they would hone it to perfection together. They had a meeting with Phil Hetz in the somewhat unlikely atmosphere of a Japanese restaurant, where Lisa and Craig asked him about how insurance companies handled their payouts of death benefits. Phil told them that underwriters knew almost every trick in the book, and that their screenplay would have to be written very cleverly to be believable. The main character's terminal illness would have to be something very difficult to diagnose, he said, because any insurance company would be suspicious of an apparently healthy young woman dying suddenly. Lisa asked about the possibility of the woman's committing suicide and leaving money for her friends, but Phil shook his head, explaining that most companies didn't pay in the case of suicide. If they did, there was always a time stipulation between the issuance of the policy and the death of the insured. You can't have the woman buy a policy and then die in a month or two. They'd find evidence of suicide on autopsy, he said. Suicide isn't easy to hide from a competent pathologist. Someone trying to collect on a double indemnity policy would be under even closer observation. Lisa and Craig got together several times, and he pointed out to her that there were a number of avenues they could explore in their screenplay. The insurance agent character could be crooked, as in Fred McMurray's role in Double Indemnity, or he could be written as an heroic guy who knew he was writing a bad policy, but who wanted to save the heroine when he learned she was being physically abused. She suggested that John Travolta would be a natural for the tough but tender agent. Of course, if Travolta played the part, he couldn't die in the last scene. John Travolta was too big a star to die in the end. It was heady stuff for Lisa to think that her screenplay might be a vehicle for a major star such as John Travolta. They decided on a title, Lesser Evil. Phil Hetz realized that Lisa was almost paranoid about letting anyone read the script. She was afraid someone would steal her ideas. Only grudgingly had she told Phil about her plot outline, and she told him just one of her ideas. But the central theme of all her plots bore a definite similarity to Lisa's marriage, or, rather, to the way she portrayed her marriage to outsiders. Craig sensed early on that Lisa was very unhappy, and she hinted frequently about Chris's cruelty. Craig was more concerned about her safety than he was about somebody stealing their ideas. He knew there wasn't a plotline in the world that was new. It was all a matter of timing. He believed that he and Lisa had a fairly good chance of selling their screenplay, but he wasn't as wildly enthusiastic as she was. Craig had been around the film industry long enough to know how many near misses there were. A lot of perfectly good screenplays languished in dusty filing cabinets because they didn't happen to be the right script at the right time. Still, he believed in their collaboration enough that he was willing to invest some of his capital, and his name and reputation, if they continued to work so well together, and if the project looked like it was going somewhere. At the very least, Craig figured that Lisa wouldn't lose. She would have some exposure in marketing her screenplays in the future, and she wouldn't be considered a flake. He knew that scripts had to come in either through an agent or with an introduction by someone who was well known in Hollywood. Production companies were panicky about being sued by unknowns who claimed that movie ideas had been stolen from them. Over-the-transom submissions didn't have a chance anymore, especially after Art Buchwald's successful suit against the producers of Coming to America, starring Eddie Murphy, a film remarkably similar to a treatment Buchwald had written. Craig would be Lisa's mentor and her verification that she was a professional. And if everything worked out well, Lisa would sell her first screenplay and be on her way with a reputation of her own to count on. She did indeed have ability and panache as a fledgling screenwriter, but only the very naive would believe that an extremely successful Hollywood writer would take time away from his own projects to help her to the degree that Craig was willing to do without having something to gain. Like so many men before him, Craig Elliott had been seduced by Lisa's charms. Whether it was a physical seduction, no one but the two of them knew. But he was enchanted with her. Lisa enjoyed that. A man with his connections who moved in A-list circles in Hollywood had chosen her, and that was great for her ego. She shared her feelings about this new chapter in her life with her friend Marnie Clark by email. Marnie wasn't naive. She was a working lawyer, and she had seen all manner of human failings, but she believed in Lisa, her old friend for so many years. Marnie had worried about Lisa when she heard her recount stories of the domestic violence that she lived with. She thought that the incidents of Chris's violence might be true, and she could understand why Lisa was hoping to leave Chris and start a future with Craig. If that was Lisa's plan, Chris wasn't aware of it. He once met Craig Elliott in Oregon and viewed him simply as someone who was helping Lisa with her writing ambitions. Unlike Lisa, Chris wasn't jealous. Besides, Craig didn't seem her type. He didn't resemble the other men Chris knew she'd been with, as either boyfriends or husbands. Like Chris, all of her men had been very tall and broad-shouldered. Craig was short and slightly balding, an intellectual, where Lisa had always seemed to prefer athletic types. But Lisa was calm and happy, apparently because she was going to succeed at something that mattered so much to her. Chris was willing to rearrange his flight schedules so he could take care of Bjorn while she met with Craig. Sometimes Lisa took Papako with her, and sometimes she left him with Chris or with Nick. She had breastfed Papako until he was 5, and she planned to do the same with Bjorn, so she couldn't be gone for very long. Lisa was totally optimistic. Chris hadn't seen her in such a good mood for years, and that made him optimistic too. In November and December 1999, she asked him to get her reservations to fly to Los Angeles. She said that Craig had set up appointments with producers and agents there. And indeed, he had. Not only was he fascinated with Lisa, Craig wanted to help her. He had gently questioned Lisa when she dropped the first few startling hints that Chris was abusing her. He had to draw the details out of her, but when he did, he found her story shockingly similar to that of a friend of his who had suffered at the hands of her husband. Craig had talked to Chris on the phone many times, and he seemed to be a friendly guy. But he noticed that Lisa was a different person when Chris was around. She seemed terrified of him, Craig said later. Scared of him. Lisa seemed normal when Chris was away, but she grew apprehensive when he was headed back to Bend. Lisa told Craig that she felt she was walking on eggshells around Chris, always trying not to make him mad. Lisa confided in Craig, although she always seemed to be holding back. But she finally told him that Chris had beaten her so badly in Hawaii that she had to be hospitalized. The police had come and, she told him, she had to be taken away by ambulance. That wasn't remotely true. She had never been in the hospital because Chris had injured her. The only time the Honolulu police came to their home in Kailua was the time they filled out a report that indicated she wasn't injured at all. Lisa told Craig that they had handed that report over to Chris because he had some kind of in with them. In truth, it was simply filed away in dusty police records. Chris was ordered to take anger management classes after that, she told Craig. That wasn't true either. Lisa didn't say that Chris had voluntarily gone to therapy to try to heal their marriage. Craig felt sorry for Lisa, and he had strong feelings for her too. She struck him as a woman who was being tormented and beaten by her husband and was financially trapped. I had no reason to disbelieve her, Elliott said. Clearly, Lisa was exaggerating her situation. But when she spoke to Craig about Chris, he found her evaluation of him to be almost benign, given what she said he had done to her. She was forgiving and understanding when she explained to Craig that alcoholics have blackouts. And she realized that Chris didn't remember blacking her eye or punching the sheetrock beside her head and leaving holes in the wall. She told Craig that Chris was so attractive and fun when he was good. He could convince a nun to turn tricks, she said, laughing. But when Chris was drunk, Lisa described him as psycho. She said she was very concerned because Chris was going dove hunting with John Gill, and she didn't want a gun in her house. If she found one, she said, she would throw it out. But she had tried to reason with Chris about having a gun, citing a tragedy where one of her friend's children had accidentally shot and killed the mother. I omitted the part about being afraid that either he would use it on me in a rage or that I would be tempted to use it on him, she told Craig later. Lisa wondered aloud if electroshock therapy might work on Chris, and then she apologized to Craig for venting to him, even though she thought her feelings might help them develop the female character in their screenplay. How it seems easier for her to try to work with him from the inside, where she has a sense of being able to predict some of his movements and be able to persuade him of some things, because as long as she is there, she can use the threat of leaving as the only incentive she has to get him to behave most of the time. If she leaves, she has absolutely no bargaining chip, and he has every reason to destroy her. Away from Chris, savoring her time in Los Angeles, Lisa was riding high. She usually stayed at the airport Hilton because she could get pilots' room rates. Chris's job held a lot of perks for her. Craig took her to visit friends of his, and they all liked her. Most people who met Lisa were charmed. It had been that way most of her adult life. She and Craig also took meetings with some of the top production companies in Hollywood. She sat in beautifully appointed offices and talked to men and women whose names she had seen in the credits of popular movies. Lisa did a great job when she pitched the premise behind Lesser Evil, and Craig was there beside her, emphasizing why he thought the movie had great potential. Lisa enjoyed her time in Hollywood, but she didn't feel any real physical attraction to Craig. Even so, she thought life with him would be a lot more stimulating and productive than it was with Chris. Of course, Craig didn't know that she felt nothing physical for him. She was half playful and half serious when she emailed him, telling him that they were very good together. She urged him to leave his wife and family, teasing him lightly because he was too chicken to do it. She had a feeling that they would be in each other's lives in a positive way. She began to write long letters to Craig, letters clearly modeled after those she'd sent to Chris and to her old high school boyfriend, Kevin. Lisa's letters were quite possibly the most skilled writing she did. She could turn strong men into romantic fools with her dreams and her promises, always seeming to know what it would take to win each of them over to her side. "When I'm in an altruistic mood," she wrote to Craig, "that is what I want, to be good for you, as long as I can be part of your life in some way. When I'm feeling selfish, I just want to be with you." At the same time, she continued to tell Craig about Chris's alcoholic rages, repeating how afraid she was. On one of her trips to Hollywood, Craig picked Lisa up at her hotel and noticed she was wearing a lot of makeup, something she didn't normally do. He looked closely at her and thought she had a fat lip. She bowed her head and said softly that Chris had hit her again. Lisa told Craig that she often passed David Kelly and Michelle Pfeiffer on the beach near her Kailua home. Their Hawaii home was a short distance away from the Lanipo Street house. Now, she said, Chris was so jealous, he actually thought she was having an affair with David Kelly. That was another exaggeration. She had barely said hi to Kelly and Pfeiffer, and Chris had never accused her of having an affair with anyone. There were a number of things that Lisa didn't tell Craig. Although she had often told her friends that her mother had abused her and broken her bones when she was a child, she never mentioned it to Craig. Lisa also told friends in Bend that a producer or an agent, they weren't sure which, had hit on her during an interview, or, in one version, in a motel. She didn't tell Craig about that either. Craig had been planning to get a vasectomy. But in the month or so that he was totally captivated by Lisa, he put that on hold. Lisa wanted more children, and she beseeched him to leave his wife and family to be with her. In case she did want to have his child, Craig decided not to go ahead with the surgery. He was bewitched. Lisa emailed Marnie Clark, giving her Craig's phone number, explaining that he was so worried about her that he wanted Marnie to be able to contact him. "In case Chris kills me or something, he will know. He is really a hoot, and I am enjoying the attention, the positive strokes, and the fun of imagining what it would be like to be a partner in one form or another with someone who believes in me, cares about me, and at least says he considers me a treasure." Lisa wrote that she was getting so much love and attention from Craig that she wanted nothing more from Chris, and that Craig was so anxious for her to leave Chris. He, in fact, had moved into his office during the week to begin the transition from his family in preparation for a divorce. But Lisa told Marnie that she still wasn't ready to leave her marriage. She was just too damn afraid Chris might strangle her. "Lisa hit me like a thunderbolt," Craig Elliott recalled of that time in 1999. "But that was in Maui, and I came to Earth with a thud. Lisa wanted a foxhole to hide in. She didn't really want me." They had talked about having a sexual relationship, but Craig said he'd held back. He loved his wife and realized that he was on the verge of losing his family. The magic of being with Lisa wore off quickly, although they continued to have a business relationship. And he still felt pity and concern for her, trapped as she was in a marriage with a man she described as cruel and crazy. She had talent, and she had brought him a good story. A long time later, Craig told Oregon detectives that he'd hoped to aid her in escaping her abusive marriage. He had used his professional contacts to try to help her make some money with her screenplays. Lisa had almost given up, he felt. She was fatalistic, sure that Chris was going to kill her because she had no money to leave. Craig told the detectives that he'd realized she didn't want a relationship with him, but she desperately wanted her movie to work out so she could regain some financial stability. It was ironic, in a way. Lisa had spent more than a year telling people how dangerous her husband was, and yet she didn't leave Chris. She confided to some of her very closest friends that sex with him was too good to give up. She also extolled his sex appeal in her writings and, of course, to Chris's friends. Odd, because sometimes she also shuddered when she said that he raped her and humiliated her during sex. Craig's friends knew he was unhappy, and they had seen for themselves how Lisa goaded and belittled him. She told anyone who would listen about her negative opinions of Chris. Dozens of people now believed that he was liable to snap at any time and wipe out Lisa and the boys. It was as if her life were a screenplay, and she was creating some scenario that established Chris absolutely as a menace. Chapter 20. The screenplay that Lisa and Craig collaborated on was a model of professionalism. And it was a compelling story. While it was being read by several big studios, the two of them made some outlines for other possible movies. Lisa saw herself on the same level as Craig and began to offer him suggestions about what she perceived to be flaws in his work and how he could improve it. It didn't strike her that she might be overstepping boundaries. She hadn't sold anything but a thin travel book about a Hawaiian beach. His name was well known in Hollywood. He counted top stars among his friends, and Lisa's only acquaintance with fame, before she met Craig, was her work with Nick Mattson on the Endless Summer films. She was sure that was only temporary. Once the screenplay sold, her career would take off and she would be well known too. But just as she was soaring with optimism, Chris had to tell her some crushing news. She sat, stunned, as he assured her that there was nothing wrong with their screenplay. However, he had just learned that Columbia Pictures had bought a script so similar that theirs was dead in the water. Lisa was inconsolable. She had been so close to fame and to money. Even though Craig told her that they had other screenplays to work on, she had lost her belief in him. The first months of 2000 left her with a bitter taste of ashes in her mouth. He could promise all he wanted, but Craig hadn't been able to pull it off for her. She wasn't impressed when he said they could continue to work together. The next screenplay, or the one after, might be picked up by a production company. Her whole life had been ruled by her need for instant gratification, and she had wanted this movie deal tremendously. Now Lisa didn't think she needed Craig any longer. She knew how to write a screenplay herself, and she felt she'd learned the rules of the game. Lisa and Marnie Clark corresponded often by email, and Lisa wrote that she had grown weary of Craig. "It is getting increasingly irritating to be around him," she said. She had come right out and told him that she wanted nothing but a working relationship with him, but Craig had countered with, "What if I said I wasn't going to do this screenplay with you?" Lisa emailed Marnie. "I said I'd just go pitch it by myself. It was nice to finally be appreciated, but I am now quite over anything. We do work well together, though." Marnie wrote back, wondering how Craig could have become so infatuated with Lisa, since he must have seen there was no reciprocation. She hoped that he wouldn't continue to fawn over Lisa, or it might make it difficult for them to maintain even a friendship. Lisa was again on an upward swing, so confident in her own brilliance as a writer that she no longer needed Craig Elliott's help. It didn't matter to her that he had been ready to leave his wife for her. He was expendable. Fortunately, Craig hadn't thrown away his life to be with her. In fact, he had come to his senses even before their movie project foundered. He loved his wife, not this wild, impetuous woman in Oregon, and he was able to rescue his marriage. "You don't know how glad I am now that there wasn't a sexual interlude," he confessed months later. Offers from Hollywood didn't materialize as rapidly as Lisa expected, although she was sanguine in her belief that they soon would. She spent the first months of 2000 hunched over her computer, spewing out ideas, notes, partial screenplays, chapters of a novel, an outline for a book on weight control for children. She was soaring again. And part of what she wrote was fiction, while other parts came from her own life. That is true for many writers, but most of them can differentiate one from the other. Perhaps as a last-ditch effort to work on their marriage, Chris invited Lisa to come along with him on a Hawaiian Airlines flight where he had a 3-day layover in Tahiti. She and Bjorn joined him on the trip, and they stayed at the Park Royal Beachcomber, a very nice hotel and favorite among Hawaiian Air employees. They arrived in Tahiti on March 1st, 2000, but the trip was anything but a second honeymoon. The other pilot on Chris's flight was Captain Leroy Perry, who was surprised to see that Chris often came down to the swimming pool alone, while Lisa and the little boy went off somewhere else on their own. Perry could tell that Chris was angry with his wife. He complained that Lisa would also take off by herself without warning, leaving him to look after Bjorn. 2 flight attendants had remarked to Perry that Chris was short and mean to Lisa, and had told her to shut up. She cowered like a wounded puppy around Chris, Perry said. On the other hand, John Crabb, the flight engineer on that trip, had observed that Chris and Lisa seemed to get along fine. Chris told me his son really liked the water and that Lisa was gone on a photography shoot. Perry thought the Northons had an argument on the bus back to the airport, while Crabb shook his head in disbelief. "Maybe I missed something because I was sitting near the front of the bus," he said, "but I didn't see any trouble between them." They probably had argued. Things were so tenuous between Chris and Lisa that they weren't used to being with each other, and neither of them sought togetherness any longer. Lisa had grudgingly agreed to go to Tahiti, but once there, she didn't want to be around Chris. Tahiti might have been a paradise, but Lisa saw it, at least on this trip, as a cage. If Chris and Lisa were both disappointed in the way their marriage had turned out, Chris was so grateful to be Bjorn's father. He considered Papako a special bonus, and he loved his time with both boys. The love between Chris and Bjorn was mutual. As Bjorn grew, he clearly adored his father. At 3, he sprinkled his conversations proudly with, "My dad did this," or "My dad flies airplanes." When Bjorn looked at Chris, his face was a study in awe. It was fortunate that Chris and the boys bonded so well. Chris spent much of his free time looking after both his son and his stepson. Lisa was peripatetic, never content to stay in one place for long. As usual, Chris gave her her head. He realized that she needed an inordinate amount of freedom to do whatever she wanted to do. By the early months of 2000, He preferred to be on the opposite side of the ocean from her. She felt the same way. Lisa had it figured out like a timetable. When Chris was about to land, she was ready to fly in the other direction, and she no longer spent any time with Chris's friends. She cut herself off from Carrie and Arne Arneson. She quit everyone. Chris would make excuses. "She needs her space," he said quietly. "She's writing." And Chris wasn't all that eager to visit Lisa's friend Ellen DeVoe or her family. He knew Ellen disapproved of him. Many members of Lisa's family also found her husband to be distant and aloof. If he made an appearance at a family picnic or accompanied Lisa to a friend's house, more often than not, he soon left or walked off by himself. There seemed to be no point in either of them trying to nourish the marriage. It was almost moribund. And yet each of them wanted to be with the little boys, Papako and Bjorn. If they divorced, Lisa believed she had the legal right to custody of both of them, and Chris could not bear the thought of being separated from Bjorn. The house in Bend that Chris had so recently remodeled was a pigsty, the descriptive word that all of Chris's friends, family, and neighbors used. Dirty dishes in the sink, food rotting in the refrigerator, floors covered with a layer of junk and clutter. Lisa was gone much of the time now. But Chris left a key with his father, and he'd hired his sister Mary to come and clean the house. That only made Lisa more annoyed. She cared nothing about Chris's house, but she didn't want his family poking their noses in it. Her things were there, and she resented the invasion of her privacy. Lisa spent all her time writing. Except for her little boys, she shut out the world and stayed in the back room of the Bend house, typing furiously. And then, a writer's worst nightmare came true. John Gill was visiting with Chris on Sunday, June 4th, 2000, when Lisa rushed out of the back room crying, "Someone has stolen my computers." She sobbed. "All my work from the last year is gone." She said she hadn't made backup disks or printed out any hard copies, which was almost unthinkable for a professional writer. That Lisa had trusted that her writing was safe in her computer's memory, and now it was lost. Every page, every sentence of it. Lisa seemed inconsolable. Chris called the Bend police right away and filed a burglary and theft report. The responding officers noted that the two computers, a 35mm camera, and a watch were missing. It was the 4,179th crime reported to the Bend Police Department that year. "We were gone for most of the weekend," Chris explained. "Someone must have come in when we weren't here." While Lisa sat, white-faced with shock, the patrol officers checked the house. They discovered some small pry marks on the exterior door to the garage and figured that was the only possible point of entry into the house. Neither Chris nor Lisa knew the serial numbers for the missing computers, but Chris called the Gateway helpline and got them. The Gateway Solo 2000 desktop model's identifying number was #000-415-5980, and the Gateway Solo 2000 laptop serial number was #001-533-6775. The numbers were important. They could be entered into law enforcement computer systems, and if they turned up, the stolen computers could be identified. The chance that Lisa's writings could be recovered if her computers were found was anybody's guess. Almost every writer saves each day's work on a backup disk to avoid just such a catastrophe. But because she had apparently failed to do that, or to print her work out as a hard copy, she was the only one who knew how much she had lost. She had had bad luck with thieves before. Once, she reported that a bag of her most expensive cameras had disappeared at the Honolulu airport, and then there had been the thefts from her car and shed in Kailua. Their homeowner's insurance policy paid off on the loss, and Lisa got another laptop computer, a Macintosh, to keep up her voluminous email correspondence. But Chris felt sorry for her because she had lost her movie treatments, screenplays, and journals. He had no idea just how much work she might have had in the stolen computers. Lisa appeared to be devastated and accused Chris of failing to show any compassion for her. Later, she wrote to a male friend asking him to be sure to remember the computer theft incident exactly as she related it to him. And then she added in a non sequitur that she had once caught Chris looking at pornography on her computer. When she confronted him, she said he'd been so furious that he'd kicked her in the stomach. Sharon Leidy, Chris's one-time live-in girlfriend from the mid-'80s, had moved back to Bend in December 1999. She called Chris's home twice to see how he was doing. She knew he was married and her calls were only friendly, but Lisa hung up on her the first time, and the second time she wouldn't let Sharon talk to Chris. Sharon sensed that Lisa was jealous of her relationship with Chris from 15 years before, which she found ridiculous. That was all in the past. Chris himself answered her third call and told her he hadn't gotten her messages. "What's going on, Chris?" Sharon asked him. He paused and then said, "I'm dealing with it." He sounded so different, somehow flat, but he didn't explain what he was dealing with. The summer of 2000 was long and troubled for Lisa and Chris, and for their family and friends. Chris no longer spoke to his father about how desperate he was in the marriage. He didn't really speak about it to anyone. Lisa still talked to many people about her dissatisfaction with Chris. Actually, it was far more than that. She complained to almost anyone who would listen about his brutality and her fear. Chris's friends were sick to death of hearing it. None of their neighbors heard any sound of fighting from their house in Bend, but of course that didn't prove there wasn't something going on behind closed doors. Maybe they didn't fight because they were so seldom together. In the spring of 2000, Lisa had adopted a white Great Pyrenees puppy after she researched the breed and found it would be a one-person dog. Chris loved animals and he liked the puppy, but he was annoyed when Coco chewed up one of his most expensive work shoes. He shouted at the puppy and chased it around the yard, waving his arms. Lisa told Papaco's piano teacher that Bjorn had heard Chris threaten to kill the dog, and according to her, it was Chris who put his fists and feet through the walls of their house. He wasn't perfect. And it was Chris who had the recklessness to have a drink once at his parents' home and then ride his bike home with Bjorn on his back. Anything that put Bjorn or Papaco in danger made Lisa livid. Her confidences varied, depending on whom she talked to. She didn't denigrate Chris to everyone. Dan Jones, another of Chris's closest pilot friends, took his girlfriend Mindy Fox to Hawaii for a vacation, and they stayed in Chris's Berchtesgaden retreat behind Lisa's house in Kailua. Chris was either flying or in Bend, but Lisa was there. Mindy found Lisa great. She was nice and energetic, and I never would have guessed that anything was wrong. I really liked her. The two women got along very well, and Lisa didn't badmouth Chris. She made only humorous remarks like, "Husbands will drive you nuts," and laughed. Mindy had met Chris a couple of times. "He was really cool, warm, and a sweet person," she said. "He had a total love for life. I just loved him." Oddly, Lisa had claimed it was Dan Jones who had warned her that Chris wanted to kill his whole family and eat them. Later, neither Dan nor Mindy recalled that threat. "That," Mindy said slowly, "is way out there." Which indeed it was. Dan just shook his head, mystified. Such a threat wasn't something that anyone could forget, but it was also a thought that was totally alien to anything Dan had ever seen in one of his closest friends. Lisa's brother, Tor DeWitt, had been away from Walla Walla for 16 years before he returned in 1998 to open a chiropractic office. Actually, the whole DeWitt family had scattered. Tor, then Wayland, to Texas and the Oregon coast, Sharon living with her second husband in Texas, and Lisa on her worldwide travels that ended in Hawaii and Bend. Although he himself was in the midst of a divorce marked by bitterness and custody issues, Tor DeWitt was enraged when Marnie Clark told him that Chris Northon had assaulted his sister. It was June 2000, and the two met at a baseball game in Walla Walla. Marnie had assumed that Tor already knew about Lisa's troubles with Chris, but he didn't. And he was so angry that he called the Northons home in both Bend and Hawaii, leaving a message for Chris to call him. In a panic, Lisa called her brother from Bend and begged him not to confront Chris about hitting her. "He'll take it out on me," she sobbed. But Tor was still mad. He called Hawaiian Airlines headquarters in Honolulu to demand that Chris be grounded. But he gave up, frustrated, when he couldn't get through to anybody in authority. Tor didn't know Chris. He had met him only twice, for a total of less than 15 minutes. They saw each other briefly in midsummer of 2000 at the Chief Joseph Days celebration in Joseph, where Tor was working in the medical tent treating injuries. Tor didn't know Chris, but he knew he didn't like him. He often said that he had heard a lot about Chris's bad behavior, even though those reports came from a friend of a friend of a friend or from his sister, Lisa. Indeed, none of Lisa's extended family knew Chris well, although she told them about how cruel he was to her. He accompanied her on a visit to Joseph once, the only time her aunt Bobby Chitwood ever met him. Lisa's step-grandfather refused to shake hands with Chris, remarking that he wouldn't acknowledge a man who beat his granddaughter. Lisa reacted with horror, whispering that he would just make things worse. Not surprisingly, Chris strode off. "I think maybe he'd been drinking," Bobby recalled later. In August, Lisa stopped by Tor's house in Walla Walla to clean it, perhaps an irony in itself. But Tor was divorced by then and raising his children alone, and he said Lisa wanted to help him out. Tor would recall that on that visit, Lisa had a round bruise on the front of her neck and a few more bruises on the sides of her neck. When he asked her what had caused them, she said, "I don't know." Remembering that visit later, Tor said he'd told his sister, "If you were a juvenile patient, you would not leave my office. I would be required to call the police. I think you got those bruises from domestic abuse." But Lisa wasn't a juvenile. She was 38 and married to her third husband. If Chris had indeed caused those bruises, she wasn't going to talk about it, not to her brother, but she discussed it endlessly with any number of acquaintances, always warning them that they must never, ever repeat what she'd told them to Chris for fear he would become enraged. That summer of 2000, Lisa had tremendous emotional support from the friends of her girlhood, Marnie Clark and Ellen DeVoe, and most of all from her father, Wayland DeWitt. He apparently believed everything Lisa told him, and his heart was heavy with worry. Heretofore, Wayland had met his third son-in-law only sporadically, and most of their visits had been pleasant. They had always gotten along. Wayland had been completely consumed by his career when Lisa was a child. Perhaps he was trying to make up for those lost years. Lisa confided to her father that Chris acted normally when other people were around, but when they were alone, he went into unpredictable rages, triggered by alcohol. She said that marijuana and cocaine made Chris mellow. Wayland had always liked Chris, and the feeling was mutual. But not now. Wayland told Lisa she could count on him to protect her. If what she was telling him was true, she was in trouble. As for Chris's friends, Lisa's descriptions of them made them sound like the epitome of depravity and evil. According to her, Dave Story, the minister/pilot who had performed her marriage ceremony on the beach, was really a drug dealer. So she said was his wife, Debbie. Lisa whispered that Debbie even used the Story's child to deliver the drugs while she waited in the car. Wayland, who had a PhD degree in social work, often spoke of the professional counseling he had done in the Washington State Prison at Walla Walla. It's probable that his visits inside prison walls were on a volunteer basis. He considered himself, however, quite expert on aberrations of the human personality. Now, Lisa's father pulled out his copy of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the psychiatrist's Bible, and began to diagnose Chris's personality disorders. He encouraged Lisa to call him every week and describe Chris's current behavior. After each of her calls, Wayland refined his diagnosis. He concluded that Chris was very, very dangerous. It didn't matter that he himself had never seen Chris change after he had a drink or two, or that he had never observed Chris physically abuse Lisa. Wayland had spent a few weeks each April with Lisa and Chris in Hawaii, and Lisa visited him on the Oregon coast 3 or 4 times a year, often accompanied by Chris. Wayland had found Chris sociable, but now he listened to Lisa's weekly reports and began to try to find a way to save his daughter from the drunken monster she had married. As always, Chris didn't talk about his problems, but most of his friends noticed that he seemed quieter than usual, and his grin wasn't as wide as it normally was. But aside from the few things he'd mentioned to Arne Arneson and to Dave Story, no one knew what was bothering him. Chris was always looking for solutions to problems, Dave remembered. He didn't give up on his marriage because he always figured there would be a way to fix it. Randy Orr asked Lisa to photograph him when he was windsurfing, and on one of her trips to Kailua, she arranged to do that. She had evidently learned to keep a stiff upper lip, and now, with Chris's friends, she pretended that things were all right in her marriage. She took the pictures of me in August 2000, Randy recalled. I asked her how things were going with Chris, and she just said fine and changed the subject. Chris was even more close-mouthed. Sharon Leidy, whose phone calls to Chris had been refused by Lisa, ran into him in the Bend post office in late summer of 2000. It might have been the week that Lisa was in Hawaii. Chris and Sharon hadn't seen each other in more than 15 years. Chris had Bjorn with him, and it was clear to Sharon that the little boy was the joy of his father's life. Bjorn was the spitting image of Chris. Chris looked strained, and Sharon thought he might open up to her about his life, but he didn't. He said nothing even faintly derogatory about Lisa and assured Sharon that things were going well for him. She didn't quite believe him, but she knew that was like Chris. He had always figured out a way to deal with his problems on his own and never blamed anyone else for whatever predicament he was in. It seemed another lifetime when they were in their 20s and Sharon had gone to Europe and Chris to New Zealand. He had lived to fly, and he'd gotten that wish. They were only comfortable old friends now. Even so, Sharon was vaguely troubled as he walked away, carrying the curly-headed blonde boy. Chapter 21. The summer of 2000 was drawing to a close. There were no hits on the police network about Lisa's stolen computers. They appeared to be lost forever, along with her screenplays, journals, and correspondence. The most bitter loss a writer can suffer. It was a very despondent time for her. Her work was gone, and her excitement about Hollywood had waned. When Lisa wrote now, it was mostly emails, desultory notes to Craig Elliott, intimate discussions with Marnie Clark or Kit Minton, friendly dispatches to Ellen DeVoe, and the regular confidences she sent to her father, which only alarmed him further. The marriage seemed to be irretrievably broken. Chris came home to an empty and filthy house, while Lisa, using her Hawaiian Airlines privileges, was winging her way somewhere else, anywhere she could go to be away from him. She wondered to her friends how long it would take him to catch on to why she arranged to be away when he was coming home. If he faced the truth, Chris was just as glad to have her gone. When they spoke, they argued. Their goals in life seemed always to be at cross purposes. The quiet moments together when he would play the piano and she would read, the idyllic times she had promised him in her pre-marriage letters, never happened. Lisa was outraged when Chris told her he was thinking of loaning his parents some money to help them buy a house in Joseph. Jean and Dick's home in Bend was very nice, but the one they wanted to buy in Joseph was a large rustic house right on the shore of Walawa Lake. They could swing it financially themselves, but Chris loved his parents and knew how hard they had worked when he was a kid. He had the means to help them make a larger down payment, and his reasoning was that they could buy the property now when they could enjoy it without worrying about money. Eventually, the house would come to him and Lisa. Lisa was astounded. Chris wouldn't help her buy the ranch she wanted, but he would help his parents buy a house. As far as she was concerned, they had a perfectly good house in Bend, and furthermore, she didn't like the idea of Jean and Dick moving to Joseph. That was where her relatives lived. And she didn't relish the thought of her in-laws moving into her territory. She didn't like Chris's sisters, and she didn't like her in-laws, period. She was very angry. The Joseph lakefront property was a good investment, and Chris argued that his contribution to his parents' new house wasn't even in the same ballpark as the $2 million that a cattle ranch would cost. The Joseph house would grow in value, and someday it would belong to them. Chris wasn't anxious for that to happen, but it was the only argument that he thought would work with Lisa. It didn't. She continued to fume about buying the elder Northons a house, and the arguments grew heated. As always, Chris tried to diffuse them by walking away. Frustrated and angry with him, Lisa still wanted her ranches, 2 ranches, one in Hawaii and one in Bend. It didn't make sense to anyone but her, but she was more determined than ever to create 2 magnificent havens for her chrysalis program. She pored over the real estate section in the Bend paper and picked up the free magazines real estate companies distributed in grocery stores. She tore out ads for the most interesting spreads and saved them in her cluttered house. Chris remained pretty tight-lipped about his situation, although he did talk to Arn Arneson a little in August 2000. In a rare, candid moment of discussing his marital problems, he confided that he was thinking about separating from Lisa. He said he had told her if she couldn't control her temper or stop fighting with him, he was going to leave. He admitted to his old friend that he'd threatened it a couple of times before, but this time Arn could see he meant it. Somewhat obliquely, Chris said, "Lisa's getting psycho. You have no idea how psycho she is." But as always, Chris agonized over being cut off from Bjorn. He said he wouldn't stop Lisa from leaving if she wanted to go. That would be the easy choice. But if she left him for good, she would take Bjorn away from him. He loved Papako, too, and a divorce would mean that, for all intents and purposes, both little boys would be out of his life. The man who hadn't been anxious to become a father wondered now if he could bear losing his son. Like her other husbands and lovers before him, Chris had long since begun to doubt many of Lisa's stories. He didn't believe that she had ever been physically abused as a child. Very few of the things she had promised him if only he would marry her had come to pass. Even so, he'd kept up the repairs and additions to the Bend house, as if part of him still hoped Lisa might change. He was very proud of the house, but she couldn't have cared less. As usual, when she left the house, she simply walked out the door, leaving food on the table to rot, dishes in the sink, dirty laundry in the washer, and clothes on the floor. That was the mess Chris came home to, Arn said. He'd start cleaning up the minute he got home. But then, quite suddenly, things did change. Chris began to smile again and looked as if a terrible weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In September, he told Arn that he was getting along a lot better with Lisa. He actually seemed optimistic. "Lisa's calmed down," he said in the first week of October 2000, "and it's great." When Chris got back to Bend after a flight that week, he discovered that Lisa had left on a trip to the Oregon coast to see her father. When she returned to Bend a few days later, Chris told Arn, she had suggested they take the boys and go on a camping trip together in Wallowa County. To Chris, it seemed a good omen that the marriage was getting better. Even so, he said he wasn't too enthusiastic about going since the best of the season was past, and it could suddenly turn bitterly cold at that elevation. He also said he wanted to stay around home because he'd just been flying for 15 days. But Lisa insisted. So the camping trip, from Friday, October 6th through Sunday, October 8th, had been planned without any consultation with Chris. Lisa had picked the spot out, Wallowa County. She suggested that they take only Bjorn camping with them because the weekend would be a great chance for Papako to visit on the DeVoe's farm. She had already called Ellen DeVoe and asked if she could bring him up to Dayton to learn more about glass artistry. That, of course, was fine with Ellen. Lisa had it all figured out. She wanted to take 2 vehicles. She would drive from Bend to Dayton with both boys and spend Friday night at Ellen and Francoise's house. It was a long trip from Bend to Dayton, more than 300 miles. Then, on Saturday morning, she and Bjorn would drive south from the Walla Walla area to meet Chris at the Minim store and drive together to the Losteen River campgrounds. He would drive from Bend, bringing their tent, camping gear, and supplies. Lisa would then drive back to Washington Monday morning to pick up Papako. It meant a lot of driving for both Chris and Lisa for a cold 2-day camping trip in an isolated forest. But Chris was willing to do it. That Saturday morning, as he drove alone in his SUV with their camping supplies to meet up with Lisa and Bjorn, he believed that he and Lisa were getting along better. He hoped that this trip would be the beginning of a new, good chapter of his marriage. Chapter 22. It was October 9th, only 2 days later, when Lisa ran up to Ellen DeVoe's door, bruised, soaking wet, and nearly hysterical. Ellen had questioned the wisdom of Lisa's camping trip with Chris, but even so, she hadn't expected to see Lisa in such terrible shape. She was stunned to see her condition. It was so early on Monday morning, and suddenly the sunny day took on a somber and frightening tone. Lisa pleaded with Ellen to help her lift Bjorn from her SUV. She seemed frantic to get them all inside. She tried to help, but something was wrong with her arm or shoulder, it seemed, and Ellen brushed past her and picked Bjorn up. "I need to hide my car, too," Lisa kept saying. Lisa carried a backpack, which she dumped in a corner of Ellen's living room. Ellen barely glanced at it because she was too concerned about her friend. Lisa's teeth chattered as she blurted that Chris had beaten her up and tried to drown her. She didn't know how she'd managed to escape, but all she had been able to think of was getting to Ellen's house. Somehow, she'd been able to get Bjorn into her Explorer and head for Washington so she could be sure both her sons were safe. Ellen took charge. She told Lisa to take off her sodden clothes and ran a hot bath for her and Bjorn. She found some dry clothes while she washed Lisa's. When Lisa finally got warm and calmed down a little, Ellen insisted that they call Shelter from the Storm, a domestic violence center in La Grande. They advised Lisa to go to the Dayton General Hospital where she could be treated for her injuries. She had refused her brother's insistence that she go to a doctor, but Ellen was emphatic. Finally, Lisa agreed to seek medical help. Lisa drove herself to the hospital, and while Ellen waited nervously at home, taking care of her little boys, 2 nurses and a physician's assistant evaluated Lisa's condition. Initially, she appeared to have some bruising beneath one eye and faint scratches and abrasions on one knee. Michelle Hooper, a registered nurse, had worked at the Dayton Hospital for 4 years in the combined acute care and ER unit. When Lisa told her that she was a victim of a domestic dispute and needed to see a doctor, she struck Hooper as being very calm, and she didn't consider this an emergency. Still, she led Lisa into the ER area because she could have more privacy there. While they waited for physician's assistant Andy Garcia, Hooper checked Lisa's vital signs and asked her what had happened. She complained about her knee and her shoulder. Hooper recalled. There were some small abrasions on her left knee and her left shoulder, and then the blackened eye. She complained that her back hurt, and I looked at it, but there were no visible signs of abrasions or scrapes there at that time. The skin below Lisa's left eye was discolored, but the eye wasn't swollen, and she was able to open it fully. She told Michelle Hooper that she and her husband, Chris, had been camping in Losteen near Wallowa Lake. and that they had gotten into a fight sometime between 11 and 2 o'clock the night before. She said that she was sitting in a chair by the river, Hooper recalled, and that he'd been drinking and taking pills. She said she asked him or told him that he needed to get help for his drinking. Then he got angry and threw her and the chair into the river. Then Lisa graphically described how Chris had held her head under the water, choking her. Only her babies coming out of their tent and crying had distracted her husband, allowing her to get away. She had gone up to the tent to check on the baby and stayed there, waiting for her husband either to fall asleep or pass out so she could escape. She thought he was asleep when she tried to slip by him, she said, but he'd tackled her on some rocks, pinning her arms and choking her again. Lisa stressed that Chris had been drinking vodka. She said she had waited a while longer and then finally run by his sleeping bag and taken a shot at it. Michelle Hooper asked Lisa why she had driven all the way from Wallowa County, Oregon to Washington State to report what had happened. "I wasn't familiar with the area," she said. "I just wanted to get to where my other boy was staying in Dayton." Lisa said that she would contact the local police after she was treated. She didn't know that the Columbia County Sheriff's Office had already been notified, and that Deputy Kevin Larkin was waiting outside the emergency treatment area. LPN Patty Gallagher was working as a float nurse that morning, and she took over when Michelle Hooper's shift ended. P.A. Garcia had finished checking Lisa's condition. Deputy Larkin was questioning Lisa, and it was hospital policy to have another woman in the room when female patients were talking to males. Michelle Hooper had whispered hurriedly to Patty Gallagher when the two passed in the hall. She said the patient was a shooting. She shot at her husband. So Gallagher was surprised to find Lisa so collected and calm. Andy Garcia felt the same way. Most of the domestic violence victims who came into the ER were frightened and crying. This woman clearly had her wits about her, although Garcia knew that people in shock can seem strangely calm. Lisa explained to Deputy Larkin that she and her husband had 2 homes, one in Bend and one in Kailua, Hawaii. Chris was a pilot for Hawaiian Airlines, she said, and she was a freelance photographer who did a lot of surfing shots for outdoor magazines. Then she launched into assertions that her husband was a very bad alcoholic and substance abuser. "What kind of drugs does he take?" Larkin asked. "You name it." "How does he get away with that, being an airline pilot?" Lisa said Chris hadn't been tested for 5 years. He tested himself, and if his tests came back dirty, he would simply call in sick. She continued her monologue about how violent her husband was, often repeating the extent of his drug and alcohol use. Patty Gallagher noticed that the woman with the black eye was being very vague with the deputy. She would have different ways of saying it, and he would keep asking the questions to get the answers he was after. Kevin Larkin was frustrated. "Even though I would specifically ask her questions about her fight with her husband," he noted, she would continually drift off onto different irrelevant subjects. Still, when Larkin pressed Lisa to try to remember what had led up to the assault by her husband, she was able to do it in a methodical, coherent way, although it was a slightly different story than she had told before. After she took her older son to Ellen DeVoe's house, she said she met her husband on the road Saturday near Wallowa Lake, and they decided to go to the Maxwell campgrounds. Lisa told the deputy earlier in the day she had taken a hike by herself, leaving Bjorn with his father. It was when she returned that she'd found the tent moved down near the river. "Things were fine until supper time," Lisa recalled. "But when Chris started drinking from a red cup, he became verbally abusive to Bjorn. Then she stated he had a hunting knife in his hand and started shaking it at the child, saying, 'If you don't behave, I'll come after you,' or something to that effect," Larkin said. Lisa told Larkin she'd slapped the knife out of his hand, and he'd apologized. But she said Chris was getting edgy, and so she'd taken Bjorn with her for a 20-minute drive. Lisa had yet to mention anything about a shooting to Deputy Larkin. although she did say there had been a violent fight. In this recounting of the events of the night before, she said that Chris had tried to choke her twice and dunked her head in the river, but she had relaxed and he let go. She said she took the baby, got in her car, and went for a 20-minute drive, Patty Gallagher recalled. Where? I don't know. And then she came back. Lisa had fixed dinner for them, and after they ate, she said she was sitting in her chair near the river with her sleeping bag draped over her shoulders. She had begun to lecture Chris about his drinking, pointing out where he would end up and warning him that he would lose his children. With that, Gallagher said, Lisa told us that he picked her and the chair up and threw her in the river and tried to choke her. Their baby was on the shoreline crying, and both Chris and Lisa had apparently turned toward Bjorn. Lisa said she had picked him up and taken him to the tent. Why did you begin that discussion about drinking when you must have known it would provoke an argument? Larkin asked. Lisa brushed his question off and began to speak again of how frightened she was of her husband. Larkin took notes as she spoke. Patty Gallagher remembered the whole conversation well. After dinner, she said she put the baby down to sleep, and she kept watching her husband through the tent. He was cleaning up the campsite, picking up garbage and taking it to his pickup. She noticed that he had moved his sleeping bag to the middle of the trail. When she tried to walk by him to get to her vehicle, he jumped out of the sleeping bag naked and choked her again and threw her down. Then she snuck out of the tent and went behind it up the steep embankment. Chris usually slept outside the tent, Lisa said, because the baby made noise and bothered him. She said he was lying across the trail from the beach to their vehicles because he wanted to stop her if she tried to leave with Bjorn. During the interview in the ER, Kevin Larkin looked hard at Lisa's neck, but it wasn't red, nor did it have scratches on it. Her Ford Explorer had been locked, but Lisa said she'd found a hidden key, opened the door, and retrieved a gun from her camera bag. She found the bullets, which she'd hidden in a separate place in the vehicle, and loaded the gun. Lisa said that Chris had passed out on the beach, sprawled naked on the sand when she came back. Despite her fear, she'd gone down to him and helped him into his sleeping bag. And then she said she had grabbed the baby and raced by the sleeping bag, shouting, "I'm taking the baby and leaving." Kevin Larkin kept asking her how much Chris was drinking, but she didn't seem to know. She said only that his condition went from drunk to really drunk and smoking dope. They had been talking for almost an hour, and it was near the end of their interview when Lisa finally told Larkin that she'd fired a shot at her husband in his sleeping bag. She had Bjorn under one arm and her gun in her free hand. She'd shouted that she was taking the baby and leaving. "How far away were you when you shot him?" Larkin asked. 6, maybe 8 feet. "Why did you shoot at him?" he asked. "Did he jump up at you?" Lisa shook her head, explaining that Chris was a really light sleeper and she didn't want him to try to stop her from leaving. "He didn't wake up as you got near him?" Larkin probed. "It was too dark to tell, but I didn't see him move or anything." Lisa said that Chris had made a funny grunting noise when she fired the gun, an oomph, but she was so frightened that she had kept running and then driven all the way to her friend's house in Dayton. "Why did you stop to put your son in the car seat?" Larkin asked. "If you were so afraid that your husband was coming after you to kill you." She looked up, startled. "I don't know why." "Did you think you'd hit your husband when you shot?" "Yeah, maybe." "Where did you get the gun?" Lisa explained that it was a small handgun her father had given her some time before so she could defend herself. It was out in the car now, in the hospital parking lot. She asked Kevin Larkin if he wanted it, and he nodded. Then Larkin took Polaroid photographs of Lisa's injuries, 2 of her face and the others of the shoulder and her knee that she said had been injured as her husband tried to drown her. When she was dressed, Larkin followed her out to the parking lot. She reached to the floor of the passenger seat of her Explorer and brought out a small plastic wastebasket. She held it out for him to check. He looked into it, and among other items, he found a handgun. It had been zipped into a large baggie. It was a Taurus Model 85 .38 caliber 5-shot revolver. "Is it unloaded?" Larkin asked. She nodded. As he had been trained to do, Larkin checked it anyway. Without removing the gun from the baggie, he pushed the cylinder and it slid to the side. He could see that there were 2 spent bullet casings inside and 3 live rounds. "I thought you only fired 1 round." "Oh," Lisa said. "One went off when I was loading it in the car." "What did Chris do when that round went off?" Lisa said nothing. "You told me that he was a very light sleeper," Larkin said. "I find it hard to believe that he didn't hear a handgun being fired when he was only 50 or 60 yards away." She had no answer for that. Lisa pointed to a small fleece bag in the bottom of the wastebasket, and Larkin retrieved the 3 unfired rounds inside. So far, it looked like a domestic, all right. Chances were that Liysa Northon's husband hadn't been hit and was sleeping off too much vodka down by the river, a 4 hours' drive away. Kevin Larkin wanted to get a taped statement from Liysa Northon. He directed her to go to the DeVoe's house, where her little boys were, and wait for him to call her. She agreed to do that. She said she was going to call a friend of her brother's who was a police officer in Milton Freewater, Oregon, Dick Bobbitt. That was where the investigation had begun. Kevin Larkin was a deputy in Columbia County, Washington, and it was his request to Wallowa County Sheriff Ron Jett that had sent Under Sheriff Rich Stein to the Maxwell campgrounds to check out the information. Ironically, Jett had initially felt that Stein would be making an arrest. When Stein said he'd located the subject, Jett had been a little exhilarated that they'd found the prime suspect in a domestic violence assault and that an arrest was imminent. But of course, it wasn't that way at all. When Larkin called the DeVoe's phone, Ellen answered. The Columbia County deputy talked to her briefly. She said she'd been shocked at the sight of Lisa that morning. She had barely been able to speak and seemed to be suffering from hypothermia. Larkin asked Ellen if he could come to her house and take a taped statement from her as well as Lisa, and she said okay. But when Larkin arrived a little while later, he found that Lisa wasn't there. She had left with her brother to see Dick Bobbitt, and now Ellen said she would prefer not to make any statement on tape. But she did tell the deputy that she had been encouraging Lisa to leave Chris for years. The camping trip hadn't been Lisa's idea at all, Ellen said. It was Chris who had insisted that they go camping because it was probably the last chance they would have before winter set in. Ellen said she had heard all about Chris's abuse from Lisa and had no reason to doubt her. She assured Larkin that she herself had seen Chris intoxicated many times. Ellen didn't mention that Lisa had left her backpack at her house. Perhaps she hadn't even noticed it yet. So much had happened since Lisa's arrival that morning. But when she did notice, she still didn't tell the detectives. Chapter 23. Dr. Tor DeWitt and Umatilla County Sheriff's Deputy Dick Bobbitt were longtime friends. For 20 years, Bobbitt had known that Tor had a sister, Lisa, although he had met her only once. At 10:53 a.m. on Monday, October 9th, Bobbitt was notified by a sheriff's dispatch officer that he had a message to call Tor DeWitt. When he reached him at his chiropractic office, his friend told him that Lisa was in the hospital in Dayton because she'd been assaulted by her husband. They had been camping down in Oregon on the Lostine River. She took a shot at him, Lisa's brother reported, and then she left. Tor asked Bobbitt for advice about what they should do. The Umatilla deputy said that as soon as he talked to Lisa, she should report the assault to the police jurisdiction where it happened, Wallowa County. I gave Tor my office number and my cell phone number, Bobbitt said.